Chapter 76, The Extreme Protection Ring and Ice Burst Necklace. The tumultuous external situation did not affect Sunan's farming and development. As the end of the month of Summer Grove approached, Sunan constructed the 9th star ring shortly after celebrating his 19th birthday. With that, he had completed half of the requirements to advance to a level 3 wizard apprentice. In the meditation room, Sunan sat cross-legged on the floor, gazing at the panel floating in the air. Sunan Ionist, male human. Mental, 25.35/physical, 17.88. Skills. Star Ring Meditation Method LV10, 35/300000. Potion Making LV4, 781/10000. Biological Modification LV2, 1402/3000. Puppet Crafting LV3, 457/6000. Magic Item Manufacturing LV2, 1532/3000. Looking at the data on the panel, a smile of joy appeared on Sunan's face. Next, I just need to raise my mental power to 30 to advance to a level 3 wizard apprentice. Sunan calculated that the Nightmare Potion could at least increase his mental power by 2 points. This meant he needed to raise his mental power to above 28. Currently, I only increase my mental power by 0.01 points per day through meditation. To reach 28 points, it will take about 8 to 9 months. Considering that it becomes increasingly difficult to grow mental power, it may take even longer. It's a pity that I'm already at my limit with the second-tier potions. If I could use a third-tier super potion, my meditation efficiency would improve even more. Sunan felt a twinge of regret. That said, being able to advance to a level 3 wizard apprentice before turning 20 was already quite impressive. At least in the current starry continent, he didn't believe there were many wizard apprentices whose rate of improvement could compare to his. Shaking off the greedy thoughts, Sunan stood up and left the meditation room, heading towards the workshop. The manufacturing and synthesis of faint glow-level magic items were nearing completion. During this time, he had crafted over 20 defensive rings and ice burst necklaces. According to the information he received from the magic cube, he had nearly reached the synthesis limit for faint glow-level magic items. After making one last defensive ring and ice burst necklace in the workshop, Sunan began the synthesis process. First, he worked on the defensive ring, adding a total of 25 items. This quantity was the limit for faint glow level, any more would transform into a magic artifact. With a flash on the synthesis interface, a new magic item was born. Extreme Protection Ring, faint glow/low magic item. When the wearer is hit by damage, an invisible protective field automatically forms around their body. It can also be activated actively, with a defense value of 1000/1000. The defense value can be restored by infusing mental power or automatically absorbing stray energy particles. Compared to the alchemical grade protective ring he had received from Amy's master, the Extreme Protection Ring did not have usage limitations, instead, it featured a defense value. This isn't necessarily a comparison of superiority or inferiority. However, the fact that it passively activates protection at the moment of receiving damage was particularly appealing to Sunan. After all, no one could guarantee they would always be able to react in time when ambushed. With this feature, he could at least worry less about being caught off guard in the future. Sunan then summoned the steel golem to assist in testing the defense performance of the Extreme Protection Ring. The results were highly satisfactory. Standing still and applying no additional defenses, the steel golem attacked with all its might for over a minute before finally breaking through the protection of the Extreme Protection Ring. This was a legendary night-level full-force attack. This meant that if Sunan encountered an opponent of Hodge's caliber in the future, he could fight without any defense for at least a minute. And in battle, allowing a wizard apprentice to cast spells without concern for a full minute meant the consequences were clear. With Sunan's current mental power and spellcasting proficiency, a minute was enough time to unleash 30 to 40 spells. Truly the highest level faint glow magic item. Sunan felt a surge of joy. Faint glow level magic items were the highest grade that wizard apprentices could utilize. The Extreme Protection Ring he created was synthesized at the very limit of faint glow level, making it significantly more powerful than ordinary faint glow items. It's no wonder its defensive capabilities were so impressive. After testing the Extreme Protection Ring, Sunan started synthesizing the Ice Burst Necklace. Ice Burst Necklace, faint glow/low magic item. Upon activation, it releases an extreme cold shockwave centered around the wearer, covering a radius of 100 meters. All creatures within this range will suffer ice damage and receive a freezing slow effect. The closer they are to the wearer, the greater the damage. After use, it requires recharging to activate again. Again, the steel golem served as the test subject. Having witnessed the impressive performance of the extreme protection ring, Sunan was a bit more cautious, instructing the steel golem to stand 30 meters away before activating the ice burst necklace. Crack! In an instant, an intensely cold wave, almost capable of freezing bone marrow, descended. A visible white frost erupted from Sunan, instantly filling every inch of space within a 100-meter radius. The steel golem, not far away, quickly became covered in a thick layer of frost. A pale blue ice layer emerged from its feet, swiftly climbing up towards its ankles. Crack! Crack! Within the blink of an eye, the steel golem had been frozen into a solid ice sculpture. Although it shattered the ice layer and broke free almost immediately with its immense strength, its movements were notably hindered, slowed down significantly. Sunan quickly deactivated the ice burst necklace, leaving the air still tinged with a bone-chilling cold. Under the terrifying cold, the ground within 100 meters was completely encased in frost, forming a thin layer of light blue ice. Impressive! Sunan's face lit up with surprise. The power of the ice burst necklace exceeded his expectations. It's important to note that the steel golem, being a construct, already had high resistance to elemental damage. Yet, from 30 meters away, it still suffered significant damage and was physically affected, demonstrating just how formidable the ice burst necklace was. If a flesh and blood being were hit from just 2 or 3 meters away, even a legendary knight like Hodge would likely suffer severe injuries, if not worse. The ice burst necklace and the extreme protection ring are a perfect combination. Sunan's eyes sparkled with excitement. If the ice burst necklace had such powerful effects, then a purely damage-oriented faint glow-level magic item would surely be even more terrifying. Sunan felt a twinge of eagerness, wishing he could create one immediately. However, recalling the materials he had consumed to craft the extreme protection ring and the ice burst necklace, that impulse quickly faded. He currently had less than 100 gold coins left in hand. Until the profits from the new potions came in, he wouldn't be able to manufacture more faint glow-level magic items. My income is still too low, there are many things I can't do. Sunan sighed softly. The most direct way to increase income was to expand the scale of potion sales. However, he couldn't possibly spend too much time on potion making, he was already at his limit. He could only wait for Sherman and the others to grow up and learn how to make potions before considering scaling up. Chapter 77, Betrayal. After more than a year of construction and improvement, the base was now essentially on the right track. Most of the mundane tasks no longer required Sunan's attention, as the clay golems and the 3 apprentices handled them. Aside from occasionally checking on the magical plant garden, he focused his energy on meditation, crafting magic weapons, and potion making. Both his mental power and skill proficiency were steadily increasing. Sunan had expected this state of affairs to continue until he advanced to level 3 wizard apprentice, but then events occurred that disrupted his tranquil life. In the year 1251 of the starry calendar, during the month of fire flow, the principality's reinforcements stationed in the Frostflower province suffered heavy losses while attempting to eliminate the infected in Silver Ridge City, being ambushed from multiple directions by the attackers. The survival rate was dismal, with only 1 in 10 returning. The disaster in the Frostflower province had completely unraveled, and the army of infected began to spread to neighboring provinces. The borders of Red Leaf Province, White Tower Province, and Hullen Province came under attack from the infected forces, putting them in grave danger. The 3 marquises hurriedly mobilized their forces to defend the borders against the invading infected. In an instant, the southwestern part of the principality was engulfed in the smoke of war. In the council chamber, Sunan browsed through the battle reports, his brow furrowing. The disaster is spreading too quickly, and the failures of the military suppressions are too unusual. I see you feel the same way, Qi said as he handed over a letter. This is a letter from Chairman Mu Zhu, take a look. Sunan took the envelope, opened it, and narrowed his eyes slightly. The content was concise, indicating that Mu Zhu had sent his guard, the beastized human Oda, to investigate the outbreak of beastization syndrome in the Frostflower province. Upon arriving, Oda discovered that the place where his kin lived had long since been abandoned, all his people had vanished. Following the traces, he inadvertently found a group of mysterious individuals manipulating the infected. Just as he was about to continue his investigation, he was discovered by them. After a fierce battle, he barely escaped with serious injuries. Afterward, Oda didn't dare to stay in the Frost Flower province any longer and fled back to the Jinhua Principality overnight. Upon hearing Oda's account, Mu Zhu immediately realized the gravity of the situation and decisively halted the investigation. As a gesture of goodwill towards the Shimmering Territory, he wrote this letter to inform Qi and Sunan. So, the outbreak of beastization syndrome was indeed being driven by someone behind the scenes. Sunan set the letter down, his expression contemplative. But what could the mastermind's purpose be? Could it be the work of other nations? Qi speculated. The starry continent was not peaceful, wars erupted annually over territorial resources. For example, the neighboring Kangjin Empire had long been eyeing the Principality of Starlight. If not for the fact that the Kangjin Empire had just concluded a war and needed time to recuperate, they might have already launched a full-scale attack on the Principality of Starlight. Sunan thought for a moment and shook his head. That's unlikely. To orchestrate a disaster affecting multiple provinces, the mastermind's influence within the Principality must be deep-seated. Other nations simply lack that capacity. Qi considered this as well. If another nation possessed such power, they would have better means to conquer the Principality of Starlight and would not resort to such a destructive tactic. Even if successful in taking over the Principality of Starlight, they would only inherit a mess. But if it's not that, then who is behind this? Qi asked, puzzled. Sunan's expression remained calm. Whoever it is, the mastermind's ambitions must be significant, and their actions will not go unnoticed. With the disaster spreading to this extent, they should be ready to reveal themselves soon. As if to confirm Sunan's words, Qi's secretary suddenly rushed into the council chamber. Lord, we have new intelligence from Golden Rock City. Upon hearing it was news from Golden Rock City, Qi's expression became serious. He quickly took the parchment from the secretary and began reading it intently. After finishing the contents, Qi's face grew extremely solemn. He looked up at Sunan and said in a grave tone, "The Marquis of Golden Rock has betrayed us." Sunan was momentarily taken aback. This morning, the Marquis of Golden Rock announced that the Golden Rock province would secede from the Principality of Starlight and become independent. Baron Storm, Baron Winterfrost, Viscount Blackzee, and Viscount Feather Serpent have all rallied in response, forming a coalition for rebellion. Sunan's expression changed as he began to understand. So, this confirms that the mastermind behind the beastization syndrome incident is most likely the Marquis of Golden Rock. At that moment, Qi had also figured it out. The Marquis of Golden Rock initiating a rebellion against the Principality with the strength of a single province seemed unwise at first glance. However, the timing he chose was impeccable. Currently, the Frost Flower province was nearly in ruins, and the military had been severely depleted. The Red Leaf province, White Tower province, and Hulun province were all preoccupied with the invasion of infected forces and could not spare resources to deal with the Marquis of Golden Rock. The remaining Somon province and Zizua province were temporarily safe. However, the overall strength of these two provinces ranked among the lowest in the entire principality, and combined, they could not compete with a single Golden Rock province. Even if they chose not to confront the Marquis, he would likely turn his attention to invading them. Or rather, his initial targets were likely these two provinces. Taking advantage of the disaster's spread, he could swallow Somon province and Zizua province to bolster his power before plotting against the others. Of course, it was also possible that the Marquis of Golden Rock had merely seized the opportunity presented by the disaster and was not the mastermind behind it. However, given that the Marquis had been scheming to control the entire Golden Rock province for years, it was unlikely he had not anticipated the current situation. "We need to prepare early," Qi said in a serious tone. Sunan nodded solemnly. Before the Marquis of Golden Rock initiated an external war, the first thing he would do was eliminate any dissenting forces within the province. Over the years, the Marquis had developed his power in the shadows, and now, there were few noble lords in Golden Rock province who did not obey him. The Shimmering Territory was one of the few remaining resistances, and it had been the most vocal. It was reasonable to predict that the Marquis would be the first to send troops to attack the Shimmering Territory. In the worst-case scenario, the Shimmering Territory could soon face a coalition of nobles from a significant portion of the Golden Rock province. The situation was dire. However, neither Qi nor Sunan displayed any signs of panic. Both had long understood that the Shimmering Territory would inevitably face off against the Marquis of Golden Rock. The reason they had been accumulating power was to prepare for this moment. Thus, when the situation finally unfolded, they felt a strange sense of relief, as if the long-anticipated event had finally arrived. With winter approaching in just over 3 months, the Marquis of Golden Rock will likely want to end the war before the heavy snow blocks the roads. I estimate he will soon send a large army to attack us. We must immediately prepare for war. Chapter 78, Exceptional Treatment. In the year 1251 of the starry calendar, during the month of fire flow, the Marquis of Golden Rock initiated a rebellion and announced independence. Shortly thereafter, 12 influential lords, including Baron Storm, Baron Winterfrost, Viscount Blackzee, and Viscount Feather Serpent, responded and formed the Golden Rock Coalition. The next day, the Golden Rock Coalition's army marched to subdue the noble lords within the Golden Rock province who opposed the declaration of independence, including 3 barons and 1 viscount. War was imminent. In the council chamber of Shimmering City, Ki, Sunan, 3 nobles, and numerous knights gathered to discuss how to confront the Golden Rock Coalition. According to the intelligence, the Marquis of Golden Rock has led his troops to Mengguang City, which is located at the intersection of the borders of Somon Province, Zizua Province, and Golden Rock Province. I suspect he wants to personally oversee the area to prevent a surprise attack from Somon Province and Zizua Province, Brett explained, gesturing to a military map of the Principality of Starlight laid out on the long table in the center of the room. Each point he made was marked on the map. Aside from the Marquis of Golden Rock, the other coalition lords have split their forces into 4 routes. Viscount Blackzee is leading 1 army to attack Chijiao territory. Viscount Feather Serpent is leading 1 army to attack Mingzhen territory. Viscount Liao Wolf is leading 1 army to attack Panshan territory. Baron Storm and Baron Winterfrost are joining forces to attack our Shimmering territory. As the last statement hung in the air, everyone in the room involuntarily twitched their lips and exchanged glances with Sunan. The other 3 territories under attack were each led by a viscount, while the Shimmering territory faced the combined forces of 2 barons. The Shimmering territory was merely a baron territory. This treatment was exceptionally outstanding. Everyone present understood that the preferential treatment the Shimmering territory received from the Golden Rock Coalition was entirely due to Sunan's influence. Perhaps in the eyes of the Marquis of Golden Rock, Sunan alone was more troublesome than an entire viscounty. Facing the gazes of the crowd, Sunan remained calm, his expression unruffled. He cleared his throat and asked, "How many troops do Baron Storm and Baron Winterfrost have?" "Preliminary estimates indicate at least 30,000, Brett replied solemnly. Upon hearing this figure, the other commanders frowned tightly. Although the Shimmering territory had been steadily expanding its military capabilities and had the dragon blood fruits and lower-tier dragon blood potions as 2 major advantages, it currently had only about 8,000 combat-ready troops, not counting the militia. This level of military strength surpassed that of most viscount territories but was still somewhat inadequate against 2 barons. "Where are they now?" Ki asked again. Brett glanced at the map and replied, "In no more than 10 days, they will reach the Shimmering territory. Based on their marching route, Baron Storm's destination should be Firefly City, while Baron Winterfrost's destination is likely Kylan City. They probably aim to stretch the front and disperse our forces." Ki furrowed his brow in contemplation for a moment before suddenly calling out, "Jodin, Stolly." "Yes, my lord." The 2 nobles immediately stood up. "I will assign 3,000 troops to you, you will go to defend Kylan City. At the very least, hold off Baron Winterfrost for 2 months." "Understood, my lord." Jodin and Stolly replied without hesitation. Kylan City was surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, with steep terrain, allowing for relatively easy troop deployment on the flat front, making it easier to defend against attacks. With 3,000 troops at their disposal, they were quite confident in holding Kylan City for 2 months. "I will personally lead the army to defend Firefly City," Ki declared in a serious tone. Brett immediately understood Ki's intentions and hesitated, saying, "My lord, are you aiming to defeat Baron Storm's army within 2 months? Won't that be a bit rushed?" Ki shook his head. He understood this reasoning. However, if Jodin and Stolly could hold off Baron Winterfrost for 2 months, it would be a considerable achievement. If they failed to defeat Baron Storm's forces during that time, and if Winterfrost's forces managed to breach Kylan City first, they'd be caught in a pincer attack, making matters worse. Though the disparity in numbers was significant. With 5,000 against over 10,000. Ki still had his trump cards. First, there was the Blackstone Cavalry. Thanks to the dragon blood fruits, the Blackstone Cavalry had expanded to a scale of 500 soldiers. Even though knights made up only 2/3 of that number, their combat power was still impressive. In the entire Golden Rock province, it would be difficult to find another unit as elite as the Blackstone Cavalry. With the Blackstone Cavalry, Key was confident in facing Baron Storm's army head-on. Secondly, of course, was Sunan. Key turned to Sunan with a serious expression and asked, "Sunan, what do you propose?" Sunan replied calmly, "I need a batch of gemstones and a large quantity of granite." The crowd was momentarily taken aback, their expressions filled with confusion. Key, however, quickly realized what Sunan was suggesting, his eyes lighting up. "You want to create stone golems?" He had seen the stone golems in Sunan's base, each one possessed combat power at the level of formal knights. Though they were only junior knights, their fearlessness and resistance to pain made them formidable on the battlefield, capable of being one against many in warfare. With 100 stone golems, combined with the Blackstone Cavalry, Key would have complete confidence in defeating Baron Storm's forces. Sunan nodded lightly, confirming Key's guess. Due to the recent rapid expansion of the Blackstone Cavalry, the demand for Blackstone iron had exceeded supply. As a result, Sunan had to pause his plans to create the truncated version of the steel golem, leaving him with no extra steel golems to contribute to the war effort. Notably, Sunan had attempted to create soul cores from gemstones, but unfortunately, the final product could not replace soul crystals. After all, the core of a soul crystal was the soul energy it contained. Gemstone-based soul cores inherently lacked soul energy, so no matter how he synthesized them, they couldn't produce it. However, while the truncated steel golems couldn't be made this way, stone golems could. The materials for stone golems, gemstones, granite, and silver, were relatively easy to gather in large quantities in a short time. As for finances, although the territory's finances were tight, solutions were available. At worst, he could request an advance on the profits from potion sales from the Firefox Trading Company. He was confident that Mu Zhu would agree to their request. After all, unless he wanted to see the Shimmering Territory defeated, thus cutting off the potion sales route, he would surely comply. "Excellent," Key said, his spirits lifted. "With the stone golems, we will surely win this battle." The other knights, under Jotun's explanation, began to understand the combat power of the stone golems and displayed excited expressions. No wonder Lord Sunan was so impressive, his brilliant strategies and tactics were endless. With Sunan's presence, even facing the united forces of two barons, they felt utterly unafraid. "Have the materials transported to Firefly City. I'll bring the monocrystal forging furnace there to create the golems directly." Sunan smiled slightly and added, "We need to give our distant guests a surprise." Chapter 80, Infiltration. As night fell, thick clouds obscured the silver moon in the sky. The moonlight was faint, like a delicate ink wash painting in the dark night, barely visible. About 500 or 600 meters from the southern gate of Firefly City, 3 scouts lay in a dug trench, watching the movements at the city gate. "This Firefly City is like a tortoise shell. We've been attacking for so many days and still can't break through. It's really exhausting. Sigh, ultimately, it's the Blackstone leopards. Those creatures are too troublesome. I heard they were made by a wizard." "Tisk tisk, a wizard, hey? I've heard that it's because there's a wizard on the side of the Shimmering Territory that the Marquis sent 2 barons over here to create such a big commotion. Is a wizard really as powerful as the legends say?" The scout on the far left spoke half-believingly, but after a while, he noticed his 2 companions had not responded. He turned in confusion and was shocked to find them lying still on the ground, unmoving. Not good. His heart tightened as he immediately sensed something was wrong. Just as he was about to spring up, he felt a sharp pain in his neck, and his consciousness quickly plunged into eternal darkness. Sunan slowly retracted his hand, his face calm and devoid of any emotion. With his current physical prowess rivaling that of a peak knight, silently dispatching 3 scouts who weren't even knights was effortless. After carefully examining the faces and bodies of the corpses, Sunan softly uttered an incantation. Under the moonlight, his figure and appearance swiftly transformed, and in the blink of an eye, he looked exactly like the fallen scout. Even his clothes and weapons were identical. Magic disguise. This spell allowed the caster to alter their appearance, including attire and equipment. It was somewhat similar to transmutation. The difference was that magic disguise could only change one's appearance, even if transformed into a creature, the caster would not gain any abilities of that creature. Additionally, human spellcasters could only transform into human forms, humanoid creatures, or other bipedal beings resembling humans, but not into creatures of other races. Once the disguise was complete, Sunan woke the other two scouts and cast Charm Human to control them. With everything prepared, Sunan instructed the two scouts to carry him as they hurried back to the camp of Baron Storm's army. The camp of Baron Storm was brightly lit. The bright lights extended 100 meters beyond the camp, making it easy for anyone approaching to be detected. Halt! The guards immediately spotted the approaching trio and commanded them to stop. We were attacked by the enemy, and one of our brothers is injured. The captain of the guards signaled for everyone to be on alert and stepped forward to inspect. He quickly recognized the 3 scouts as the ones sent out to monitor the city gate. Seeing the bloodied wound on the injured man, his doubts eased a little. Did the enemy leave the city? No, Firefly City hasn't opened its gates. The ones who attacked us must have been enemy scouts. Hearing this, the captain relaxed, glad that the enemy had not sent out troops. However, as a precaution, he instructed one of his subordinates, Ham, go report this to Lord Thomas. Yes, Captain. A soldier nodded and hurried off. The captain turned back to the 3 scouts and waved his hand. You can go in now. Take the injured one to the medical area. The 2 scouts thanked him and rushed into the depths of the camp, carrying their injured comrade to the infirmary. The captain couldn't help but inwardly admire the camaraderie among these 3. In the center of the camp, a command tent. Inside the spacious tent, a group of people sat around together. Baron Storm sat at the head of the table, his expression dark and silent. The other commanders below observed with detached expressions, remaining equally silent. After a long while, Baron Storm finally broke the silence with a hoarse voice. It has been 5 days. Despite our significant numerical advantage, why have you not yet captured Firefly City? Give me a reasonable explanation. Several older commanders twitched at the corners of their eyes, unable to suppress their inner thoughts. Numerical advantage, indeed. While their forces outnumbered those of Firefly City, they were still facing the Blackstone Cavalry, an elite unit. Not to mention, those 500 Blackstone Leopards were more effective for defending the city than 10,000 soldiers. If it weren't for the fact that they had numerous knights on their side, they might have been forced to retreat long ago. For Baron Storm to say such a thing indicated that his military capabilities were lacking compared to his brothers. However, the truth was, if he were not so mediocre and easily controlled, the Marquis of Golden Rock would never have supported him to take this position. Sensing that he had lost his temper, Baron Storm took a deep breath to calm his anger and coldly said, "That coward Key is holed up inside the city, refusing to engage us in a frontal battle. Can we bypass Firefly City and directly attack the Shimmering Territory, forcing him to come out?" At this suggestion, the expressions of the assembled commanders twitched even more. One commander finally couldn't hold back and spoke up, "My lord, if we don't take Firefly City first, what if they send troops from there to attack us while we're assaulting the Shimmering Territory? The consequences would be disastrous." Baron Storm's expression froze as he realized he had asked a foolish question. He angrily retorted, "Then what do you suggest we do?" The commanders exchanged glances, unsure of how to respond. After a long pause, an older commander finally suggested, "My lord, we don't need to rush. Time is on our side. We just need to wait until Baron Winterfrost captures Kylan City and joins forces with us. With both armies combined, breaking through Firefly City will be much easier." Baron Storm's expression darkened. He understood this logic all too well. However, if they did that, the credit for the assault on the Shimmering Territory would largely go to Baron Winterfrost. He was not willing to be a pawn for Baron Winterfrost. Realizing this, Baron Storm firmly rejected, "No, we must capture Firefly City before Baron Winterfrost arrives." The other commanders exchanged glances, their faces revealing their helplessness. Just then, commotion erupted outside. Baron Storm, already frustrated, slammed his hand on the table and shouted, "Who dares to violate camp discipline and make noise in the middle of the night? Drag them out and execute them." "My lord, something's wrong." The commander who had spoken earlier suddenly stood up and, without waiting for Baron Storm's response, rushed out of the tent with a serious expression. The others quickly followed, rushing outside the tent. Once outside, the sounds became much clearer. They could hear distant, eerie screams. "That direction, it's the infirmary!" the commander exclaimed, his face changing dramatically. At that moment, a messenger rushed over, panic evident on his face as he knelt down and urgently said, "My lord, there are monsters appearing in the infirmary." "Monsters? What kind of monsters?" Baron Storm looked bewildered. But he wouldn't have to wonder for long. With a thunderous crash, a tent 100 meters away was suddenly sent flying into the air, and a gust of wind blew away the dust, revealing a towering, humanoid figure made entirely of rock. With a single punch, it smashed down, crushing several soldiers along with their armor into a bloody pulp and leaving a massive crater in the ground. The terrifying power made many commanders' scalps tingle. In the distance, more identical rock creatures were rampaging, slaughtering the panicking soldiers. What is happening? Baron Storm stared in horror at the monsters. This was the core of their camp, heavily guarded by thousands of troops. How had these monsters appeared here? Chapter 81, High resistance to spells is relative. Boom! Boom! The massive sounds echoed far into the night. Chaos quickly spread from the infirmary throughout the camp. Many soldiers were jolted awake from their sleep, hastily donning their armor. As they stepped out of their tents, they barely had time to comprehend what was happening before they were struck by enormous fists, their bodies sent flying and splattering in mid-air. From the highest-ranking generals down to the ordinary soldiers, no one had anticipated that the enemy would infiltrate the heart of their camp, catching everyone completely off guard. As a result, they were unable to organize any effective counterattacks. The brutal slaughter spread at a terrifying speed. Damn it! Stop those monsters! The oldest commander was the first to react, immediately drawing his weapon and charging towards the stone golems. The others snapped awake, some rushing forward to block the creatures, while others shouted orders to calm the soldiers in an attempt to regain control of the situation. But just then, a deafening shout of battle erupted from the direction of the camp gates. Baron Storm nearly blacked out from rage. He didn't have to think long to know that Key was leading his troops into an attack. In normal circumstances, he would be eager for such a move. But now, with the camp in disarray, it was the weakest moment for them. An assault from Firefly City at this time would be akin to stabbing a knife into their back, with disastrous consequences. Damn it! Damn it! Baron Storm jumped in frustration, cursing loudly. He couldn't fathom how the enemy had managed to infiltrate the core of their camp. Those rock creatures were so large that even a blind man wouldn't miss them. A bunch of useless fools. Baron Storm wished he could execute all the guards and patrolling soldiers on the spot, but he wasn't foolish enough to let chaos reign. He took a deep breath and forced himself to remain calm. With his guards protecting him, he retreated from the monstrous creatures and pulled out a grey-black fang from his pocket. The fang was extremely sharp and resembled a beast's tusk, covered in eerie blood-red patterns that exuded a sinister aura. Baron Storm cut his left thumb with a small knife and pressed the wound against the beast fang. Fresh blood flowed along the fang's red patterns, and a layer of strange blood light flickered across its surface. In the next moment, the tent next to the command tent exploded into pieces, and more than a dozen figures surged out, instantly dashing towards Baron Storm. In the flickering firelight, it was clear that these figures wore thick cloaks that concealed their tall forms, and heavy, beast-like breathing could be heard from beneath their hooded caps. "Kill those monsters!" Baron Storm shouted. The more than a dozen cloaked figures charged towards the surrounding stone golems without uttering a word. As they rushed, their cloaks billowed, revealing arms covered in thick fur and sharp claws, resembling beasts. Crack! The sharp claws struck the stone golem, instantly chipping off a large piece of rock. More claw strikes followed in a torrential downpour, and within moments, the stone golems were shredded into fragments. In just the first exchange, over 10 stone golems were torn apart, turning into a pile of rubble. Not far away, Sunan, who had just arrived, watched this scene with astonishment. Beastized humans. The primal, feral aura emanating from these cloaked figures was almost impossible to hide, not to mention their distinctly beast-like characteristics. They were undoubtedly beastized humans. So it really is related to the beastization disaster in the Frostflower province and the Marquis of Golden Rock. Sunan's eyes narrowed as he looked at the blood-red fang in Baron Storm's hand. He wasn't particularly surprised that Baron Storm had a trump card. After what happened with Owen, it would be foolish for the Marquis of Golden Rock and his allies not to take precautions against his possible assassination attempts. Now it seemed that these beastized humans were likely meant to guard against him. However, Sunan felt puzzled that these beastized humans seemed to possess only the combat power of junior knights, with a few reaching the level of intermediate knights. While that might be sufficient to deal with others, it seemed inadequate to confront him. Baron Storm couldn't possibly be oblivious to this. Or was there something peculiar about the abilities of these beastized humans? In the chaotic camp, Sunan stood out in stark contrast, making him an obvious target. Barren Storm and the others quickly noticed his presence. One commander immediately shouted, "Which squad are you from?" Sunan smiled faintly, no longer hiding his form, and dispelled the spell to return to his original appearance. The soldiers blinked in disbelief as they watched the scout transform into a young man in an instant. Barren Storm's eyes widened in realization as he blurted out, "Sunan." His tone became high-pitched due to shock. However, at that moment, no one cared about him. All eyes were fixed on the young man before them. So this was the wizard from the Shimmering Territory? At this moment, they finally understood how the monsters had appeared in the heavily guarded core of their camp. The legendary wizard could even accomplish something like this. Kill him! Snapping back to reality, Barren Storm's face contorted as he issued the command, the fang in his hand shining ominously. In an instant, the surrounding beastized humans unhesitatingly abandoned their targets and turned to charge at Sunan. Sunan's expression remained calm as he unleashed his prepared spell missiles. With his increased mental power, the number of spell missiles he could conjure had risen to 5. The 5 missiles shot through the air like streaks of lightning, accurately hitting a charging beastized human. However, to Sunan's surprise, upon impact, the spell missiles left only a fist-sized wound, and the beastized human merely swayed slightly before continuing its charge as if unfazed. High spell resistance. Sunan's expression grew serious as he finally understood the enemy's advantage. Typically, knights infected with beastization syndrome would lose their ability to use their fighting spirit, but their physical strength would increase significantly, enhancing their combat power. The beastized humans before him, aside from their exceptional strength, seemed to have undergone some modification that greatly enhanced their resistance to spells, clearly designed to counter him as a wizard apprentice. Body modification. Could it be that the Marquis of Golden Rock has a wizard apprentice in his ranks? Sunan's mind raced with uncertainty. From past actions, it didn't seem like the Marquis of Golden Rock was backed by a wizard apprentice, otherwise, they wouldn't have repeatedly underestimated him. Yet the presence of these beastized humans contradicted that assumption. But now wasn't the time for such considerations. As the beastized humans charged closer, Sunan decisively activated the Ice Burst necklace. High spell resistance is relative. When the power of a spell is sufficiently strong, high spell resistance can easily turn into low spell resistance. In front of the shocked gazes of Barren Storm and his commanders, an extreme chill, laden with visible frost, erupted from Sunan, radiating explosively in all directions. Crack! Crack! The more than 10 beastized humans charging towards Sunan didn't even have time to react before they were instantly frozen into icy sculptures, crashing to the ground with a thud. From above, it was evident that the area within a 100-meter radius of Sunan had transformed into an icy wasteland, with a thick layer of ice forming on the ground. The wide camp was suddenly filled with a blinding frost. Chapter 82, The Unknown Wizard Apprentice. Barren Storm stared in disbelief at the scene before him, his mind blank as he gaped, unable to utter a single word. How had it come to this? Hadn't the Marquis said that these beastized humans were highly effective against wizards, capable of easily suppressing Sunan? But what was happening now? These beastized warriors, whom he had high hopes for, couldn't even withstand a single confrontation with Sunan. This was utterly absurd. He simply couldn't comprehend it. The air was filled with a bone-chilling cold. Sunan glanced at the frozen beastized humans, a flicker of satisfaction in his eyes. Had he faced these creatures while still battling Hodge, he would have been forced to retreat. The Marquis of Golden Rock had likely seen him at that time as a benchmark and deemed these beastized humans adequate to counter him, which wasn't entirely incorrect. But times had changed, he had many more trump cards now, and the Marquis's understanding of his strength was outdated. Pulling his gaze away from the ice sculptures, Sunan turned to look at Barren Storm. Meeting Sunan's indifferent stare, Barren Storm felt as though he had been doused in cold water, jolting him back to reality. "Stop him!" Barren Storm cried out in terror, ordering his guards to block Sunan while he scrambled backwards in fear. The guards, though terrified, dared not disobey and charged towards Sunan with steely resolve. What awaited them was a surge of blazing flames. Burning hands. Intense flames erupted from Sunan's palm, fanning out in a conical shape, engulfing 100 square meters in fiery waves. The soldiers charging forward were instantly transformed into torches, screaming in agony as they fell to the ground, rolling and struggling before their cries faded into silence. Just as Sunan finished taking out these guards, 2 more commanders rushed over, having heard Barren Storm's cries for help. Their bodies were enveloped in the radiant aura of fighting spirit, clearly indicating they were powerful knights. This is troublesome. Sunan swiftly tossed out 2 runic gemstones. Boom! Lightning suddenly ripped through the night. The 2 fierce knights charging to protect their lord didn't even get within 5 meters of Sunan before they were obliterated, turning into charred remains on the ground. Sunan didn't even spare the corpses a glance as he darted forward, quickly closing the distance to Barren Storm. Seeing this unfold, Barren Storm was filled with dread, wishing he could sprout 2 extra legs to escape. However, he was only a junior knight, and compared to Sunan, who was as swift as a peak knight, he was quickly caught up. Swish! A greyish beam shot through the air like an arrow, striking the fleeing Barren Storm. Weakening ray. In an instant, Barren Storm felt an overwhelming sense of weakness wash over him. His legs buckled, and he fell to the ground, landing awkwardly. However, he paid no mind to the pain, struggling to get back on his feet while fearfully glancing at Sunan. Don't kill me! I beg you, spare me! Sunan raised an eyebrow, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. He recalled the former Barren Storm, a dignified and resilient knight. In contrast, the man before him was the epitome of a coward. Without saying a word, Sunan cast sleep to silence him. How to handle Barren Storm was a matter for Ki to decide. Sunan surveyed the surroundings. The carnage wrought by the stone golems left the forces of the storm territory decimated. The few soldiers still stubbornly resisting lost their will to fight when they saw their leader captured, dropping their weapons and fleeing. Within moments, Ki burst into the camp with his troops. To prevent any surprises, Sunan had previously stationed Yinglong by Ki's side. With Yinglong's assistance, their charge into the camp went smoothly, encountering little resistance. Seeing Sunan unharmed, Ki breathed a sigh of relief. Though he knew Sunan was powerful, sending him deep into enemy lines was naturally worrying. Now that he saw Sunan was unscathed, he could finally relax. Amid his relief, Ki couldn't help but reflect on how Sunan had single-handedly infiltrated the enemy camp and emerged without a scratch, achieving what few others could. Brett and the others quickly noticed the ice covering the ground, their eyes widening in shock. What is this? Look over there. So many ice sculptures. Did Lord Sunan do this? Looking at the frost-covered area within 100 meters, they instinctively swallowed. Only Lord Sunan could create such an impressive spectacle. This guy is the new Barren Storm, you handle him. Sunan pointed to the unconscious Barren Storm on the ground. Good job. Ki said, excitement evident on his face. After tonight's battle, the forces of Barren Storm would no longer pose a threat. They could then turn their attention to the troops of Baron Winterfrost to relieve Kylan City. As long as they defeated Baron Winterfrost, the Shimmering Territory would gain a much-needed respite. If they acted quickly, they could even take advantage of the enemy's disarray to swiftly conquer both the Storm and Winterfrost territories, significantly boosting their own strength. The tide of the situation had clearly turned. Take this man and lock him up. Ki ordered his soldiers to drag the unconscious Barren Storm away before looking at the ice sculptures nearby. What are those? Beastized humans, Sunan replied succinctly. Ki was taken aback. How had beastized humans ended up here? But he quickly realized that they were likely intended as a precaution against Sunan. It seemed the Marquis of Golden Rock had greatly underestimated Sunan's power. The beastized humans had turned out to be completely ineffective. Ki thought this was rather normal, as even he himself couldn't fully see Sunan's true strength. The number of trump cards Sunan possessed was simply staggering. Now, it's confirmed that the spread of beastization syndrome is indeed orchestrated by the Marquis of Golden Rock. Ki furrowed his brow. That old man is truly ruthless, willing to sacrifice thousands of lives for his own interests. Sunan said solemnly, the Marquis alone couldn't have pulled off such an operation. I suspect there might be a wizard apprentice backing him. A wizard apprentice? Ki exclaimed in shock. With Sunan as a living example, he had a deep understanding of the power of a wizard apprentice. If the Marquis of Golden Rock had a wizard apprentice supporting him, the situation would become very tricky. Right now, it's still just a suspicion. I'll need to investigate these beings further to find out for sure. Sunan glanced at the blood-marked fang in his hand and then at the ice sculptures nearby. He planned to dissect these beastized humans tonight to see if they were indeed the work of another wizard apprentice. I still have use for those ice sculptures. Send people to help me transport them back to Firefly City. Sure, I'll have someone take care of that right away. Ki nodded anxiously and turned to give orders. Chapter 84, Governing by Division. In the temporary puppet factory, a dissected beastized human lay on a large workbench. The blood was frozen due to the lingering chill, preventing it from spilling everywhere. Sunan set down his tools, released Mage Hand, and wore a contemplative expression. As I suspected, these individuals have awakened their beastly bloodline factors, exhibiting irreversible atavism. They are indeed afflicted with beastization syndrome. Moreover, they all show signs of physical enhancement, which is definitely the work of a wizard apprentice. Sunan glanced at the corner where more than a dozen beastized humans stood quietly. He had studied the blood-marked fang he obtained from Barren Storm and confirmed that it was a magical item used to control beastized humans. It was similar to the necklace he used to control the black stone leopards in his cavalry. Such magical items designed for specific puppets or slaves are generally not difficult to create, but the manufacturers often add unique enchanted runes to serve as a form of encryption. Anyone other than the creator would need a magic item manufacturing skill at least 2 or 3 levels higher to crack and use these magical items. From the craftsmanship of the blood-marked fang, Sunan estimated that the creator's magic item manufacturing skill was likely low, probably only at level 1. However, his own skill was only at level 2, making it impossible for him to unravel its secrets. He could only use the fang to suppress the beastized humans, preventing them from turning hostile towards him. It's a pity that the control targets of this magical item are specific, it can't be used to suppress other beastized humans. Sunan shook his head. This fang could only suppress the dozen or so beastized humans before him, rendering it mostly useless to him. Sighing, Sunan disposed of the beastized humans and then destroyed the blood-marked fang. These creatures could no longer be saved, for them, death was a release. Regardless, it's now confirmed that the Marquis of Golden Rock is indeed backed by a wizard apprentice, and the beastization disaster is likely related to that wizard apprentice. Unlike the incident with Amy, Sunan was certain this time that he was dealing with a genuine, living wizard apprentice. He was also the first wizard apprentice Sunan encountered in this world. He was confident that this individual was not a full-fledged wizard, otherwise, they wouldn't have to resort to such convoluted methods to deal with him. I just wonder if it's a level 2 or level 3 wizard apprentice. Sunan's expression grew serious. Compared to the influential Marquis of Golden Rock, a wizard apprentice was far more concerning to him. After all, the former could not realistically kill him unless 4 or 5 legendary knights attacked him simultaneously. In contrast, a wizard apprentice posed a much greater threat. Especially a level 3 wizard apprentice, who could skillfully manipulate energy particles without needing to rely on rune gemstones to cast energy runes. They would also have mastered second circle spells and advanced magical techniques. Even with his many trump cards, Sunan couldn't guarantee he could handle a level 3 wizard apprentice. Dealing with a level 3 wizard apprentice, even with the ice burst necklace and the extreme protection ring, isn't safe. I need to prepare more trump cards. Though it was uncertain whether he would face that wizard apprentice, Sunan felt it prudent to prepare early. Being cautious was always wise. After a moment of thought, he quickly devised a plan. First, he would craft new faint glow level magical items. These would be entirely focused on offense, unlike the ice burst necklace. Next, he needed to prepare additional trump cards. Just in time, I had an idea previously, I can try it out now. Sunan opened his palm, looking at the rune gemstones, his eyes gleaming with determination. On the night of the ambush, the shimmering territory had easily overwhelmed Barren Storm's forces. The army suffered minimal casualties. Seizing the opportunity, Ki decided to leave part of the army to guard the prisoners, while he led the Blackstone cavalry and the remaining forces to Kylan City overnight. Sunan accompanied them with the Golem Legion. Baron Winterfrost had never anticipated that Barren Storm would be defeated so swiftly. By the time he received news of the defeat, Ki had already positioned his army to block his retreat. Thus, faced with the fierce assault of the Blackstone cavalry and the Stone Golem Legion, Baron Winterfrost's forces, caught in a pincer movement, predictably fell into disarray. Baron Winterfrost was captured, and the following day, he was executed alongside Barren Storm. When the news broke, it sent shockwaves throughout the Golden Rock province and even across the entire Principality of Starlight. No one had expected that with the combined forces of 2 major baronies, they would fail to capture a mere barren territory and instead be utterly defeated, resulting in the capture and execution of both barons. This dramatic turn of events unfolded in less than a month. The Marquis of Golden Rock, stationed in Mengguang City, had barely had time to react before the shimmering territory, with impressive momentum, eradicated the remaining forces in both the Storm and Winter Frost territories, claiming both lands. They then swiftly advanced to attack other territories. In shock, the Marquis of Golden Rock had no choice but to return to lead the united forces against the Shimmering Territories' advance. What followed was a fierce war. Having witnessed the formidable combat power of the stone golems, Qi wasted no time investing all the gold he acquired from looting the Storm and Winter Frost territories into building the Golem Legion. One stone golem after another emerged from the puppet factory, immediately deployed into battle. Initially, Sunan had hoped to infiltrate again, but after Baron Storm's experience, the Marquis had tightened security. Everyone entering or exiting the camp underwent strict scrutiny. Sunan even discovered magical items designed to detect mana. As a result, he had no choice but to abandon that plan. Although his infiltration attempt had failed, the stone golems still performed admirably on the front lines. With the Golem Legion and the Blackstone Cavalry combined, the Shimmering Territory now had the strength to confront the Golden Rock Coalition directly. The war continued until the month of Frostfall. It wasn't until the first snow fell that both sides tacitly agreed to cease hostilities. With heavy snow blanketing the land, marching became difficult. Even the Shimmering Territory's supply lines, supported by clay golem logistics, faced significant strain, necessitating a truce. Thus, compared to 5 months prior, the Golden Rock province had undergone a dramatic transformation. Aside from the Shimmering Territory, the other two baronies and the Viscount Territory had long since been wiped out by the Golden Rock Coalition. Now, the vast Golden Rock province was left with only the Shimmering Territory and the Golden Rock Coalition as the two major powers. The Shimmering Territory had expanded its territory from its initial holdings to now encompass the Storm and Winter Frost territories, nearly occupying half the area of the Golden Rock province. It was a situation that resembled a division of the land between the Marquis of Golden Rock and the Shimmering Territory. This development had left many nobles stunned. No one had anticipated that the Marquis of Golden Rock, who had aggressively raised the banner of rebellion, would be so thoroughly devastated, losing nearly half his territory without ever having stepped out of his own province. And all of this was orchestrated by a mere barren territory. The name of the Shimmering Territory now resounded throughout the Principality of Starlight. Sunan's name also gradually spread in some hidden circles. In the year 1252 of the starry calendar, during the month of Winter's Song, January. The snow was falling particularly heavily today, and by the end of the month, there was no sign of thawing. However, this was a good thing for the Shimmering Territory, providing ample time for recovery. The expansion of territory meant increased taxes and population, laying a broader foundation for military expansion. As soon as the war concluded, Qi began consolidating the governance of the territory and launched a large-scale recruitment campaign, intending to bolster military strength during the winter months in preparation for battles in the spring. Simultaneously, a new round of wizard qualification assessments was initiated. With the expansion of territory and a surge in population, this round of assessments was significantly larger than before. It was anticipated that many more children would qualify as wizard apprentices. Throughout the month of Winter's Song, the Shimmering Territory was in full swing. Sunan was no exception, diving into various tedious manufacturing tasks. With the consolidation of new territories, the Shimmering Territory suddenly found itself with a large number of knights. This surge in knights also led to a significant increase in demand for magical weapons. Sunan had to allocate more time to focus on crafting magical weapons. Additionally, the Blackstone Cavalry was rapidly expanding. With an ample supply of knights, Qi decided to transform the Blackstone Cavalry into a fully fledged knight army, ordering that only knights could join the unit from now on. As for the existing squire members, they were given priority for dragon blood fruits, aiming to help them quickly advance to knights. According to Qi's plan, he intended to create a proper knight army before the snow melted, ready to trample over the Marquis of Golden Rock's territory. Thanks to this, Sunan found himself tasked with crafting more Blackstone leopards. Currently, the output from the Blackstone mine was insufficient to meet the growing demand for Blackstone leopards, so he needed to find other suitable materials to replace it. I feel like I'm becoming a tool for work. Sunan sighed lightly, trying to console himself that the expansion of the territory was beneficial for him, as it would provide more gold for purchasing materials. Especially since after advancing to a level 3 wizard apprentice, there would be even more financial demands. And this situation was only temporary. Once Sherman and the others matured and took over the responsibilities of potion making and Blackstone leopard crafting, he would have a much easier time. Despite his busy schedule, Sunan never let up on his training. By the time the month of revival, February, arrived, his mental power had increased to 27.45. Simultaneously, he had finally gathered all the materials needed for the nightmare potion. Without delay, Sunan began crafting the nightmare potion that very day. With a potion-making skill of level 4, he was more than capable of creating second circle potions. That said, he still failed twice, finally succeeding on the third attempt to create the nightmare potion. Success! Looking at the potion in his hand, Sunan let out a long sigh of relief. The bloody mandrake he obtained from Stone Bell City had only enough for 3 nightmare potions. If he had failed a third time, it would have been a significant loss. Fortunately, his luck hadn't run that low. It was indeed the right decision to raise my potion-making skill to level 4 before attempting to craft the nightmare potion. The difficulty of second circle potions is far higher than that of first circle potions. After steadying his mind, Sunan focused on the potion. The transparent, slender bottle contained a violet liquid, sparkling with countless shimmering specks of light. Under the glow of the monolamp, it radiated a mesmerizingly beautiful hue. From its appearance alone, it was hard to guess that such a beautiful potion bore the ominous name of nightmare. It's a pity, if I could craft 2 nightmare potions and then combine them, I might be able to push my mental power over 30 points. With only one, it probably won't be enough. Sunan felt a twinge of regret, but he quickly regained his composure. Even if consuming the nightmare potion didn't push his mental power to 30 points, it wouldn't be far off. At most, after meditating for another month or 2, he would definitely advance to level 3 wizard apprentice. Taking out mana stones and silver from his space ring, Sunan set up an energy concentration magic circle in the meditation room. He then activated the circle, filling the room with a large number of energy particles. After completing all of this, he sat cross-legged on the ground, taking a deep breath to clear his mind. He gently uncorked the potion and raised it to his lips, drinking it all in one go. The slightly cool potion surged into his stomach, transforming into a wave of icy energy that quickly flowed through his limbs. Sunan leaned back and relaxed his mind and body. About 10 seconds later, his body suddenly tensed up, and he began convulsing violently. Visible to the naked eye, the veins on his exposed hands and feet bulged out, twisting and contorting like worms. His skin flushed abnormally, large beads of sweat appearing and soaking his clothes in no time. If a wizard were present and scanned him with their mental power, they would see countless energy particles surging toward him, almost completely enveloping him, resembling a colorful cocoon. Every second, an uncountable number of energy particles seeped through his skin's pores into his body. Sunan gritted his teeth, enduring the overwhelming pain flooding his nerves. Faintly, he sensed a chilling aura slowly spreading throughout the room. Tap! A faint sound of footsteps echoed beside him. Sunan struggled to turn his head, shocked to discover a group of grotesque monsters had inexplicably appeared in the room. They resembled humanoid creatures composed of rotting flesh, thick, muddy liquid dripping from their skin, sizzling as it hit the ground and corroding it into small pits. Even more unsettling was the massive mouth filled with sharp teeth in the center of their decaying bodies, remnants of flesh still visible between their teeth. The monsters growled and writhed, approaching Sunan with malevolent intent. Sunan lay on the ground, his body rigid and unable to move, helplessly watching as these creatures closed in on him, their sharp teeth ready to tear into his flesh. The intense pain washed over him like a tide, wave after wave, seemingly endless, until eventually, he became numb to the pain, feeling nothing at all. In this way, Sunan watched helplessly as he was torn apart, his body reduced to fragments of flesh and bone, consumed by the monsters, leaving only his head behind to witness his own dismemberment. Swish! With a faint sound, everything vanished. The monsters, blood and slime all disappeared without a trace. The room returned to calm. Sunan lay on the ground, drenched in sweat, as if he had just been dragged out of water. Damn it, this side effect is over the top. Sunan couldn't help but curse. He finally understood why the potion was called nightmare. Even though he consciously recognized that it was just an illusion, watching himself being dismembered was an unbearable experience. The pain during the process felt all too real. Anyone with a slightly weaker will might have collapsed under the strain. Nightmare indeed, the name is truly fitting. Chapter 85, The Magic Rune Core. After taking a considerable amount of time to recover, Sunan finally sat up. The moment he moved, he immediately felt a noticeable difference. Though his spirit was somewhat languid, his overall vitality had clearly increased significantly. The connection he felt with the energy particles drifting in the surrounding air seemed tighter than before. Surprised, Sunan quickly opened his status panel. Sunan Ionist, human male. Mental power, 29.51/Constitution, 20.15. Skills. Star Ring Meditation Method LV10, 189246/300000. Potion Making LV4, 1824/10000. Biological Modification LV2, 1821/3000. Puppet Crafting LV3, 2712/6000. Magic Item Manufacturing LV2, 1532/3000. Nice, my mental power has increased by 2.06. A satisfied smile spread across Sunan's face. It was worth enduring such hardship. The Nightmare Potion truly lived up to its status as a second circle potion, while its side effects were uncomfortable, the results were undeniably impressive. Had he followed his usual training regimen, it would have taken him at least 7 to 8 months to achieve this level of growth. With this, I only need to increase my mental power by another 0.49 points to be promoted to a level 3 wizard apprentice. That should take about 2 months. The thought of becoming a level 3 wizard apprentice in just 2 months made Sunan's spirits soar. My constitution has also crossed the 20-point mark, nearly reaching the limit of a peak knight. The physical constitution of a peak knight typically ranged from 17 to 20 points. Sunan was now almost at the same level as a peak knight, only lacking the fighting spirit and combat skills. However, he was confident that even without using spells or magical items, he could easily take down any knight with just his physical prowess and energy particle manipulation. As for great knights, their constitution typically exceeds 30 points, making it difficult to defeat them without relying on spells or magical items. After cleansing his body and clothes with energy particles, Sunan stretched and headed out of the meditation room. As soon as he stepped outside, he noticed something and looked towards the courtyard. The air shimmered, and the massive form of Yinglong appeared out of nowhere. Hiss! Yinglong let out a low hiss. Just in time, it's been 5 days since the last blood exchange. It's time for another one. Sunan led Yinglong toward the laboratory. Yinglong's dragon lizard bloodline concentration had now exceeded 80%. As the concentration increased, its appearance had gradually begun to exhibit more dragon-like characteristics. For instance, 2 protrusions had appeared on its head, and its tail had developed hooks at the end. The breath it exhaled now carried a distinct heat, occasionally even sparking with embers. Despite being merely a dragon lizard bloodline, the dragon-like traits it displays are more pronounced than some sub-dragon species. Is this due to inherent talent, or is it a result of being transformed into a magical pet? This question had lingered in Sunan's mind for some time. If Yinglong weren't his magical pet and a reliable companion he couldn't bear to part with, he would have considered dissecting it to study the cause. Yinglong now possesses strength close to that of a legendary knight. Once its bloodline advances, it should at least reach the level of a second circle legendary knight. A second circle legendary knight could directly contend with a level 3 wizard apprentice. After completing the blood exchange in the laboratory, Sunan cast a sleep spell on Yinglong to help it rest better, then turned to leave. The last 20% of Yinglong's bloodline concentration would be the most challenging to increase. Moreover, the critical transition from quantitative to qualitative change would take considerable time. Just relying on blood exchanges, Sunan estimated it would take at least another year to elevate Yinglong's bloodline to that of a sub-dragon. Of course, there were ways to accelerate the enhancement of Yinglong's bloodline. The best method would be to fuse it with higher-tier bloodlines. For example, that of a sub-dragon. Sunan didn't dare to dream of acquiring dragon blood. Not to mention whether dragons still existed on the starry continent, even if they did, Sunan didn't have the strength to extract blood from one. That would be tantamount to seeking death. Dragons were notoriously known for their high magical resistance, with adult dragons being immune to all spells below the 3rd circle. Even non-formal wizards wouldn't have the right to scratch their backs. Even juvenile dragons were beyond Sunan's current capabilities to confront. Even the extreme protection ring might not withstand 2 or 3 dragon breaths. Thus, dragon blood was out of the question. However, sub-dragon blood could potentially be pursued. As far as he recalled, there seemed to be quite a few sub-dragon species on the starry continent. For instance, various land dragons, storm dragon beasts, dragon lees, fairy dragons, thorn-backed flightless dragons, and so forth. Among them, dragon lees were often captured and trained as mounts by high-circle legendary knights during the wizarding era. Perhaps somewhere on the starry continent, Dragon Lees still existed. I should have the Firefox Trading Company help keep an eye out for information on this. Lost in thought, Sunan arrived at the workshop. Gathering his thoughts, he approached the workbench and waved his hand, causing over 20 magical items to appear on the expansive surface. Recognizing that he might soon face a level 3 wizard apprentice, Sunan decided to create a completely offensive micro-glow level magical item. After careful consideration, he finally settled on a negative energy-based magical item. Over the past few days, he had gradually crafted more than 20 alchemical-grade magical items. According to previous experience, crafting another 1 or 2 should be enough to reach the synthesis limit. Sure enough, after manufacturing a new magical item and placing it into the magic cube, the synthesis interface immediately displayed a magical artifact. Seeing this, Sunan took out his surplus magical items and proceeded to synthesize without hesitation. Ring of Calamity, micro-glow/low magic item, activates to unleash Claws of Calamity, dealing negative energy damage to a designated target. Requires charging after each use to activate again. For this magical item, Sunan once again chose the most convenient ring format for portability. Looking at the Ring of Calamity on his hand, he hesitated for a moment but ultimately decided against testing its power on a steel golem. Unlike the Ice Burst necklace, which had a wide area of effect and could be used from a safe distance, the Ring of Calamity was a single target attack with close range damage. Sunan estimated that the steel golem might not withstand the power of the Claws of Calamity, and he didn't want to risk damaging the only steel golem he had. This item had cost him one of his precious soul crystals. I'll have to wait for a real fight to test its specific power. Thinking of the steel golem, Sunan couldn't help but shake his head. Though he had previously entertained the idea of creating a truncated version of the steel golem, due to the expansion of military capabilities, the demand for steel had surpassed supply, and he had yet to act on it. Even now, that was still the case. The output from the Blackstone mine was insufficient to support the military expansion of the Shimmering territory, and he had to purchase large quantities from the Firefox Trading Company just to barely meet the shortfall. The plan to mass-produce truncated steel golems was clearly not feasible in the short term. The failure to create the gemstone soul core also indicates that I need to find a way to acquire the technology for producing soul crystals. Sunan pondered quietly. Over the past 2 years, the Firefox Trading Company had been gradually helping him gather various wizarding texts, but unfortunately, very few had proven to be immediately useful, they merely enriched his knowledge base. The influence of the Firefox Trading Company only spans the Jinhua Principality and the Starlight Principality. Their reach is almost non-existent in other countries. Perhaps I should look for a second partner in other nations to expand my search. After a busy day, Sunan made his way to the library. This was a space he had designated for storing wizarding texts, covering an area of over 1,000 square meters. Currently, however, only 4 or 5 bookshelves were filled, making it feel rather empty. Yet Sunan believed that one day, he would fill the entire library with books. Entering the library, Sunan approached one of the bookshelves and pulled out a book. The hardcover was violet in color, inscribed with 4 large characters. Magic Rune Core. This book had originally belonged to Amy's former master. When Sunan first acquired it, he thought it contained knowledge related to magical items. However, after reading it, he discovered it was actually about the art of magical tattoos. Similar to energy runes, magical tattoos also belong to the branch of enchantment. They allowed specific spells to be inscribed as tattoos on the surface of the body, which could be activated instantly by injecting a small amount of mental energy during combat. It effectively stored a spell that could be cast without incantation on the body. For wizard apprentices who had not yet mastered instant casting, this was an incredibly practical skill. Inscribing several defensive spells as magical tattoos on the body would provide an extra layer of safety during battles. However, magical tattoos were not without their drawbacks. One issue was that the area needed for the tattoos was considerable, and they could not be covered by hair. Even if one shaved their entire body, they could only inscribe 5 or 6 magical tattoos at most. Areas covered by clothing were manageable, but if the tattoos were placed on exposed areas like arms, neck, or head, opponents could easily see them, allowing them to prepare countermeasures in advance. Another issue was that the difficulty of creating magical tattoos was extremely high, with a prerequisite of level 3 in magic item manufacturing. The vast majority of wizard apprentices would not meet this requirement. Sunan had actually considered inscribing magical tattoos in the past, but his skill level was insufficient, so he had to abandon the idea. Now it was even less feasible. Once he advanced to level 3 wizard apprentice, he would be able to train in advanced magical techniques. Once he mastered instant casting, the significance of magical tattoos would diminish significantly. Moreover, magical tattoos had advanced forms known as rune engravings and alchemical engravings. Compared to magical tattoos, he preferred the more potent effects of rune engravings and alchemical engravings. Collecting his thoughts, Sunan looked at the book in his hand. The author of the book, Lopart Bevan, was a formal wizard. The magic rune core was his major research accomplishment, representing the culmination of magical tattoos. In simple terms, the principle involved blending multiple spells into a single magical tattoo, using the tattoo as a medium to combine the effects of various spells to create entirely new and more powerful spell effects. The first half of the book detailed how Lopart Bevan developed the magic rune core and explained its principles and structure. The latter half discussed a particular magic rune core he developed known as flowing silver. According to the description in the book, activating flowing silver would release metallic fluid that possessed highly variable properties. Depending on its shape, it could be used for both offense and defense, making it exceptionally practical. Its power rivaled that of a formal wizard's innate abilities. However, Sunan was skeptical of this claim. Innate abilities of formal wizards were often their signature moves and trump cards, possessing formidable power. Sunan found it hard to believe that a magic rune core could reach such heights. That said, based on the content of the book, even if it contained some exaggeration, it probably wasn't too far from the truth. This magic rune core called flowing silver, even if it only had half the power of a wizard's innate ability, would be an extraordinary boon for a wizard apprentice. Initially, when he first saw this, Sunan felt quite tempted. However, upon reading the crafting method for the magic rune core, he suppressed his eagerness. The magic rune core essentially belonged to a special type of magical item, and the creator must possess a certain level of magic item manufacturing skill. Although the book didn't explicitly state the exact skill level required, it was evident that it needed to be higher than that required for magical tattoos. In other words, magic item manufacturing would need to be at least level 4. And since Sunan's current level in magic item manufacturing was only 2, he still had a long way to go before reaching level 3. Moreover, crafting flowing silver required a significant amount of materials. The primary materials included 89 types of metals, over 2/3 of which were rare magical metals, such as mithril and meteorite iron. Sunan estimated that many of these metals couldn't be found on the current starry continent and would likely require synthesis through the magic cube to obtain substitutes. This would undoubtedly be a time-consuming endeavor. Lastly, integrating the magic rune core would place a tremendous burden on the integrator's body, requiring them to have both a mental level of a level 3 wizard apprentice and a physical level of a junior knight. In other words, both mental power and constitution would need to exceed 30 points. The requirements were undeniably stringent. Right now, I only just need my mental power to reach the threshold. I still have a long way to go in other skills, materials, and constitution. Sunan felt a twinge of regret. If he could craft the magic rune core and integrate it into his body, he would have no fear facing a level 3 wizard apprentice. But while he couldn't create it now, he could start preparing. For instance, he could begin collecting the 89 types of metal materials or researching substitutes. Returning the book to its place, Sunan grabbed a few unread books and placed them in his space ring before leaving the library. After a busy day, it was getting late. The evening glow in the sky radiated like rays piercing through half of the horizon, with wispy clouds resembling flames stretching from the golden line on the horizon to a deep blue above, gradually darkening into a murky shade towards the east. It looks like we're in for nice weather ahead. Sunan stretched his body, feeling that the discomfort left by the nightmare had dissipated significantly, and headed toward the meditation room to continue his daily practice. He was still using the super potion and blood of the divine to aid his meditation. However, as his mental power grew, the effects of these two aids were gradually diminishing. The super potion was easy to resolve. Once he advanced to a level 3 wizard apprentice, he would be able to manage third circle potions, and he could just craft higher level potions then. However, the blood of the divine was a more complicated issue. To continue upgrading the blood of the divine, he would need to acquire more raw materials. However, this was a treasure of the Starfire Church, and they obviously wouldn't be so generous as to give it to him. Sunan suspected that the members of the Starfire Church had already discovered that he was responsible for the incident in Stone Bell City and were likely plotting how to reclaim the blood of the divine from him. But even if they don't come after me, I'll have to settle the score with them sooner or later. Chapter 86, The Intruder. The base was quiet. Atil walked lightly along the cobbled path, unable to suppress the smile on her lips. Just a moment ago, she had successfully cast the repair spell. This was the second zero circle spell she had mastered. Once I finish the upcoming plant care tasks, I'll have enough contribution points to exchange for another zero circle spell model book. What should I learn for my third spell? As Atil pondered, she made her way toward the magical plant garden. Before she reached the entrance, she heard cheerful singing and the sound of bell-like laughter coming from inside. Atil couldn't help but be affected by the joyful sounds, her smile widening even more. Entering the magical plant garden, she was greeted by a group of tiny beings sitting on flowers, singing merrily. Each one of them was less than 10 centimeters tall, dressed in outfits made of leaves, with wings resembling petals. Their skin colors varied, ranging from grayish-white to vibrant reds and yellows. They had no hair, only adorned with various flower petals. They looked like little fairies out of a fairy tale. In reality, these tiny beings were a type of ultra-small fae. They were flower spirits. These unique creatures had been summoned from another world by Lord Sunan. They were excellent caregivers for plants, capable of promoting the growth of magical flora. The only downside was that they could be a bit mischievous. She, Sherman, and Corey had often been teased by these little ones while working in the magical plant garden. However, Atil still quite liked them. After all, they were undeniably adorable. Upon seeing Atil, the flower spirits immediately flew over, chirping excitedly. Atil played with them for a short while before bidding them farewell and continuing on her way. As she walked, she encountered a humanoid figure that resembled a female elf but had skin like tree bark and hair resembling leaves. "Good morning, Lady Madeline." Atil quickly stopped to greet her. This figure was also summoned by Lord Sunan from another world and was said to be a child of the forest, responsible for guarding the magical plant garden. Madeline nodded gently at Atil before continuing her patrol. Atil didn't mind, she knew Lady Madeline was somewhat taciturn by nature. During her 2 years in the base, Atil had grown accustomed to discovering new beings from other worlds appearing in the base from time to time. Arriving at the Silver Moon flower planting area, Atil immediately spotted Sherman watering the plants. "Sherman!" the girl called out. Sherman turned around, and upon seeing Atil, a smile broke across his face as he hurriedly put down his watering can and ran over. "Atil, what brings you here?" Atil rolled her eyes playfully. "Have you forgotten what our teacher instructed us?" Sherman slapped his forehead, quickly recalling, and laughed sheepishly. "I remember now. It's today, right?" The large-scale wizard qualification test had concluded 5 days prior. Unlike back then, the base was now more organized, and newcomers who passed the test no longer needed to study at the Lord's Manor, they could move directly into the base. However, their teacher had been too busy to find time, so he instructed the 3 of them to help the newcomers familiarize themselves with the base and explain some precautions. Sherman had been busy with tasks in the past few days and nearly forgot about it entirely. "Where's Corey?" "He's already gone to the base gate." "Then let's hurry up." The 2 walked side by side out of the magical plant garden, discussing the recent test. "I wonder how many passed this time. Definitely more than when we took it." "True." Compared to 2 years ago, the territory of the Shimmering Territory had expanded by 4 to 5 times, and its population had surged significantly. With a larger population base, it was natural that more children of suitable age with potential would emerge. Moreover, since it was the first test, the number of participants was certainly much larger. This year, the base might see more than 10 new apprentices. The thought of soon becoming a senior made Sherman feel inexplicably excited. The base had been quite quiet lately, and he longed for more people to liven things up, allowing for more opportunities for interaction and learning from one another. He wasn't worried about resources being stretched too thin with more apprentices. According to Lady Gritty, the resources in the warehouse could easily support dozens of apprentices. "By the way, I heard you've recently started making potions? How's that going?" Atil suddenly asked. Sherman scratched his head, chuckling ruefully. "It's really tough. I've failed 10 attempts at the brute force potion, and all the materials I managed to gather this month went to waste." To lower the difficulty, Sherman had intentionally chosen the brute force potion, which was relatively suitable for beginners, rather than more complex potions like the lower tier active potion or the lower tier dragon blood potion. Yet his initial attempts had still ended in failure. "It's okay. Our teacher said that everyone struggles at first. Once you get the hang of it, it'll get much easier," Atil comforted him. Sherman nodded, but he sighed inwardly. It wasn't that easy. Unlike Corey and Atil, who came from wealthy families and could obtain materials from home without relying on contribution points, Sherman had given all his coins to old Roger. The materials he used daily were exchanged with contribution points. The materials he wasted on failed potion attempts pained him greatly. Speaking of which, what has Corey been up to lately? Sherman inquired. He hadn't seen Corey for quite a while. Although the three of them lived in the base, their busy schedules meant they didn't often cross paths. Atil replied, Corey has been studying how to create black stone leopards, but it seems like he's not making much progress. Creating puppets is indeed quite difficult, Sherman nodded in agreement. He had also attempted to create black stone leopards, but every attempt had ended in failure. His talent in puppet crafting was even worse than in potion making. Thinking about puppet crafting made Sherman feel a bit sentimental. The black stone leopard was a knight-level puppet. Looking back 2 years, when knights had seemed like lofty figures to him, he never would have imagined that he would one day be crafting puppets on par with knights. The changes that had occurred in his life over these 2 years were immense. And all of it was thanks to their teacher. With gratitude swelling in his heart, Sherman couldn't help but feel a sense of appreciation for his teacher. As the three of them stood at the gate, they were soon greeted by a group of figures approaching from a distance. 12 young boys and girls rode on black stone leopards, escorted by a squad of black stone cavalry toward the base. Leading them was Lord Bread. I heard Lord Bread has been promoted to a great knight, he's the second great knight of the Shimmering Territory aside from our lord, Atil said in a low voice. With the dragon blood fruits, there will only be more great knights in the territory in the future. Sherman replied quietly, his gaze scanning the 12 newcomers. From their attire, he could tell there were both noble offspring and children from middle-class families among them. However, there were none like him who came from poor or farming backgrounds. Literacy remained a significant barrier, effectively locking out commoners and farmers from becoming wizard apprentices. Sherman had considered changing this situation, but popularizing education involved many complexities. Even the Lord would find it challenging to implement significant changes, let alone him. Good morning, my 3 lords. As they approached, Lord Bread dismounted from his black stone leopard and greeted the 3 students. Though he was old enough to be their father, and held the titles of Great Knight and Lord, he still treated Sunan's students with respect. Lord Bread, it's been a while. The 3 of them promptly returned the greeting. Now that I've delivered the newcomers, my task is done, the rest is up to you. Bread left the newcomers behind before swiftly departing with his soldiers. Watching Bread leave, the 3 turned their attention back to the 12 newcomers. Hello, seniors. The 12 newcomers quickly bowed and greeted them, their demeanor visibly tense and awkward. After 2 years of meditation and study, Sherman, Corey, and Atil had developed an air of mysterious depth, making them seem unapproachable to ordinary people. Even Sherman, who had once been a self-conscious and timid child, now exuded confidence and decisiveness. Anyone who saw him for the first time would never guess that he had been insecure just 2 years prior. Standing before the 3, even the noble-born youths felt an inexplicable pressure. There's no need to be nervous, from today onward, we're classmates. Atil said gently. Her warm smile helped to ease the newcomer's tension somewhat. Let's go, it's getting late. Corey said flatly. We should wrap things up quickly, I still need to get back to crafting puppets. His somewhat impatient tone reintroduced an air of awkwardness to the atmosphere that had just begun to relax. Atil shot Corey a disapproving glance and led the newcomers into the base. The base is quite large, with various areas designated for specific purposes, but they are easy to identify. Most areas are accessible to you, but places like the prison and energy center are off-limits to apprentices. They're equipped with magical alarms, so be cautious not to accidentally trigger them. Ah, and those are clay golems, designed to handle mundane tasks. In addition, there are stone golems primarily responsible for guarding and patrolling the base. Besides us apprentices, the base also has Lady Gritty, who guards the warehouse, Lady Madeline, who oversees the magical plant garden, and the flower spirits who assist in nurturing the magical plants. They were all summoned by our teacher from another world. As they walked, Atil enthusiastically introduced the newcomers to the base, explaining various precautions. Sherman occasionally chimed in with a comment. Corey remained silent throughout the conversation. Fortunately, the newcomers didn't mind, their eyes sparkled as they took in the sights, finding everything incredibly novel. Seeing their reactions, Sherman couldn't help but feel nostalgic, as if he were witnessing his own first visit to the base 2 years ago. Back then, he had likely been just as wide-eyed as these newcomers. Also, there's Yinglong and Lady Amy. Yinglong is our teacher's magical pet, a powerful dragon lizard capable of invisibility. Lady Amy is our teacher's friend, her origins are quite mysterious, but she isn't here in the base today, otherwise, she would have come to see you. After touring most of the areas, Atil led the group to the warehouse. Lady Gritty was sitting at the entrance, playing the violin. The melodious tune created a calming atmosphere. Atil gestured for the newcomers to pause, patiently waiting for Lady Gritty to finish her piece. Once she set her violin down, Atil approached her. Lady Gritty, I've brought the newcomers. There are quite a few newcomers this year. Lady Gritty smiled and glanced over the newcomers before pointing to a stack of books on a nearby table. These are the materials Lord Sunan asked me to give to the newcomers, including the star ring meditation method and some foundational texts. Please take them. Atil thanked her and distributed the materials to the newcomers. Oh, and there's been a rather unfriendly character in the prison area recently. Lord Sunan asked me to inform you to avoid getting too close to the prison, Lady Gritty reminded them. An unfriendly character? Sherman, Atil, and Corey exchanged glances. Evidently, the unfriendly individual mentioned by Lady Gritty was another creature summoned by their teacher from another world. However, they were curious about what kind of situation could lead to Lady Gritty, who was usually kind-hearted, to describe someone as unfriendly. Curious as they were, the three had always followed their teacher's instructions without question and nodded in agreement. Leaving the warehouse, the group headed towards the residential area to let the newcomers choose their rooms. Suddenly, a piercing alarm blared in their ears. Sherman, Atil, and Corey's expressions changed simultaneously. Someone triggered the magical alarm. It's coming from the direction of the main gate, let's go check it out. Stay here and don't wander around. After warning the newcomers, Sherman and the others hurried toward the main gate of the base. From a distance, they could see a squad of stone golems surrounding the entrance. As they approached, they realized the stone golems had surrounded an intruder. To their surprise, the intruder was just one person. The individual was wrapped in a tightly fitted robe, revealing only a pale face with rigid features that looked to be in his 30s, exuding an unsettling aura. Upon seeing that face, Sherman, Atil, and Corey felt an inexplicable chill run down their spines. The man's gaze swept over the three apprentices. 3 young level 1 wizard apprentices. How interesting, there aren't many who take on students these days. The man's voice was raspy and unpleasant, sounding like sandpaper scraping against wood. What shocked Sherman and the others even more was that the voice came from beneath the man's robe, and his mouth never moved. A light breeze passed by. The 3 apprentices felt a presence beside them, and they turned to find Sunan had appeared out of nowhere. Teacher. The 3 young apprentices hurriedly bowed. Sunan waved his hand. You all go back, I'll handle this. Chapter 87, The Intruder. After the 3 apprentices heard their teacher's command, they were curious about the man's intentions but didn't dare to disobey. They turned and walked back into the base. Once their figures disappeared beyond the entrance, Sunan scrutinized the man closely and said, Since you've come, there's no need to hide. A strange, light laugh escaped from beneath the man's robe. He then lifted his robe, revealing a gaunt body clad only in tattered trousers. His upper body was completely exposed, pale skin devoid of any color, with ribs clearly visible, resembling a patient ravaged by years of illness. However, what was even more unsettling was the clear human face that was grotesquely embedded in his abdomen. The eyes, nose, and mouth were perfectly integrated with his belly, as if they had always been there. Nice to meet you, Lord Sunan. The face slowly spoke, its features unnervingly twisted. My name is Hebrew Gilman. I apologize for meeting you in this manner, but as fellow wizard apprentices, I believe you can understand my need for caution. It's necessary, isn't it? Sunan remained noncommittal. The instant he laid eyes on the man, he sensed a thick aura of necromancy emanating from him. Clearly, this individual was already dead, and what stood before him now was merely a body controlled by someone else. The wizard apprentice behind him was evidently well aware of the risks of venturing alone into the stronghold of another wizard apprentice. Thus, he had chosen this method of introduction. Seeing Sunan's lack of reaction, Hebrew didn't seem to mind. A faint smile appeared on his face, though it looked particularly sinister in the current context. I represent the Marquis of Golden Rock and have come to discuss a matter with you. I hope you will refrain from interfering in the war between the Golden Rock Coalition and the Shimmering Territory. Sunan raised an eyebrow. As expected, a wizard apprentice seeking him out at this juncture could only be one of those aligned with the Marquis of Golden Rock. You want me to let go of my father's murderer? Sunan's eyes narrowed slightly. Father's murderer? A flicker of disdain passed across Heb's face. Lord Sunan, people like us have long transcended the mundane concerns of ordinary life, even surpassing knights in many ways. A level 3 wizard apprentice typically has a lifespan exceeding 150 years. With physical enhancements or longevity potions, living over 200 years is not a problem at all. For long-lived beings like us, the bonds of earthly kinship hold little meaning. I personally believe you shouldn't dwell too much on such matters. Moreover, I'm here with sincerity. As long as you withdraw from this conflict, the Marquis is willing to offer you a satisfactory compensation to make amends for the previous disrespect shown to you. Faced with Heb's persuasive tone, Sunan maintained his calm demeanor. I'm curious as to why you are helping the Marquis of Golden Rock. Is it to use his influence to gather resources? Indeed, such practices are quite common among wizard apprentices, aren't they? Sunan's eyes flickered. Heb's words undoubtedly revealed two things. 1. He knew more wizard apprentices. 2. There were many such apprentices cooperating with powerful nobles. Was the outbreak of beastization syndrome in the Frostflower province you're doing as well? Hebrew looked at Sunan in surprise, seemingly not expecting him to be aware of beastization syndrome. That is correct. Do you have access to the original beastized individuals? Heb's brow furrowed. You're asking too many questions, Lord Sunan. Are you planning to extract intelligence from me? Sunan replied with a faint smile, I'm just curious. Hebrew snorted coldly and said, regardless, I have shown my sincerity, now it's your turn to demonstrate yours. Spouting empty words and claiming to offer sincerity. Your sincerity is rather cheap. Sunan chuckled lightly. Tell the Marquis of Golden Rock to clean his neck and wait for me. I will settle the accounts from before, one by one. Heb's expression darkened, his tone turning icy. So, you intend to oppose me to the end? I'll return your words back to you. Sunan stood his ground, a cold smile on his face. This is a matter between me and the Marquis of Golden Rock, you'd best not interfere. Heb's eyes narrowed as he scrutinized Sunan for a moment before sneering, if I'm not mistaken, you haven't yet advanced to a level 3 wizard apprentice. Are you sure you want to confront me, a level 3 wizard apprentice? As a wizard apprentice, you must understand the gap between level 2 and level 3. I advise you to recognize the situation and not walk down a path of no return. Sunan smiled faintly. You talk too much. You will regret this. Hebrew nearly spat the words through clenched teeth. In the next instant, the man's body suddenly began to swell dramatically, bursting forth like an inflated balloon, showering the area with splattering flesh and blood in a gruesome display. The stone golems nearby were doused in a rain of gore. Sizzling sounds filled the air as the blood and flesh that splattered onto the stone golems began to corrode them, creating pits in their rocky surfaces. The blood and flesh that splattered toward Sunan were halted by an invisible force field. He extended his mental sense and found that no life force remained nearby. Is that all? Sunan felt a flicker of confusion. This wizard apprentice named Hebrew Gilman had come all this way just to meet him? Was there no contingency plan after the negotiation failed? Sunan glanced toward the direction of the shimmering city and pondered. He then took out a communication crystal. This item was a alchemical-grade magic item modeled after the Zero Circle spell message, capable of transmitting messages over a distance of up to 100 kilometers. Moreover, it required no mental energy to activate, making it very convenient to use. Sunan had specifically crafted several of these, giving one to each of Sherman, Corey, and Atil, and also providing one to Key for emergencies. Activating the communication crystal, he quickly heard Key's voice. Sunan. Has something happened on your end? Key paused, seemingly puzzled, before responding, no, why do you ask? His speech was abruptly interrupted, and after a long pause, his voice returned. There's been an invasion. As expected. Sunan's expression turned cold. I'm on my way, be careful. Without waiting for a response, he leaped into the air, and Yinglong appeared beneath him to catch him. Sunan cast Feather Fall on Yinglong to lessen its weight, and the two sped toward the shimmering city. An ambush near the Lord's Manor, intending to launch an attack as soon as negotiations failed, while also drawing me out of the base. Quite a clever plan. Sunan sneered, his eyes filled with icy determination. At the Lord's manor, the once tranquil estate was now in complete disarray. Shouts and cries of battle echoed everywhere. At the entrance to the conference hall, Qi watched the chaos in the courtyard with a grave expression. The enemies consisted of 3 half-beast, half-human figures, or rather, beastized humans. Each of the 3 beastized individuals exhibited the strength of peak great knights, fiercely unyielding. Despite being besieged by hundreds of black stone leopards and stone golems, they held their ground without faltering. However, what truly concerned Qi was not these 3 beastized humans, but the grey-robed man standing a short distance away. Though he appeared slender and unassuming, he had effortlessly killed 3 knights attempting to ambush him, utilizing lightning and fire techniques identical to those of Sunan. He was undoubtedly a wizard apprentice. This man must be the wizard apprentice backing the Marquis of Golden Rock. Qi's expression grew grim. Aside from the Marquis of Golden Rock's wizard apprentice, no one else would dare to attempt an assassination at this time. No, it should be said that the wizard apprentice's target wasn't Qi himself. Because aside from taking down 3 knights, he hadn't made any other moves, standing back as if waiting for someone. It was evident he had no intention of dealing with Qi, his true target was undoubtedly Sunan. At that moment, Qi noticed the grey-robed man's expression shift. He then turned to face the entrance of the courtyard. In an instant, Sunan appeared within the courtyard. He scanned the area, taking in the chaotic scene, before fixing his gaze on the grey-robed man. Hebrew Gilman. Upon seeing Sunan, a glint of triumph flickered in Heb's eyes, quickly replaced by a chilling intent to kill. I told you, you would regret this. Today, you shall taste the bitterness of death. As his words fell, Hebrew spread his fingers, and with a swift motion, countless electric snakes crackled into existence, coalescing into a blue spear of lightning in his palm. In the next moment, the spear shot towards Sunan with blinding speed. Boom! The lightning spear struck Sunan's invisible shield, both the spear and the shield dissipating in an instant. Energy rune. Sunan's pupils constricted slightly. This was the power of a level 3 wizard apprentice. Having mastered the manipulation of energy particles, even a casual attack could possess the formidable power of a rune gemstone. Even great knights were merely pawns against a level 3 wizard apprentice. Though the shield spell was a first circle spell, it could barely withstand the force of Heb's attack. Just after launching the lightning spear, Hebrew quickly chanted another spell, pointing directly at Sunan. Swish! A bright crimson beam shot forth from his fingertip, racing toward Sunan like an arrow. The air seemed to sizzle with heat as the beam passed, visibly warping the air around it, demonstrating the immense temperature it contained. After casting the spell, Hebrew wore a smug smile on his face. Scorching Ray was among the most formidable second circle spells, and a mere shield spell would be utterly ineffectual against it. But what happened next caused Hebrew to falter in his confidence. As the red beam approached within 10 centimeters of Sunan, it suddenly vanished as if it had collided with some invisible object, dissipating without a trace. How is that possible? A flicker of astonishment crossed Heb's face, but he quickly regained his composure. A protective magical item? And a micro-glow level magical item at that. Alchemical magical items couldn't silently negate a second circle spell. This brat actually possesses a micro-glow level magical item. Heb's eyes lit up, greed evident on his face. It was increasingly difficult to find intact micro-glow level magical items on the starry continent. Most were remnants from hundreds or thousands of years ago, and even when repaired, their power would be significantly diminished to alchemical level. As for crafting one himself, that was out of the question. Not to mention whether he had the skill. Even if he did, he would need to find suitable materials. Thus, as a level 3 wizard apprentice, he currently possessed no micro-glow level magical items. If I kill you, this item will be mine. Heb's murderous intent surged. As Sunan observed this scene, his expression remained unchanged. He released his prepared spell missiles, but they were blocked by the invisible barrier surrounding Hebrew. Seeing this, Sunan remained unfazed. He had already anticipated that first circle spells would have minimal impact on a level 3 wizard apprentice. He tossed out several runic gemstones to suppress Heb's assault and then shouted, "Everyone, get back! Evacuate the courtyard!" Battles between wizard apprentices were not something knights and great knights could involve themselves in. Qi clearly understood this as well. He made a decisive command. "Everyone, retreat from the courtyard!" The soldiers quickly complied, ensuring the lord's safety as they evacuated the courtyard. The black stone leopards and stone golems also left the enemy behind without hesitation. 3 beastized humans were about to pursue them when a massive figure suddenly appeared in their path. The colossal body, entirely composed of metal, gleamed coldly in the sunlight, exuding an overwhelming pressure. Sunan had placed the steel golem into the magic cube in preparation for this moment when he sensed the intruder's presence. Steel golem. Hebrew was taken aback, not expecting Sunan to have such a puppet. He didn't know if it had been crafted by Sunan himself or inherited from some wizarding legacy. Faced with the legendary night-level steel golem, the 3 beastized humans immediately lost their previous bravado, quickly retreating and being completely overwhelmed. Heb's expression darkened as he watched, and with a cold snort, he took out a scroll and tore it open. In a flash of light, a 5-meter-tall giant bear materialized out of nowhere. This beast had long limbs, sharp claws, and appeared to have a skin composed of powerful, muscular flesh mixed with metallic armor. Roar! The moment it appeared, the giant bear lunged fiercely at Sunan. A magical pet. Sunan recognized that the scroll Hebrew had torn open was a magical pet scroll, a disposable item used to summon magical pets. It could carry a magical pet and release it during combat. The beast before him was clearly modified and possessed at least the combat prowess of a high-ranking great knight. However, Sunan felt no fear when it came to magical pets. Without needing instruction, Yinglong had already launched an attack. The charging giant bear collided with an invisible barrier, crashing into it and being sent flying against a wall, which crumbled under the impact. The sounds of growling beasts echoed as the 2 creatures engaged in a fierce battle within the dust cloud. Hebrew looked on in disbelief. He had heard rumors from the Marquis of Golden Rock that Sunan possessed an invisible magical pet. But at that moment, he realized it was not an ordinary form of invisibility. No type of invisibility could erase sound, smell, or even seem to obliterate the body, allowing it to move almost undetected. Even he, a level 3 wizard apprentice, could only barely catch glimpses of the creature's movement. This brat possesses a micro-glow magical item, a steel golem, and this bizarre magical pet. What other tricks does he have up his sleeve? Chapter 88, High-Level Rune Gem. If Hebrew had previously felt a sense of superiority as a level 3 wizard apprentice looking down on Sunan, that arrogance had completely evaporated. He now sensed that Sunan was no ordinary level 2 wizard apprentice. The other's strength exceeded his expectations by a wide margin. Suppressing his greed, Hebrew began to focus intently on dealing with Sunan. Accompanied by strange chants, 1-second circle spell after another was unleashed. Brilliant spells filled the courtyard within moments. Although Hebrew hadn't yet mastered spell silence or instant casting, he had already grasped the technique of segmented casting. This technique was similar to using magical items. It allowed him to release prepared spells in a quick, truncated manner by merely uttering fragments of the incantation. Essentially, it was a pared-down version of spell silence. It was also a prerequisite skill necessary to master spell silence. Segmented casting demanded a stringent mental capacity, usually only attainable by level 3 wizard apprentices. With it, the speed of casting spells would increase by 2 to 3 times compared to before. Sunan felt as if he were facing a storm of spells. If it weren't for the powerful defenses of the extreme protection ring, he would have been turned into a pincushion by now. 1-second circle spell has already depleted nearly 100 points of my extreme protection ring's defense. With a maximum of 1000 defense points I can only withstand 11-second circle spells at most. I need to end this quickly. Looks like I can only rely on that. Taking a deep breath, Sunan flipped his wrist, and a glowing rune gem appeared between his index and middle fingers. In the next second, he hurled the rune gem. Hebrew watched this unfold, not giving it much thought. Previously, Sunan had thrown several rune gems, and their power was comparable to energy runes. He didn't even need to activate his protective magical items, he could easily counter them with his energy runes. Seeing Sunan use the same trick again, Hebrew paid little attention and continued casting his spells. But a moment later, he was horrified to see the gem suddenly explode in midair, transforming into a lightning bolt the size of a barrel that came crashing down. The terrifying force instantly enveloped Hebrew, sending a chill down his spine. In his panic, Hebrew had to interrupt his spell casting, gritting his teeth against the pain of mental backlash as he quickly unleashed energy runes. Boom! In a blinding flash of lightning, the necklace around Heb's neck and the ring on his left index finger flared brightly before dimming rapidly. The defenses of both magical items were shattered in an instant. Following that, 3 layers of earth energy runes held for just a blink before they too were torn apart. The lightning then engulfed him, darting around his body like electric snakes as intense pain forced a blood-curdling scream from his lips. Fortunately, being a level 3 wizard apprentice endowed Hebrew with exceptional mental resilience. He grit his teeth, directing energy particles to disperse the crackling electricity around him. With a surge of blue light, the plant energy particles rushed in, quickly healing his wounds. While healing, Heb's gaze remained fixed on Sunan, filled with astonishment. What in the world was that gem? Why did it possess such terrifying power? At that moment, Sunan had already produced a second rune gem and hurled it forth. After realizing the presence of a wizard apprentice backing the Marquis of Golden Rock, he had thought of synthesizing rune gems as a trump card. These high-level rune gems were the result of his actions. Each one was composed of 18 rune gems, boasting a power 20 to 30 times that of an ordinary rune gem. It wasn't that Sunan wanted to use more rune gems for synthesis, but 18 was the maximum he could manage. Any more, and the synthesized high-level rune gem would be beyond his control, risking self-harm. It was akin to a 3-year-old attempting to fire a gun. Unable to handle the recoil. Swish! The rune gem erupted in a blaze of intense flames, surging toward Hebrew like an unstoppable tide. Heb's expression changed dramatically, and he retreated, desperately trying to block it with energy particles while casting spells. Elemental Shield. A layer of faint light sprung from his palm, quickly enveloping his body. As soon as he completed the spell, the torrent of flames engulfed him. As the name implied, Elemental Shield was designed to mitigate elemental damage dealt to the caster. However, even so, Hebrew emerged from the inferno with significant injuries, new charred wounds scattered across his body, leaving him looking utterly disheveled and lacking the composure he had earlier. Damn it! Heb's face twisted with fury. Here he was, a proud level 3 wizard apprentice, reduced to this sorry state by a mere level 2 wizard apprentice. If word got out, he would be the subject of ridicule. What was worse, he had just boasted about making Sunan feel the taste of death. But now he was the one being pushed to the brink, utterly humiliated. I swear I will kill you. As his furious roar echoed, Heb's emaciated body suddenly swelled, rapidly inflating like a balloon. In mere moments, he grew over 3 meters tall, covered in thick black fur, his limbs becoming extraordinarily robust. His exaggerated muscles exuded raw power, making anyone who gazed upon him feel weak in the knees. Transformation. No, wait, transformation is a 4th circle spell. A level 3 wizard apprentice shouldn't be able to master it. It must be bodily modification. This guy has integrated the bloodline of a beastized human into himself. Sunan's eyes narrowed slightly. It appeared that Hebrew had conducted extensive research on the bloodline of beastized humans. Now, Heb's eyes had turned an eerie shade of crimson, and his massive mouth emitted a foul stench. With a furious roar, he charged toward Sunan with heavy, thunderous steps, like a tank on the offensive. Boom! Sunan hurled a rune gem through the air, which transformed into a lightning bolt aimed directly at Hebrew. This time, Hebrew chose not to dodge but to endure the strike head-on. Thanks to the enhancement from the beastized human bloodline, his physical attributes had reached an astonishing level. Even as electric snakes coursed over his body, he maintained his momentum and closed the distance to within 5 meters of Sunan. Gazing at Sunan's petite frame, a cruel grin spread across Heb's face. At this range, even a micro-glow level protective magical item wouldn't be able to withstand his onslaught. That brat was as good as dead. Hebrew was consumed by murderous intent, excitement surging through his chest. However, as he closed in, he was bewildered to see that Sunan wore no sign of panic. Instead, a faint smirk graced his lips. An inexplicable sense of unease welled up within Hebrew. In the next second, an icy blast erupted from Sunan, sweeping outwards like a storm. Crack! Crack! The air quickly crystallized, and a thick layer of ice rapidly spread across the ground. Hebrew had no time to react as he was instantly coated in a thick layer of frost. His massive body seemed to slow down dramatically, as if time itself had been altered. Seizing the opportunity, Sunan swiftly retreated and created distance, while a ring on his right middle finger glowed faintly. In an instant, a multitude of black mist surged forth, coalescing into a giant claw imbued with a thick aura of death. Claw of Calamity. Facing the ferocious giant claw, Hebrew, now coated in ice and slowed, had no way to evade. He could only watch helplessly as the claw struck him with devastating force. Rib. The sound of tearing fabric echoed as multiple bloody gashes appeared on Heb's body in an instant. The dense aura of death seeped into his wounds, continuously corroding his flesh, and blood flowed like a fountain from the deep lacerations. Ah! A chilling scream escaped from Heb's lips. Despite his outward appearance, the claw of calamity's intense negative energy was violently attacking his internal organs and bones. The agonizing pain caused his eyes to turn increasingly bloodshot, and he seemed to slip into a frenzied state. His eyes transformed into a dull crimson hue, as if his pupils had exploded within his eye sockets, glowing faintly with a blood-red light. Sizzle! Sizzle! Thick clouds of blood mist erupted from Heb's skin, rising into the air. The extreme heat rapidly melted the frost coating his body. It's similar to a berserk transformation. Sunan smirked. While such a state could significantly boost combat power, it would inevitably impact one's rationality. And for a wizard, maintaining a clear and rational mind was of utmost importance. Sure enough, once his mobility returned, Hebrew roared and charged at Sunan, transformed into a frenzied beast. Sunan remained calm, flipping his palm to reveal 3 rune gems. In the next moment, the 3 rune gems flew through the air, transforming into bolts of lightning aimed directly at Hebrew. Boom! The deafening roar of thunder echoed across the courtyard. Brilliant flashes of lightning engulfed Hebrew entirely, leaving him nowhere to hide. The fine arcs of electricity spread outwards, nearly consuming the entire courtyard. The battling beastized humans, the giant bear, and Yinglong were all momentarily paralyzed by the electric arcs. Only the steel golem remained unaffected, seizing the opportunity to punch one of the beastized humans into a pulp. As the lightning dissipated, a massive pit several meters deep remained in the center of the courtyard. Hebrew lay at the bottom of the pit, his massive body having reverted to its original form, charred and blackened, with almost no intact flesh remaining. 5 long bloody gashes marred his abdomen, the skin rolled outward in a grotesque display. Though he appeared to regain consciousness, fear flickered in his eyes as he struggled to lift his head, emitting strange, raspy sounds as if he wanted to say something. However, fully aware of the dangers posed by wizard apprentices, Sunan had no intention of giving him that chance. He swiftly unleashed a bolt of lightning that pierced through his forehead, throat, and heart, ensuring this man could not rise again. With a mix of resentment and despair in his eyes, Hebrew finally breathed his last. Sensing the fading of Heb's soul energy, Sunan felt a wave of relief wash over him. Despite appearing unscathed after the battle, he had exhausted all his trump cards. If he hadn't been able to eliminate Hebrew, he would have had to consider fleeing. I've used up all my high-level rune gems. Sunan felt a pang of regret. Each high-level rune gem cost over 300 gold coins. During this period, he had depleted all his coins, synthesizing only 6 of them. The 3 he just used were the last high-level rune gems at his disposal. Fortunately, the final strike had successfully dealt with Hebrew. Meanwhile, with Heb's death, his giant bear pet emitted a mournful cry, disintegrating into ashes that vanished into the air. The 2 beastized humans, bereft of their control, fell into disarray and were swiftly taken down by Yinglong and the steel golem. Seeing that all enemies had been dealt with, Sunan relaxed and approached Heb's corpse. A battle that cost me nearly 2,000 gold coins, I hope you have something on you to compensate for my losses. Sunan reached out and began to search the corpse. Due to the lightning strike, most of the items on Hebrew had been destroyed, including 2 suspected attack-type alchemical magical items. Only the more stable protective and spatial magical items had survived the onslaught, remaining intact. Both protective magical items were of alchemical grade and of little use to Sunan. He decided to keep them to exchange for his students. However, the spatial ring contained a considerable trove of items. Gold coins, gemstones, books, various materials, and miscellaneous goods. There appeared to be over 100 gemstones alone, more than enough to cover Sunan's recent expenses and brighten his spirits. Nevertheless, this wasn't the time to sort through his spoils. He stored everything away, planning to tally it all later back at the base. As he stood up, Sunan caught sight of several guards peering curiously from the entrance of the courtyard. The outside observers, having heard the commotion die down, likely sent someone to check on the situation. Seeing Sunan standing casually in the center of the courtyard, the guards' faces lit up with joy as they turned back to exclaim, "Lord Sunan has won!" Before long, a crowd rushed into the courtyard. Leading the charge, Qi hurried over, his expression filled with relief upon seeing Sunan unharmed. His gaze swept over the chaotic courtyard, now resembling a storm-tossed battlefield, and he couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. The destructive power displayed in a wizard apprentice's battle was indeed terrifying. Even 100 great knights fighting together wouldn't create such devastation. "Where's the wizard apprentice?" Qi asked, coming back to reality. "Already taken care of." Sunan pointed to the charred corpse lying in the pit. Upon seeing this, Qi's expression brightened. He had been worried about the threat posed by the opposing wizard apprentice for some time. He never expected the enemy to deliver themselves to him, effectively eliminating a major concern. "With this, we've removed the biggest threat as we head into the spring conflict." Qi grinned widely. Sunan smiled but said nothing. Under normal circumstances, Heb's approach would have made sense. Typically, a level 3 wizard apprentice could easily handle a level 2 wizard apprentice without any surprises. Unfortunately for him, he had encountered an anomaly. Sunan, who had taken him down with a superior arsenal of equipment. Heb's misfortune was simply a matter of bad luck. Shaking his head internally, Sunan didn't explain further but instructed Qi to have Heb's body incinerated. After all, given Heb's appearance, he had likely fused with the bloodline of an original beastized human. Who knows if his corpse carried any contagion? A careless handling could potentially lead to an outbreak of beastization syndrome. Qi quickly understood the implications, nodding in agreement as he turned to arrange for the disposal of the body. Sunan, meanwhile, recalled the steel golem and left the Lord's Manor. He was eager to see what treasures lay within Heb's spatial ring. Chapter 89, Extraordinary Measures in Extraordinary Times. At the entrance of the base, Sherman, Atil, and Corey appeared somewhat anxious, frequently glancing outside. Beside them, Madeline and Gritty stood with weapons in hand, their expressions calm. Surrounding them were numerous stone golems. Before leaving the base, Sunan had cast message to instruct Madeline and Gritty to protect the base and the apprentices, keeping watch for any potential threats from Hebrew. A few meters away, a group of 12 newcomers huddled together, their expressions bewildered. They had no idea what was happening, having been summoned here unexpectedly. As a result, they were not overly worried and even had the leisure to steal glances at Madeline. The forest child, with her unique appearance, piqued the curiosity of many. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared at the entrance of the base. Madeline and Gritty instinctively raised their weapons, but upon recognizing the face of the newcomer, they relaxed and lowered their arms. "Teacher." Seeing Sunan return unharmed, Sherman, Atil, and Corey simultaneously let out sighs of relief and hurried over. The newcomers, upon realizing they were in the presence of a legendary wizard, their future teacher, were taken aback and quickly bowed in respect. "Lord Sunan, have the newcomers arrived?" Sunan asked with a slight smile, encouraging them. "Indeed, teacher." Although they were curious, the 3 young apprentices obediently withdrew. The newcomers followed suit, retreating alongside their senior apprentices. Sunan then turned to Madeline and Gritty, nodding in appreciation. "Thank you for your efforts." Madeline shook her head, silently turning to leave for the magical plant garden. "I'm just glad you're okay," Gritty said with a smile before also departing. Meow. Suddenly, Sunan felt a weight on his shoulder, and Amy appeared out of thin air, her big eyes wide with concern. "What happened?" "I sensed a strong energy fluctuation coming from Shimmering City." "It's nothing serious, just an enemy who came knocking, but I've already dealt with it," Sunan reassured her with a smile. "An enemy? Was it a wizard apprentice?" Amy's eyes widened. Given the intensity of the energy fluctuations earlier, it could only have been a confrontation between 2 wizard apprentices. During the time when the former students were still present, she had often felt similar energy surges in the training grounds. "Yes." Sunan nodded. "A level 3 wizard apprentice." "A level 3 wizard apprentice." Amy exclaimed in shock but then became puzzled. "Meow, but you're only a level 2 wizard apprentice. How did you defeat a level 3 wizard apprentice?" Sunan ruffled the little cat's head, cryptically saying, "I relied on my financial power." "Financial power?" Amy's small eyes filled with confusion. "What kind of power was that?" "A spell?" Sunan chuckled, not elaborating further. He patted Amy and sent her off to play, then made his way to the meditation room. After the battle, it was time for the rewarding task of counting his spoils. Meditation room. Under the soft, bright light, Sunan examined the spatial ring in his hand. Perhaps not anticipating that the spatial ring would fall into someone else's possession, it had not been affixed with any secret locking spells, allowing Sunan to easily access the internal space. The space was not large, less than a cubic meter, yet it was filled to the brim with items. Sunan began to pull out the items one by one, counting them carefully. First, the money. There were only a little over 100 gold coins, along with a significant amount of scattered silver and copper coins. The total count of gemstones was 112. Most were lower to mid-tier gems like tourmaline, emerald, zircon, spinel, and topaz, but there were also over a dozen high-tier gems including rubies, sapphires, and diamonds. There was even a rare jadeite. Jadeite, also known as shield stone, is a delicate gem that appears greenish-white or dark green and is typically found only in extremely dangerous, dim regions. Jadeite can be used to craft magical items, greatly enhancing magical properties related to acids, cold, electric shocks, flames, or sound waves. It could also be used to set up arrays or craft soul cores. Of course, it could also be used to create rune gems, though that would be somewhat wasteful. Good stuff. A smile spread across Sunan's face. High-quality gems were immensely valuable. For instance, that jadeite was worth at least 5,000 gold coins. The remaining gems would easily amount to over 4,000 gold coins in total. Just from the gems alone, Sunan had more than recouped his recent expenses and was feeling quite pleased. Besides the money and gems, the spatial ring also contained a variety of rare materials. Many of these were unidentifiable, so Sunan placed them into the magic cube to obtain detailed information. To his delight, among these materials were exactly the rare metals needed to craft the magic rune core, and there were 5 different types. So many rare materials. I wonder how many years and how much effort Hebrew expended to gather them, only for me to benefit from them now. Sunan felt a surge of joy. The total value of everything in the spatial ring was at least around 10 to 20,000 gold coins. He could confidently say that he had made a significant profit this time. Indeed, the rewards from defeating elite enemies are substantial. After enjoying this moment of elation for a while, Sunan refocused his thoughts, recalling what Hebrew had mentioned earlier. According to Hebrew, he must have met or know many other wizard apprentices. I wonder if these apprentices have any connections among them. Sunan furrowed his brow in contemplation. In the 1,000-year resurgence of wizards, he was well versed in information about various wizarding factions. However, he was less familiar with the organizations of wizard apprentices in version 1.0 of the Starry Continent. After all, he hadn't lived through that version. Commissioning the Firefox Trading Company to investigate may not be effective. Even if there are wizard apprentice organizations, it's unlikely that ordinary people would have access to that information. After pondering without resolution for a moment, Sunan shook his head and chose not to dwell on it further. If wizard apprentice organizations truly existed, he would eventually come into contact with them one day. With a relieved sigh, Sunan gathered his thoughts and resumed his routine meditation. Ultimately, reinforcing his own strength was of utmost importance. As long as he was strong enough, he need not worry about any external threats. Advancing to a level 3 wizard apprentice as soon as possible will allow many things to proceed. Following the encounter with the wizard apprentice, Key had promptly sealed off any related news. As a result, the incident did not cause any chaos in Shimmering City, everything remained as peaceful as usual. The Golden Rock Coalition also remained silent, appearing as though nothing had transpired. Only a select few were aware of the turbulent currents beneath the surface of this calm. As time moved into the month of spring dawn, the snow began to show signs of melting. The Shimmering territory grew increasingly lively. Troops were mobilizing, and various supplies were steadily being shipped to the front lines. The entire Shimmering territory was gearing up for the upcoming war. On another front, with the influx of a substantial number of gemstones obtained from Hebrew, Sunan found himself in a much more comfortable position financially. He brought forth the mid-tier and lower-tier gemstones, combining them with those he had purchased from the Firefox Trading Company, and utilized them to craft stone golems. The battle against Baron Winterfrost had already proven the formidable offensive capabilities of the stone golems on the front lines. Fearless of injury and pain, the stone golems, once scaled, could even exert more influence on the battlefield than an equivalent number of knights. The reputation of the Golem Legion was well deserved. Thus, in the effort to build the Golem Legion, Key exhibited great enthusiasm, providing unwavering support and fulfilling every request. By the time the month of Thunder Roar arrived, the Golem Legion of the Shimmering territory had begun to take shape. 300 stone golems were dispatched to the front lines, ready to be thrust into battle at a moment's notice. I've heard that the spread of bestiization syndrome in the Frostflower province has significantly slowed down. The infected forces threatening the borders of the Red Leaf, White Tower, and Lulan provinces have been eradicated. Now, the three provinces are preparing to send troops to counterattack and completely resolve the outbreak. In the study, Qi waved the battle report in his hand, then handed it to Sunan, who was sitting opposite him. Sunan glanced at it briefly and nodded in understanding. It was evident that with the death of Hebrew, the mastermind behind the outbreak, the army of infected had lost its control. Their expansion had begun to stagnate. Now, the army of infected individuals resembled a flock of headless chickens. It was only a matter of time before they were completely eradicated. Of course, due to the initial severity of the outbreak, it would take a long time to fully suppress it. Unless they could pinpoint the weaknesses of these infected individuals, it would be unlikely to end the outbreak in a short time frame. What has the royal family said about the Marquis of Golden Rock? Sunan asked, setting the report down. What can they say? The royal family probably didn't expect us to be able to stand toe-to-toe with the Marquis of Golden Rock. They might be relieved now. Qi chuckled, opening a drawer and pulling out a beautifully decorated piece of parchment, placing it on the table. This is a letter of appointment from the royal family, designating me as the Baron of Shimmering. The royal envoy hinted that once we completely defeat the rebel forces, the royal family will confer upon me the title of Marquis and grant me the Golden Rock province as my domain. Afterwards, the Grand Duke will hold an official conferment ceremony. Sunan raised an eyebrow. That's quite a generous reward. Looking back at the history of the Principality of Starlight, aside from the founding period, no noble had risen from a baron to a marquis, let alone gaining control of an entire province, in such a short time. It was a remarkable reward from the royal family. In extraordinary times, extraordinary measures must be taken. The royal family certainly has its resolve. Qi said with a knowing smile, the three provinces of Red Leaf, White Tower, and Lulan are currently busy dealing with the infected, while the provinces of Purple Bamboo and Salmon lack the strength to confront the Marquis of Golden Rock. The royal family must also fear that if the Marquis truly solidifies his power, it could inspire thoughts of rebellion among other marquises. Therefore, the Marquis of Golden Rock must be eliminated. Even if it means sacrificing a Marquis title. Sunan nodded in agreement, understanding the underlying motivations. Moreover, if the Marquis of Golden Rock were indeed defeated, it was certain that someone would need to take his place. At that point, aside from Qi, who had actual control over the Golden Rock province, no other suitable candidates would exist. It would be sensible to promote him, allowing for a smooth transition while also appeasing the new Marquis. Regardless, with this title of Baron, I can now begin to undertake many endeavors I previously found inconvenient. As he spoke, Qi's expression shifted to one of genuine joy. Previously, as merely a baron, even if his subordinates achieved great feats, they could be elevated only to the title of knight. However, with the title of baron, the feasibility of granting subordinate titles had greatly increased. Titles such as that of baron or viscount could now be conferred simply by notifying the royal family, as long as he had sufficient land to distribute. When do you plan to start the war? We're all set. We'll commence at the end of the month. I won't participate in this war, I need to enter seclusion for a while. Sunan's mental power had reached the threshold for a breakthrough, and he needed to focus on preparing for his advancement to a level 3 wizard apprentice. As for the war during this period, he wasn't particularly concerned. With Hebrew dead, the Marquis of Golden Rock had lost his greatest trump card. In contrast, the Shimmering territory still had the Blackstone Cavalry and the Stone Golem Legion. In terms of military strength, the Shimmering territory now had the upper hand. The upcoming war seemed to have little suspense. I understand, focus on your seclusion. Qi nodded seriously, clearly recognizing the importance of the matter. By the end of the month in the month of Thunder Roar, the long winter finally came to an end, and the snow had completely melted. With spring's arrival, the war that had been stalled for nearly half a year between the Shimmering territory and the Golden Rock coalition reignited. This highly anticipated battle drew the attention of nearly all the nobles in the Principality of Starlight. It was evident to discerning eyes that this battle would determine the fate of the Golden Rock province. The ultimate victor would undoubtedly gain the actual control of the entire Golden Rock province. Chapter 90, Promotion to Level 3 Wizard Apprentice. While the war in the Golden Rock province intensified, Sunan remained alone in the meditation room of the base, completely detached from the outside world. Under the soft glow of the lights, he sat cross-legged on the floor, eyes closed, breathing steadily. After 2 months of meditation, his mental power had grown to 29.99. Now he was just a step away from a breakthrough. The meditation room was peaceful. Only the sound of Sunan's gentle breathing filled the air. Time passed slowly, and soon the energy particles in the room began to surge violently, as if drawn by an invisible force, racing toward Sunan and swiftly entering his body. In an instant, the rich energy particles he had gathered with the energy concentration array were completely absorbed. More energy particles from outside the meditation room flooded in. Around Sunan, a vortex of energy particles formed, with him at its center. Before long, a wave of energy that seemed to emanate from the depths of his soul erupted from Sunan. He slowly opened his eyes, a faint glow flashing within them. A familiar clarity and sense of elevation surged through his mind. This sensation was reminiscent of his promotion to level 2 wizard apprentice, but this time it felt even more pronounced. His perception sharpened significantly. The entire world seemed to come alive in an instant, as countless pieces of information flooded into his mind. Although he could not see beyond the room, Sunan could distinctly sense that Amy was perched on a tree about 50 to 60 meters away, happily munching on ice mint. Not far off, 2 newcomers were hiding around a corner, their faces filled with curiosity as they secretly observed Amy, hesitating about whether to approach her. Further away, he could faintly hear the lively songs of the flower spirits and Gritty's melodious violin playing. This state of seemingly controlling everything around him was intoxicating. However, it lasted only a short while. Before long, Sunan snapped back to reality. Letting out a long breath, he focused his mind and summoned his status panel. Sunan Ionist, human male. Mental power, 30.00/Constitution, 22.21. Skills. Star Ring Meditation Method LV10, 228429/300000. Potion Making LV4, 2012/10000. Biological Modification LV2, 2338/3000. Puppet Crafting LV3, 4528/6000. Magic Item Manufacturing LV2, 2140/3000. A genuine smile of joy spread across Sunan's face as he looked at the panel. After nearly 4 years since his arrival in this world, he had finally been promoted to level 3 wizard apprentice. Calculating the time, he would still be 2 months shy of turning 20. Being a 20-year-old level 3 wizard apprentice would have made him a remarkable talent even during the wizarding golden age 1,000 years ago. After basking in his joy for a moment, Sunan regained his composure and turned his attention back to the panel. On the surface, his abilities didn't appear to have significantly increased compared to before his promotion. However, compared to a level 2 wizard apprentice, the combat power of a level 3 wizard apprentice was a tremendous leap forward. First, his control over energy particles had dramatically improved. Sunan extended his palm, and with a flicker of thought, a mysterious yellow rune materialized above his open hand. The next second, the yellow rune shattered violently, enveloping him in a faint yellow glow. Now, even without rune gemstones, I can easily summon energy runes. Sunan smiled slightly. Going forward, when facing enemies like Great Knights, he wouldn't need to rely solely on rune gemstones. He could easily take them down using energy runes, and perhaps just a spell or two. The second change was a significant increase in casting speed. As a level 3 wizard apprentice, he could now attempt to master segmented casting. Just like Hebrew had demonstrated earlier, he could now cast spells by simply reciting 1 or 2 syllables, allowing for rapid casting. One of the main inconveniences of spells in combat was their lengthy casting time, which easily allowed enemies to interrupt the caster. However, with segmented casting mastered, this weakness was greatly mitigated. This was the primary reason for the substantial increase in combat power among level 3 wizard apprentices. As segmented casting progressed, the next step would be spell silence. Spell silence, as the name suggests, allows spells to be cast without verbal incantations, relying only on mental recitation, the length of incantation being equivalent to segmented casting. Although spell silence wouldn't shorten the preparation time for casting spells, it would allow the caster to prepare the next spell simultaneously, significantly enhancing casting efficiency. An exceedingly practical skill. Beyond spell silence, there was spell instant casting. A wizard apprentice who mastered spell instant casting could complete the casting of a spell in the blink of an eye, requiring no preparation whatsoever, making them akin to a walking artillery. Both spell silence and instant casting were considered advanced magical techniques. Other advanced magical techniques included spell distance enhancement, spell duration extension, area of effect expansion, simultaneous casting of multiple spells, and improving spell control to maximize each spell's effect. Once promoted to level 3 Wizard Apprentice, one could start training to master these advanced techniques. Every single advanced magical technique could significantly enhance one's combat power. Thus, mastering both spell silence and instant casting was a priority for every level 3 Wizard Apprentice. However, these advanced techniques were exceptionally challenging to acquire. Without sufficient talent, most Wizard Apprentices would find it nearly impossible to even brush against the surface of these skills. Most would spend their entire lives without mastering a single advanced technique. Just like Hebrew, who had only managed to grasp basic segmented casting. Fortunately, I have the player panel. As long as I initiate the training progress for advanced magical techniques, I can certainly grind my way to mastery. Sunan mused for a moment, then parted his lips and quickly uttered a syllable. The energy particles around him vibrated violently, but the next second, the room returned to calm. His attempt at segmented casting had failed. But Sunan was unfazed. The informational prompt he sought had already appeared. Completed a practice session for segmented casting training progress plus 0.05%. Sunan nodded in satisfaction. As long as he continued to practice, he would eventually master segmented casting. Once that was achieved, he could begin training in spell silence. Afterward, he would tackle spell instant casting. Both spell silence and instant casting were essential advanced techniques Sunan aimed to master first. The other advanced techniques could be learned gradually later. Now, against a first circle legendary knight, I already have the strength to hold my own. Once I master enough second circle spells, it would be a piece of cake to defeat a first circle legendary knight. With the magical items I possess, I wouldn't have to fear a second circle legendary knight either. A smile crept onto Sunan's face. And he still had the high-level rune gems as his trump card. As long as he was willing to spend money, even a second circle legendary knight could be taken down with ease. The strength range of level 3 wizard apprentices was vast. Weaker level 3 wizard apprentices could pick on first circle legendary knights. However, more powerful level 3 wizard apprentices could easily crush third circle legendary knights. Shaking his head, Sunan gathered his thoughts and began to consider his upcoming plans. The first priority was to learn second circle spells. He currently possessed over a dozen second circle spell books, and considering the difficulty of second circle spells was far greater than that of first circle spells, he wouldn't lack for spells to learn over the next 2 or 3 years. Additionally, I can start preparing for the magic rune core. The two major requirements for integrating a magic rune core were the mental power of a level 3 wizard apprentice and the physical constitution of a junior knight. Sunan had already met one of those conditions. A level 3 wizard apprentice could begin to store a small amount of energy particles within their body, enhancing their resistance to spells and physical attacks, while also increasing the rate at which their constitution strengthened. If he combined this with the dragon blood fruit, Sunan estimated he wouldn't need much time to elevate his constitution to that of a junior knight. Of course, finding the necessary materials will be a challenge. So far, I've only gathered 48 of the 89 required metals, with 12 more in sight. The remaining ones will likely require research into suitable substitutes. Sunan sighed, recognizing that this would be a lengthy endeavor. In addition, there was the matter of his magic item manufacturing skill level. Sunan estimated that in order to craft the magic rune core, his magic item manufacturing would need to reach at least level 4. Currently, he was still halfway away from level 3. It looks like I'll have to manufacture more magical items to level up my skills. Fortunately, with the arrival of over a dozen newcomers, he could prepare additional alchemical-grade magical items for the warehouse, allowing them to exchange them in the future. Moreover, he needed to synthesize more micro-glow-level magical items. In the previous battle, Sunan was able to defeat Hebrew, who was of a higher tier, thanks to his high-level rune gems, the extreme protection ring, and the ice burst necklace. All micro-glow-level magical items. The enhancement provided by micro-glow-level magical items was significant and didn't require further proof. To bolster his strength further and ensure he had the means to protect himself against even stronger adversaries, it was imperative to manufacture more micro-glow-level magical items. One thing to keep in mind was that even though he could carry multiple magical items, only one of the same type could be activated at a time. For example, when it came to protective magical items, a wizard apprentice could activate only one at a time. Activating multiple protective magical items simultaneously would lead to conflicting energy flows, causing all protections to fail. Even when it came to the same type of magical item, their protective effects could not be stacked. Despite this limitation, having multiple magical items was still advantageous. I suppose the consumption of materials will also be a concern. Sunan mused, dismissing the issue for the time being. If necessary, he could always take advantage of the resources in the Golden Rock province once he conquered it. Although the second circle spells and the magic rune core were important, the most crucial task remained meditation. Once he advanced to become a formal wizard, it would open up a world of possibilities. To become a formal wizard, the first prerequisite was to construct 18 star rings. Yes, a total of 18. In other words, he needed to elevate the star ring meditation method to level 19. Calculating the experience required, reaching level 10 in the star ring meditation method demanded 300,000 experience points. Sunan estimated that the combined experience needed for the next 9 levels would easily reach 30 to 40 million. At a rate of 1,000 experience points per day, it would take him 8 to 9 decades, or even over 100 years. And that was with the aid of the blood of the divine and super potion to enhance his meditation. For other wizard apprentices lacking resources, it would be nearly impossible to meet these conditions before their lifespans expired. Secondly, his mental power needed to reach 60 points. This requirement was not to be taken lightly, achieving it was even more challenging than constructing 18 star rings. Once both conditions were met, a wizard apprentice could begin to attempt constructing their innate model, crystallization. This was also an exceedingly difficult step. Only by successfully constructing their own innate model, crystallization, could a wizard apprentice truly break through the boundaries and advance to become a formal wizard. 18 star rings, 60 points of mental power, and the innate model. All of these are not achievable in the short term. The road ahead is long. Sunan couldn't help but sigh. While successfully advancing to level 3 wizard apprentice had marked a significant step forward on the road to becoming a wizard, the journey ahead remained arduous, and he would need to continue working hard. Advanced magical techniques and second circle spells will be a slow grind, but I can approach them methodically. But I should find ways to enhance my meditation efficiency. It's time to synthesize higher tier potions. Sunan estimated that in about half a month, the next batch of silver moon flowers would mature, allowing him to attempt synthesizing higher tier potions then. Now, let's select the spells to study. Sunan pulled out all the second circle spell books from his spatial ring and laid them out on the floor. There were a total of 17 second circle spells. Among them, most were auxiliary spells like mirror image and levitate, or enhancement spells like lightness and strength, with relatively few offensive spells. However, given his current arsenal of high-level rune gems, the calamity ring, and the ice burst necklace, Sunan didn't feel an urgent need for offensive spells. After a moment of consideration, Sunan decided to first master elemental shield, followed by levitate and mirror image. Levitate, as the name suggested, granted the caster temporary flight abilities. Mirror image created exact duplicates of the caster. The number of duplicates created depended on the caster's mental power, with a maximum of 8. The duplicates had no spell casting capabilities or combat abilities but could mimic the caster's actions and movements, making it difficult for enemies to discern the real caster's location. The duplicates would only disappear upon being hit or if the caster chose to cancel the spell. This was undoubtedly an extremely practical spell, especially for spell casters. If used well in combat, it could provide the caster with valuable time to cast more spells. Notably, among the second circle spells was Summon Monster 2. As the name implied, this was an advanced version of Summon Monster I. However, in truth, Summon Monster 2 held a lower priority in Sunan's mind. After all, he summoned beings from other worlds primarily to find helpers for the base, and he valued their suitability and abilities above their strength. Thus, the ability of Summon Monster 2 to call forth more powerful beings from other realms was not necessarily an advantage, especially since it required more mental energy to cast. Reading the Elemental Shield spell model, Elemental Shield learning progress plus 0.08%. Seeing the prompt appear before him, Sunan let out a sigh of resignation. It looks like there's more work ahead of me. As the night deepened, Sunan continued to focus on his studies and preparations, aware that the path to greatness was paved with diligence and perseverance. Chapter 91, The End of a Warlord. The month of Shuohua has passed in the blink of an eye, and spring has transitioned to early summer. Within the base, the planted flora begins to radiate a captivating green, with flowers blooming throughout the gardens, ushering in midsummer. In the alchemy room, Sunan stands before a broad workbench, observing a freshly concocted potion. The pale purple liquid inside the bottle brings a satisfied smile to his face. Transcendent Potion, Tier 3/inferior. Upon consumption, the user enters a transcendent state, enabling the body to slowly absorb ambient energy particles continuously, while significantly enhancing mental activity and energy particle absorption rate. Duration, 53 days and 9 hours. Cannot be stacked. Requires a mental power of 30 or above. Compared to the Super Potion, the Tier 3 Transcendent Potion is undoubtedly more potent, offering a 24-hour passive meditation state. Though passive meditation has a lower efficiency than active meditation, the long duration makes the cumulative effect quite substantial. Additionally, it retains the ability to boost mental activity and the rate of energy particle absorption, meaning active meditation efficiency remains high. Let's test its effects. Sunan uncorks the bottle and consumes the potion in one gulp, then sits cross-legged on the floor to meditate. Over 5 days of continuous testing, he gains a comprehensive understanding of the potion's effects. The Star Ring meditation method can increase proficiency by about 1,500 points per day, roughly a 50% increase in efficiency compared to the Super Potion. At this rate, I should be able to construct the 10th Star Ring in about a month. Sunan nods in satisfaction. A 50% efficiency boost is impressive, especially considering this is just an inferior Tier 3 Transcendent Potion. A superior Tier 3 potion would yield even greater results. The key factor, however, is the materials. Synthesizing one bottle of inferior Tier 3 Transcendent Potion consumes about a quarter of the latest harvest of silver moon flowers. Thanks to the improved silver moon flowers, the effects have greatly increased. Otherwise, it would have required the entire harvest to synthesize just one bottle. The growth cycle for silver moon flowers is about 100 days, while the Transcendent Potion's duration is 53 days. This means I'll need 2 bottles per growth cycle, which is half the yield. The remaining half must be used to make lesser active potions and active potions for the apprentices to exchange at the base. After some calculations, Sunan realizes the silver moon flowers are insufficient. Each increase in potion tier demands exponentially more materials. To synthesize a superior Tier 3 Transcendent Potion, nearly 2/3 of a harvest would be required. Although the superior potion lasts over 70 days, the yield still falls short unless he reduces the supply of lesser active and active potions. While feasible short-term, long-term reductions would slow the apprentices' growth, hindering the base's development. Sunan hopes the apprentices will grow quickly to alleviate his burden of making low-tier potions and crafting low-tier puppets. The best solution is to establish a new magical plant garden. However, due to energy particle concentration issues, the new garden must be far from the base, necessitating personnel for cultivation and defense. Defense can be managed by deploying a squad of stone golems or having key station soldiers there. The real challenge is finding cultivation personnel. The base's garden is managed by flower spirits, with apprentices occasionally helping. A new garden would require the recruitment of more flower spirits or similar otherworldly beings, which is not immediately feasible. Whether suitable helpers can be summoned depends on luck. Creating a magical plant garden will require substantial gold, so it's best to wait until the war in the Golden Rock province ends. Additionally, it will take considerable time to establish the garden, during which I can continue summoning otherworldly beings to find suitable candidates. Fortunately, the mental power requirement for mid to superior Tier 3 Transcendent Potions is high, so I'll stick with inferior potions until the new garden is operational and my mental power meets the threshold. Setting aside these thoughts, Sunan temporarily puts the matter on hold and begins studying spellbooks. With the aid of the Transcendent Potion, his speed in learning second circle spells has increased significantly. At the current rate, he estimates mastering a second circle spell in about 50 days. The progress in segmented casting training is also steadily advancing, and Sunan expects to master the technique within the year, allowing him to begin training in metamagic techniques. While Sunan diligently improves himself, the war in the Golden Rock province rages on. With the Blackstone Cavalry and Golem Legion as their trump cards, the Shimmering Forces crush the Golden Rock Coalition on the battlefield, forcing them into a rapid retreat. In just a month, all noble territories, except for the Marquis of Golden Rocks, have fallen without exception. The once mighty Golden Rock Coalition has been reduced to a solitary figurehead. This astonishing turn of events has left many observers speechless. Though the eventual victory of the Shimmering Forces was anticipated, none expected such a one-sided outcome. It is clear to all that the Marquis of Golden Rock's defeat is inevitable. The once anticipated war has lost all suspense. Under the scorching sun of the month of summer long, the oppressive heat mirrors the tense atmosphere within the Lord's Manor in Golden Rock City. Particularly in the study, servants tiptoe in fear of provoking the Marquis and meeting the same fate as those hanged in recent days. Inside the study, silence reigns. Casper stands by the window, observing the haggard face of the Marquis of Golden Rock with a complex mix of emotions. 2 years ago, the Marquis was vigorous and full of dark hair. Now, wrinkles crease his face, his hair has turned grey, and his spirit visibly wanes. Even a legendary knight has succumbed to such pressure, reflecting the immense strain he's endured recently. Who could have foreseen, 2 years ago, that a once dominant Marquis would fall to a mere baron? Especially considering that 4 years ago, this baron was indirectly exiled to the borderlands due to the Marquis, living on the brink of survival. In just 4 years, their circumstances have completely reversed. In retrospect, the development of these events seems so surreal that one might question if it's all a dream. But Casper knows it is not a dream. All of this is because of a wizard named Sunan. It is his existence that has propelled Blackstone City to grow at a staggering pace, becoming the behemoth it is today. The chief priest was right, wizards are indeed creatures beyond ordinary comprehension. With that realization, Casper feels a wave of dejection. The more formidable Sunan becomes, the slimmer Casper's hope of reclaiming the divine blood amber from him. It was the loss of the divine blood amber that led to his demotion from being the head of the Stone Bell City outpost, now relegated to errands under Priest Joris. As Casper's mind wanders, the Marquis of Golden Rock finally breaks the silence, his voice hoarse. What brings Priest Joris here? Sitting across, Joris leisurely sips his tea and smiles. I've come on behalf of the church to inquire if you still have confidence in resisting the shimmering forces. Casper's lips twitch slightly. He notes that Priest Joris uses the word resist rather than defeat. Clearly, Joris is fully aware that with the Marquis's current state, defeating the shimmering forces is a fantasy. Maintaining a stalemate would be an achievement in itself. The Marquis of Golden Rock gives Joris a deep look, expressionless. Even if I say I have confidence, would your church believe me? Joris pauses, then shakes his head. Even if you manage to fend off the shimmering forces, once Sunan acts, your fate is sealed. The Marquis's eye twitches, his silence speaking volumes. Since losing contact with Hebrew and learning that the beastization crisis in the Frostflower province had halted, he knew Heb's fate was grim. What he couldn't comprehend was how even Hebrew was no match for Sunan. That young man had been a wizard for no more than 4 or 5 years, while Hebrew was an experienced wizard over a century old. Facing such an enigmatic opponent like Sunan, even the battle-hardened Marquis couldn't suppress a sliver of fear. He had no rebuttal for Joris's words. You didn't come here just to tell me this, did you? Joris replies, our church initially collaborated with you, hoping you'd rise to power and control the Starlight Principality, aiding our growth. But that plan has failed. Fortunately, we have other means. The Marquis senses an ominous premonition. What means? We've located Hebrew Gilman's laboratory in the Frostflower province and discovered the weaknesses of the beastization infectees. Offering this knowledge to the Grand Duke will earn us substantial rewards. What do you think? The Marquis's pupils contract, his face darkening completely. Realizing Heb's demise, he'd sent people to locate Heb's lab to find a way to control the beastization infectees. Success would grant him the leverage to rise again. Yet the Starfire Church was quicker, finding the lab first. Now, he truly has no way out. Of course, that alone may not suffice, so I've come to borrow something from you. Joris's smile widens. Just as he finishes, the Marquis suddenly springs into action, launching himself towards the wall beside the window like a cannonball. In the next instant, he crashes into some invisible barrier, rebounding and rolling several times before coming to a stop. Ignoring the pain, he looks up, horrified to find the familiar study replaced by an expansive starry sky. Countless stars dot the surroundings, with a brilliant Milky Way spanning the cosmos above, majestic and vast. He feels as though he's standing amidst an endless starry expanse. What's happening? Bewilderment flickers in the Marquis's eyes. There's no need to rush, Marquis. I haven't finished speaking. Over 10 meters away, Joris stands, holding a book, smiling at the Marquis. Casper is nowhere to be seen. Don't pretend. You just want my life to curry favor with the Grand Duke. I doubt there's anything else I have that interests you. The Marquis sneers, his gaze discreetly scanning the book in Joris's hands. Is it because of that book? Glad you understand. Joris, seemingly oblivious to the Marquis's subtle actions, continues, in reality, we're quite similar, each with contingency plans. Like how you secretly collaborated with another wizard to unleash the beastization disaster without informing us. The Marquis snorts, ready to retort, but then notices his strength and fighting spirit waning. This starry sky also drains physical and fighting energy. Realizing this, he ceases speaking, lunging at Joris like a predator. He passes right through him. It's futile, Joris says casually. You can't harm me here. The Marquis tries several more times, but can't touch Joris. As time passes, a growing sense of weakness overtakes him, and he collapses to the ground. In light of our past cooperation, I'll leave you with an intact corpse. Joris approaches, gazing down at the Marquis with a hint of pity. The Marquis breathes weakly, his voice raspy. Spare me the act. I'll be waiting for you to join me. Don't forget you're also culpable in the death of Sunan's father. He won't spare you. That's none of your concern. Joris dismisses it with a chuckle. As long as we achieve the Church's grand vision, a mere Sunan is of no consequence. The Marquis manages a mocking smile, saying nothing more. The Starfire Church is too arrogant. Just like he once was. Had he taken Sunan more seriously, denying him the chance to grow, he wouldn't be in this predicament. The Starfire Church will follow in his footsteps. Observing the Marquis's changing expression, Joris feels a twinge of irritation, snorting as he presses his palm against the book. Boundless stars surge forward, engulfing the Marquis like a tidal wave. Chapter 92, The Forest Cabin. Once again, the war took an unexpected turn. Before the middle of summer long, rumors of the Marquis of Golden Rock's disappearance spread from Golden Rock City. As a result, the morale of the Golden Rock army at the front plummeted, and their already fragile defenses quickly crumbled. The shimmering forces advanced rapidly, reaching the gates of Golden Rock City, and within 2 days, successfully captured it. The news caused a nationwide uproar in the Starlight Principality. No one expected the war to end so swiftly. Yet, more shocking news followed. 3 days after the fall of Golden Rock City, news arrived from Starry City that a group called the Star God Cult presented the royal family with the corpse of the Marquis of Golden Rock and the weaknesses of the beastization infectees. The Grand Duke of the Starry Principality was overjoyed and declared the Star God Cult the state religion, allowing their emissaries to spread the faith across all provinces. Unsurprisingly, this news caused a significant stir among the nobility of the principality. There were supporters and opponents, and many nobles chose to wait and see what this so-called Star God Cult intended. Golden Rock Province, Shimmering City. Council Hall. Sunan read the battle report in his hand, a peculiar expression on his face. Clearly, this so-called Star God Cult was actually the Starfire Church, just in a different guise. I didn't expect the Starfire Church to kill the Marquis of Golden Rock. It certainly helped us out, otherwise, I couldn't have captured Golden Rock City so quickly. He rubbed his chin, a hint of irony in his expression. The Starfire Church is ruthless. They turned on the Marquis of Golden Rock without hesitation when he was no longer useful, using him as a stepping stone. With their intelligence, Qi and Sunan quickly understood the intricacies behind these events and gained a deeper understanding of the Starfire Church's cold and ruthless nature. But does the Grand Duke truly trust the Starfire Church? I can't believe he's unaware of what the Starfire Church did in Golden Rock Province. Declaring such a cult the state religion seems reckless. Qi frowned. Sunan replied calmly, perhaps they've reached some sort of agreement. Whatever their agreement is, I won't allow the Starfire Church into Golden Rock Province. They dream of spreading their faith here. Qi sneered. After quelling the rebellion, the royal family kept their promise and appointed Qi as the Marquis of Shimmering, granting him Golden Rock Province as his domain. Unlike other provinces, the original noble lords of Golden Rock were either killed by the Golden Rock Coalition or eradicated after siding with the Marquis in rebellion. Now, every noble in Golden Rock Province was newly appointed by Qi. As a result, Qi's control over these military nobles was unmatched by any other Marquis. He effectively ruled the entire province. Thus, as one of the rare marquises who could fully control an entire province, the Red Leaf Province was under royal control and did not have a separate Marquis. Even the royal family couldn't interfere with his decision to block the Star God Cult. Sunan fully supported Qi's decision. In fact, he suspected that apart from the Red Leaf Province, other marquises wouldn't easily allow the Starfire Church to spread their faith in their territories either. There would likely be a confrontation. Returning his attention to the battle report, Sunan focused on the mention of the Star God cult presenting the weaknesses of the beastization infectees. Based on his analysis, the Starfire Church was likely unaware of the beastization disaster. Otherwise, they would have been involved in the war between the Marquis of Golden Rock and the Shimmering Forces from the start. If they knew the weaknesses of the beastization infectees, they either learned from the Marquis or found Heb's laboratory. Sunan speculated it was likely the latter. Hebrew wouldn't be foolish enough to reveal such crucial information to the Marquis. It seems that whatever Hebrew left behind has likely fallen into the hands of the Starfire Church. Sunan felt a twinge of regret but quickly dismissed it. He never expected to find Heb's belongings in the first place. Heb's residence was most likely in the Frostflower province, and venturing there alone to search for a wizard apprentice's dwelling without any intelligence was like finding a needle in a haystack. Moreover, having just advanced to a level 3 wizard apprentice, Sunan was in a phase of rapid growth and couldn't afford to waste time chasing a slim hope. Setting down the report, Sunan asked Ki, "What are your plans next?" Ki, prepared, responded without hesitation. Though the war didn't last long, Golden Rock province suffered significant losses. I plan to focus on recovery and economic development while building strength. Indeed, Sunan agreed with a nod. Though unspoken, both understood that matters weren't settled. Vengeance against the Starfire Church was inevitable. For now, they needed to silently build their strength and wait for the day they could uproot the Starfire Church. I've arranged for aptitude tests in all towns that haven't conducted them yet. The children who pass will be sent to your base. Moreover, the materials you commissioned from the Firefox Trading Company have arrived. I've arranged for them to be sent to the base. These materials included rare metals needed for crafting the magic rune core and consumables for Sunan's mass production of magical items. Purchasing this batch of materials cost a considerable sum. However, Ki had profited greatly from the war and was generous in procurement. I plan to establish 1 or 2 more magical plant gardens, so I may need your troops for defense, Sunan said. No problem. Ki agreed without hesitation. He had wanted to persuade Sunan to expand the cultivation of dragon blood fruit, as the larger territory and expanded army required an increasing supply. He was eager for Sunan to establish more magical plant gardens. Leaving the Lord's Manor, Sunan headed straight back to the base. With the war concluded, he could now focus on training, learning, and agricultural development. During this time, Sunan had successfully mastered his first second circle spell, Elemental Shield. He had also started learning his second circle spell, Levitate. Additionally, he was halfway through segmented casting training, progressing faster than expected. Sunan estimated it would take at most 2 more months to master segmented casting. Next, I'll concentrate on crafting magical items to advance magic item manufacturing to level 4. The magic rune core still needs 29 types of rare metals, and I have to research substitutes for each. In thought, Sunan arrived at the base. Suddenly, his gaze fixed on an owl perched on a nearby tree. The owl had a terrifying face, with 6 pairs of eyes densely covering its head, a beak with sharp teeth, and dark red talons. As it met Sunan's gaze, the owl spoke in a deep male voice. "Nice to meet you, Lord Sunan. I'm Night Owl. It's an honor to meet you." Sunan's lips twitched slightly. Another wizard apprentice. Seeing Sunan's lack of reaction and calm gaze, the owl cleared its throat and continued, "There's no need to be overly cautious, Lord Sunan. I'm here with no ill intentions, merely to invite you to join our organization, Forest Cabin." Forest Cabin. Sunan's expression shifted. Indeed, Forest Cabin is a secret organization comprised entirely of level 3 wizard apprentices. Sunan interrupted Night Owl, "Is Hebrew Gilman one of your members?" "Yes, but please don't misunderstand." Noticing Sunan's wary eyes, the owl spread its wings in a human-like gesture and explained, "Forest Cabin is a loose organization established for members to trade information and resources. Beyond trade relations, members have no close ties and do not interfere in each other's actions. You needn't worry about anyone seeking revenge for Hebrew. In fact, many in Forest Cabin disapprove of Heb's actions." Sunan didn't respond, though he mostly believed it. After all, if Forest Cabin harbored multiple wizard apprentices seeking revenge for Hebrew, they wouldn't bother with pretense and would simply attack him. Of course, this guess wasn't entirely foolproof. Sunan remained vigilant, his extreme protection ring already activated, and a high-level rune gem quietly slipped into his hand. "I'm curious, why would you invite me to join Forest Cabin?" Night Owl seemed to chuckle before replying. "We've been aware of you for some time. Your reputation from the Battle of Shimmering City reached across the Starlight Principality, and we naturally heard of it. However, at that time, you were only a level 2 wizard apprentice, and according to Forest Cabin's rules, we only accept level 3 apprentices, so we hadn't reached out to you. It wasn't until you killed Hebrew, displaying power comparable to a level 3 apprentice, that we decided to make an exception to invite you. But now, it seems no exception is needed." Night Owl regarded Sunan with a meaningful gaze. A level 3 wizard apprentice can store a small amount of energy particles in their body, and at close range, it's easy for another level 3 apprentice to discern this. "So, Lord Sunan, would you consider joining Forest Cabin? Trust me, it would greatly benefit your future development." Feigning contemplation, Sunan had already made his decision internally. He had long sought traces of a wizard apprentice organization. Finally finding one, he certainly wouldn't pass up the opportunity. Especially since Forest Cabin was a loose organization centered around trade, joining would impose few restrictions while allowing resource and intelligence exchanges with other apprentices, offering numerous benefits. As his strength increased, the resources Sunan needed became increasingly rare and precious. Relying solely on the Firefox Trading Company made it difficult to gather everything. Even with the synthesis cube, many materials were beyond his reach, requiring time and effort to research substitutes, a lengthy process. However, a secret organization of level 3 wizard apprentices might hold some surprises for him. "All right, I'll join you." Feigning thought for a moment, Sunan agreed. "Then, welcome aboard, Lord Sunan. From today, you're a member of Forest Cabin." Night Owl lightly tapped its wings, as if applauding. It then flapped down from the tree, landing and bending slightly, its belly swelling before quickly extending to its beak, finally spitting out an object with a wow. It was a palm-sized, exquisitely crafted wooden toy house, lifelike in detail. The house lacked a roof, revealing its interior, with only a long table and over a dozen chairs, devoid of other furnishings. Every surface, from the floor to the walls to the furniture, was intricately engraved with enchanting runes. "A trading house," Sunan murmured, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Night Owl seemed even more surprised. "Lord Sunan, do you recognize this?" "Sort of." Sunan nodded slightly. A trading house is a unique micro-glow level magical item. Though fashioned as a toy house, it's actually a key to an interdimensional space known as a trading house. In this space, all entrants are considered to have signed an oath contract, bound by its limitations against any transaction disrupting actions, including but not limited to harming other traders or stealing items, lest their souls be obliterated. Simply put, it's a magical item designed for secure transactions. Throughout the golden age of wizards 1,000 years ago and in future wizarding eras, trading houses are quite common. Many wizards, and apprentices, prefer using trading houses for remote transactions, ensuring safety and convenience. Seeing Sunan's genuine recognition of the trading house, Night Owl was quietly astonished. He had discovered the trading house by chance in a wizard apprentice inheritance and had never met anyone else who recognized it. It had taken considerable effort to convince other apprentices of its security benefits, successfully establishing the Forest Cabin organization. Yet Sunan, a newly advanced level 3 apprentice, recognized it immediately. Did he see it in some wizarding text? Night Owl wondered silently, but refrained from asking, instead pointing to the trading house with his wing. Since Lord Sunan recognizes it, that's convenient. Forest Cabin holds gatherings every 3 months to trade resources and information. The next meeting is in 16 days at night. Prepare your trade items in advance and enter the trading house when the time comes. Sunan nodded, using energy particles to clean the trading house of its sticky residue before picking it up. The trading house can be divided into multiple keys, and the one Sunan held was just one, granting access to the space. Additionally, each member of Forest Cabin uses a code name to address each other, keeping identities confidential. Lord Sunan can decide on a code name. With this reminder, Night Owl flapped its wings and departed. Watching it leave, Sunan turned his gaze back to the key in his hand, smiling playfully as he returned to the base. Chapter 93, Today I won't let you trade anything. In the workshop, the recently shut-off magic energy crystal forge exhaled a faint, warm mist. At the workbench, Sunan carefully placed the last protective ring into the cube and selected synthesis. The interface flashed, and a brand new extreme protection ring emerged. Sunan retrieved the ring and slid it onto his right pinky finger. Gazing at his right hand, now adorned with 5 extreme protection rings, Sunan smiled with satisfaction, feeling a heightened sense of security. As long as the attack doesn't exceed 1000 defense points in instant damage, the 5 extreme protection rings can be used in rotation. 5000 defense points should be enough to withstand over 50-second circle spells. For weaker level 3 wizard apprentices, their mental power might not suffice to cast over 50-second circle spells, highlighting the formidable defense the rings provide. Calming himself, Sunan glanced at his left hand, where only his index and middle fingers bore the calamity ring and the space ring, leaving 3 fingers unadorned. He planned to craft 3 more calamity rings to utilize the remaining fingers. The materials are depleted, I'll need to purchase more. Running his hand over the rings, Sunan cast the first circle spell Illusory Glow, causing the 7 rings to vanish instantly. This way, he wouldn't reveal his possession of numerous magical items and could avoid alerting enemies during battle. Sunan then opened his status panel for a look. Unsurprisingly, magic item manufacturing had reached level 3, with an additional 1000 points of proficiency. He estimated that reaching level 4 would require nearly 5000 more proficiency points. Sunan calculated he'd need to invest at least 10,000 gold coins worth of materials to advance magic item manufacturing to level 4. Indeed, every wizard, apprentice, is built on a mountain of resources. Leaving the workshop, Sunan headed straight to the meditation room for his daily routine. Just 2 days prior, he had successfully constructed the 10th star ring. At level 11, the star ring meditation method now required 500,000 proficiency points to upgrade. At the current pace, it would take about 11 months to build the 11th star ring. After meditating, Sunan continued his spell learning and segmented casting practice as usual. By the time he finished, night had fallen. Returning to the meditation room, Sunan took out the key to the trading house. He had already used the cube to ensure it hadn't been tampered with. However, the key was still inactive, indicating the trading house hadn't opened and the gathering hadn't started. Unhurried, Sunan sat patiently. Over the past fortnight, he had pondered the forest cabin situation in detail. To trade for desirable resources from other wizard apprentices, he needed something of value to offer. In this regard, Sunan was confident. He believed that 99% of wizard apprentices lacked the wealth of resources he possessed. Firstly, there were potions. Without the synthesis cube, other apprentices found it difficult to gather materials for potion making. While 0 and 1st circle potions were manageable, materials for 2nd and 3rd circle potions were almost impossible to obtain. Moreover, without sufficient practice materials, they might not even have the skills to craft 2nd or 3rd circle potions. The same applied to magical items. Sunan had plenty of potions and magical items, resources any apprentice would desire. However, he didn't plan to trade potions and magical items, he had a more suitable item. Magic stones. Compared to the high-cost potions and magical items, magic stones, with a production cost of less than 2 gold coins, were far more suitable for trade. In thought, time passed, and the silver moon hung high in the night sky. Sunan suddenly sensed a change in the key in his hand. Focusing, he found the key active. Taking a deep breath, Sunan donned a mask, then injected mental power into the key, activating it. In the next instant, a sensation of weightlessness engulfed him. Regaining his senses, Sunan found himself seated at a long table in a simple wooden cabin. The walls and floor were engraved with dense runes. Aside from the long table and a dozen chairs, the cabin had no other furniture. It was identical to the trading house's interior he had seen before. At the moment, 4 others sat around the table with Sunan. All wore masks and robes, concealing their faces and figures. At the head was a person with an owl mask, the words Night Owl etched on the table before them. To their right, someone wore a red dragon head mask, with Red Heart inscribed on the table. 2 seats away from Red Heart sat someone in a white bone mask, exuding a gloomy aura. Even from several meters away, Sunan could sense the intense negative energy emanating from them. Remains was carved on the table before them. Sunan sat to the left of Night Owl, and 3 seats away, someone with a rose mask sat, their table inscribed with rose. Moonlight streamed through the window, draping the cabin like a silken veil. Turning to the window, Sunan could see the night sky outside. However, he knew it was an illusion, he was in an interdimensional space, no longer in the material world. Only 5 of us for the gathering today? It seems everyone's busy, Night Owl quipped lightly, glancing around. Enough chit-chat. As you know, today we welcome a new member to Forest Cabin. Let's welcome. Night Owl paused, looking at Sunan. Player, Sunan said, revealing his chosen alias. As he spoke, the words player etched themselves onto the table before him, as if an invisible chisel inscribed each letter. Night Owl pondered the alias for a few seconds, but its meaning eluded him. Let's welcome our new member, Lord Player. Night Owl led a round of applause. Redheart and Rose also clapped lightly. Remains remained motionless, seemingly ignoring Night Owl's words. Night Owl didn't mind and addressed Sunan, including you. Forest Cabin now has 8 members, though not everyone attends. Everyone has their own matters. Sunan nodded in understanding. He was equally busy every day. Let's begin today's trading. Wait. Remains suddenly interjected, interrupting Night Owl. Night Owl looked at him, puzzled. What's the matter? Remains glanced at Sunan and said, according to the rules, newcomers must demonstrate their strength to prove they belong, as no one wants to waste time trading with someone lacking resources. Night Owl shook his head. No need. I vouch for Player, his resources rival ours. Ridiculous, Night Owl thought. Others might not know, but he had personally investigated Sunan and knew his capabilities well. Someone who crafted the Blackstone Cavalry and Stone Golem Legion wouldn't lack resources to trade. He wouldn't believe it. Hearing Night Owl's assurance, Redheart and Rose looked curiously at Sunan, wondering why Night Owl vouched so firmly for him. In Forest Cabin, members didn't know each other's true identities. Only Night Owl, the founder, knew each member's identity. Every member was personally invited by him. Remains, however, wasn't swayed, insisting, rules can't be broken. Night Owl's eyes narrowed slightly beneath his mask. The atmosphere grew tense. Sorry, Lord Sunan. Remains was close to Hebrew. To convince others to make an exception for you, I had to reveal you killed Hebrew. That might be why Remains is causing you trouble. Night Owl's voice whispered in Sunan's ear. Seeing the other's indifference, it was clear only he could hear these words. Night Owl may be the organizer, but he has little control over other Forest Cabin members. He wasn't lying, this is indeed a loose organization. Sunan mused silently. This was good news for him. Nodding subtly to Night Owl, Sunan spoke, let's follow the rules. He waved his hand over the table, where 10 grey crystals appeared. Are these enough to prove my strength? Remains sneered, scrutinizing the crystals, then froze. At the same time, a low gasp emerged from beneath Rose's mask, revealing a female apprentice's voice. Magic stones. The 10 grey crystals Sunan brought were indeed magic stones. Night Owl instinctively sat up straighter, eyeing the magic stones before Sunan and asked. May I take a look? Sunan gestured assent. The trading house's oath contract ensured no one could steal others' items, not even the trading house owner. Night Owl gestured, and a magic stone floated into his palm. Sunan raised an eyebrow. Silent casting? Or a magical item's ability? If the former, Night Owl's strength was considerable. After examining it for a while, Night Owl returned the magic stone to Sunan, nodding slightly, indeed, it's a magic stone. Though a lower grade one, its quality is impressive. The others seemed to trust Night Owl's judgment. Hearing his words, Rose and Redheart eyed the magic stones with interest. Remains fell silent, saying no more. Natural magic stone mines had long vanished from the starry continent, with existing stones a rare remnant from 1,000 years ago. Magic stones were crucial for setting up arrays, crafting magical items, making puppets, and even certain potions. Without them, many tasks were impossible. For any apprentice on the starry continent, magic stones were invaluable. These 10 stones were more than enough as trade items for a gathering. Even if Remains sought trouble, there was no excuse. Seeing Remains' silence, Night Owl chuckled, clapping his hands. Since there are no objections, let's start tonight's trading. Who wants to go first? As Night Owl's voice fell, Rose spoke up, I'll go first. Under everyone's gaze, Rose waved her hand, and 2 exquisite wooden boxes appeared on the table. She opened one, revealing densely packed green seeds. These are mandrake seeds. You're all aware of mandrake's properties, so I won't elaborate. There are 121 seeds. Anyone interested? Mandrake is a magic plant with hallucinogenic effects, used in many potions. Sunan had encountered mandrake in the evil spirit manor of Stone Bell City, though those were tainted by negative energy and unusable for potions, ultimately burned away. What do you want in exchange? Sunan asked. He planned to establish a new magical plant garden and could plant some mandrake. Rose eyed the magic stones before Sunan, hesitating, then said, 1 magic stone, how about it? Sunan nodded, deal. Thank you. Rose exhaled slightly in relief. The value of over 100 mandrake seeds was slightly less than 1 magic stone, making it a favorable trade for her. Sunan stored the mandrake seeds in the cube, verified them, and tossed a magic stone to Rose. Receiving a magic stone brightened Rose's mood, lending a lighter tone to her voice. She opened the other box, pointing to the potion inside. This is Flammy Heart Potion, a first circle potion that enhances constitution and slightly boosts fire element resistance. Hearing first circle potion, the 3 others, except Sunan, showed interest. Sunan observed this, nodding inwardly. As he suspected, first circle potions were indeed valuable to these apprentices. Night Owl and Redheart hesitated, contemplating whether to trade for the Flammy Heart Potion, but ultimately shook their heads, remaining silent. Remains produced an irregular grey crystal, saying, 1 micro-soul crystal for your Flammy Heart Potion. Rose was about to agree when Sunan's voice interrupted. 3 magic stones for your Flammy Heart Potion. Rose perked up, agreeing without hesitation. Deal. Remains' face darkened, glaring at Sunan. Unbothered, Sunan exchanged magic stones for the Flammy Heart Potion. For other apprentices, the cost of a first circle potion exceeded 200 gold coins. Magic stones were worth around 50-60 gold coins, with scarcity adding a premium. 3 magic stones for a first circle potion was reasonable. However, this was only reasonable for others. For Sunan, it was nearly free. Sunan synthesized each magic stone for less than 2 gold coins, making 3 stones worth just over 5 gold coins. Trading that for a first circle potion was a bargain. This potion will enhance my constitution. Sunan smiled, storing the Flammy Heart Potion in his space ring. Seeing Rose had no more items, Night Owl addressed the others. Who's next? I'll go, Redheart said. His voice was low and disguised, making it unrecognizable. He presented a large skeleton. Unfurled, it spanned over 10 meters in length and 5 or 6 meters in height. Judging by its appearance, it was likely a dragon subspecies, a drake, or a similar creature. This is a spiked wingless dragon skeleton, Redheart explained. Before he finished, Remains eagerly declared, I'll take it. He placed 2 soul crystals on the table. Though a legendary dragon subspecies, the skeleton's value is lower without blood or a heart. 2 micro-soul crystals for your skeleton is fair. Redheart nodded, acknowledging Remains' statement. He was about to agree when he paused, turning to Sunan. Sure enough, Sunan said, 5 magic stones, interested. Deal. Redheart replied without hesitation. While soul crystals were precious, magic stones were more versatile. She needed the latter more. Watching this, Remains nearly ground his teeth to dust, glaring at Sunan, wishing he could cast a spell at him. Sunan glanced mockingly at Remains. Little troublemaker, dare to mess with me? Today, I won't let you trade anything. Chapter 94, Depths Behind the Facade. Though not entirely certain, Sunan speculated that the aliases chosen by the members of Forest Cabin likely had some connection to their abilities. For example, Night Owl had used an owl as a proxy during his previous visit to Sunan. Rose's traded items were consistently magical plant seeds or potions, suggesting expertise in magical plant cultivation and potion making. As for Remains, his abilities likely related to necromancy, a theory supported by his keen interest in the spiked wingless dragon skeleton. For the guy who had been antagonistic since the meeting began, Sunan intended to give him a hard time. With Sunan present, Remains would find no success in trading during this gathering. Sunan was confident in his advantage. In terms of resources, he believed no one present could match him. Of course, Sunan's interest in the spiked wingless dragon skeleton wasn't purely to spite Remains. As a draconic subspecies, its bones could benefit the hidden dragon, strengthening its skeletal structure and enhancing its bloodline. After securing the skeleton, Sunan suddenly asked Redheart, do you have dragon blood? Or blood from a draconic subspecies? Redheart hesitated, then nodded, producing a glass vial filled with crimson liquid. This is spiked wingless dragon blood. Sunan's eyes lit up. The hidden dragon's bloodline was nearing 90% purity, and acquiring this dragon blood, combined with the skeleton, might elevate its bloodline to that of a draconic subspecies. This was a must-have. Sunan asked, "What do you want in exchange?" Unexpectedly, Redheart shook his head and said, "I'm not trading this blood." He opened his other hand to reveal a yellow-brown eyeball. "This is something I acquired by chance. It seems to be a magical item, containing dense energy particles, but I can't activate it. If anyone can identify it, I'll give them the dragon blood." The others grew curious at Redheart's proposition. Night Owl offered, "Can I take a look?" Redheart handed the eyeball to Night Owl. Night Owl scrutinized it for some time, attempting to inject mental power, but the eyeball remained inert. Eventually, he sighed, returned the item, and said, "Sorry." Seeing that even the knowledgeable Night Owl couldn't identify it, Rose and Remains lost interest. Sunan then said, "Let me try." Redheart glanced at him, handing over the item. Remains scoffed, "If Night Owl can't, what makes you think you can?" Ignoring him, Sunan focused on examining the item. Though Night Owl, Redheart, and Rose said nothing, they doubted Sunan could discern anything. To everyone's surprise, Sunan soon set the item down, smiling. "Coincidentally, I recognize this." They were all taken aback. Redheart quickly asked, "Really?" Sunan returned the item, explaining leisurely, "It's called the Eye of the Rainbow, from a rainbow monster. It emits rainbow-like light. You could call it a magical item, as it's inherently magical." The group was perplexed. Neither the Eye of the Rainbow nor rainbow monsters were familiar terms. However, they recognized the rainbow glow, a second circle spell inducing illusions in its targets, though none had mastered it. "How do we know you are telling the truth?" Remains sneered. Sunan shot him a dismissive look, like watching a clown, angering Remains further. Before he could retort, Sunan told Redheart, "Try soaking it in a mixture of dream flower and animal blood for 5 minutes. Night Owl added, "I have owl blood." Rose produced a pale purple flower, "I have a dream flower." Seeing this, Redheart didn't hesitate and proceeded to test the method. Having been unable to use the item, he might as well try Sunan's suggestion. The owl blood and dream flower quickly submerged the eyeball. After 5 minutes, Redheart retrieved it, finding it transformed. The once yellow-brown eye now shimmered with rainbow colors. The beautiful hues left the apprentices momentarily dazed, then they regained composure, looking at Sunan in astonishment. It was true. Exactly as he described. Remains was dumbfounded, unable to believe Sunan not only recognized the item but knew how to activate it. How bizarre! Was this guy more knowledgeable than Night Owl? Redheart beamed at the rainbow eye, eagerly handing the dragon blood to Sunan. "Thank you. As promised, the dragon blood is yours." Sunan accepted it gladly. "You're well versed, Lord Player," Rose said with a smile. Night Owl nodded in agreement. When Sunan had immediately recognized the trading house, Night Owl assumed he had stumbled upon the information in a book. Now, it was clear Sunan was truly knowledgeable. It was hard to imagine someone who had only recently become a wizard apprentice knowing so much. Considering Sunan's abundant resources, Night Owl couldn't help but wonder if another wizard apprentice organization backed him. Remains sat silently, saying nothing. Not all powerful wizards were knowledgeable, but knowledgeable wizards were rarely weak. Knowledge is power, after all. Initially, Remains had dismissed Player as a newly advanced level 3 apprentice, despite his victory over Hebrew. Now, he found Player more inscrutable. After appraising the rainbow eye, Redheart indicated his trading was done. Night Owl glanced at Remains, who remained silent, then said with a smile, "I'll go next." To Sunan's surprise, Night Owl produced a batch of fist-sized eggs. These are red-eyed crow eggs. Red-eyed crows are swift, enduring, and possess long-range, wide-area vision, perfect for patrol and surveillance. I have 45 eggs here, along with my red-eyed crow breeding manual. Anyone interested? Red-eyed crows. Sunan's interest piqued. These magical creatures were indeed suited for base patrol and surveillance. Though his base had stone golems, they were too few and cumbersome to cover the entire area. With a batch of red-eyed crows working with the stone golems, base security would improve significantly. His mind made up, Sunan said, "I'll take them. What do you want in exchange?" Magic stones, Night Owl replied without hesitation. 45 eggs and the manual for 10 magic stones. Sunan shook his head, 6 stones. They were eggs, not mature crows, and he'd have to incubate and raise them, so they weren't worth 10 stones. 8 stones. 7 stones. Night Owl hesitated, then nodded, deal. Another trade complete. Now only Sunan and Remains hadn't presented items for exchange. With everyone watching, Remains forced a smile and pointed to 2 micro-soul crystals on the table, these are what I'm trading. Night Owl, Red Heart, and Rose exchanged glances. They had already traded with Sunan and had nothing left that matched the crystal's value. Seeing the others unmoved, Remains' expression darkened, and he glanced at Sunan, who smirked back, before angrily stashing the crystals away. Night Owl cleared his throat and turned to Sunan, player, do you have anything to trade? Of course. Sunan smiled, waving his hand as over a dozen magic stones appeared on the table. The display left Night Owl and the others amazed. He had already traded over a dozen stones and now produced more. How many magic stones did player have? If it weren't impossible, they'd think he had a magic stone mine. I'm looking for wizard tomes, gems, and rare metals. If you have any, feel free to trade. Night Owl, Red Heart, and Rose perked up. If Sunan had requested other items, they might not have had them, but wizard tomes and gems were staples for apprentices. Wizard tomes could be copied, and gems could be bought with gold coins. Neither was particularly rare, making them ideal for trading for magic stones. The 3 eagerly brought out various tomes and gems. Sunan carefully selected, discarding duplicates, and acquired the rest. He accepted all gems without hesitation. To Sunan's surprise, Rose presented over 300 gems at once. Though all mid to low grade, it was an impressive haul. Hebrew had only had over 100 gems. She's either from a noble family or has ties with a royal family, Sunan thought, eyeing Rose. Additionally, Red Heart and Night Owl each offered nearly 100 gems. Sunan was delighted to find Red Heart had 3 rare metals for the magic rune core, materials he lacked, so he took them all. In total, Sunan acquired over 300 tomes, 500 gems, and 3 rare metals. And he paid less than 200 magic stones. Night Owl and the others felt the trade was worthwhile, exchanging tomes and gems for valuable magic stones. Sunan felt it was equally worthwhile, using low-cost stones for tomes and gems. Both parties considered the deal a success. A win-win situation. The only dissatisfied participant was Remains, sitting isolated in the corner. From the start of the gathering, he had traded nothing, all snatched by Sunan. Yet he couldn't bring himself to seek reconciliation with Sunan. Throughout the meeting, he felt like an outsider. Watching the others with their magic stones, Remains regretted antagonizing player. After the trades, Red Heart and Rose were noticeably warmer toward Sunan. Sunan had proven his substantial resources. In a single gathering, he had produced over 200 magic stones, something even the most resourceful member, Scepter, couldn't do. With such a well-endowed member, they were eager for future resource trades. As the meeting concluded, Sunan listed rare metals, promising to trade for any on the list at the next gathering. Red Heart and Rose readily agreed, planning how to gather more metals. Soon, only Night Owl and Remains remained in the cabin. Seeing Remains' gloomy demeanor, Night Owl sighed, Heb's death was his own doing, not player's fault. You shouldn't trouble him. You saw it yourself. Player's resources are deeper than expected. His joining benefits Forest Cabin. I advise you, if you want more resources, try to get along with player. Remains sat silently for a moment before speaking, aren't you curious where player's magic stones come from? How many apprentices have hundreds of stones? What if you knew? You plan to take them from him. Night Owl replied meaningfully. Don't forget, even as a level 2 apprentice, player killed Hebrew. Now, as a level 3, he's stronger. Do you think you can beat him? Remains hesitated, unable to argue. Even if you could beat him, how can you ensure getting the stones? Are they his, or traded from someone else? If it's the latter, we'd lose a source of magic stones. We can trade peacefully with player for stones. Why risk a thankless task? Remains fell silent again. After a while, he stood and said, I understand. Forget I mentioned it. With that, Remains vanished. Night Owl shook his head, looking at Sunan's former seat, deep in thought. Despite his investigation, Night Owl found Sunan increasingly enigmatic after 2 encounters. Now, even he couldn't gauge Sunan's depth. A 20-year-old level 3 apprentice, the depths behind him are indeed profound. Chapter 95, Bloodline Evolution, Rainbow Sea and the Underground World. Sunan returned to his meditation room, the key from the trading house still in his hand but now unusable. He began to sort through the items he had acquired, over 300 wizard tomes, 500 gems, 3 rare metals, a flammy heart potion, over 100 mandrake seeds, the spiked wingless dragon skeleton, a vial of draconic blood, and more than 40 red-eyed crow eggs. This trade had been a resounding success. Even though other wizard apprentices don't have a synthesis cube, they have their own resource channels. Trading with them grants access to rare resources not easily found otherwise, Sunan mused, satisfied with his decision to join Forest Cabin. Organizing his gains, Sunan found that among the 300 tomes, there were 21 spellbooks, 5 zero circle, 11 first circle, and 5 second circle spells, greatly enriching his collection. Thanks to his player panel, Sunan had the potential to master all spells given enough time, unlike other apprentices who could only specialize in a few. The more spells I master, the better I can adapt to unexpected situations. But for now, I'll focus on mastering second circle spells, and leave the others for later. The 500 gems were earmarked for crafting stone golems and synthesizing high-level rune gems. The stone golems would guard the new magical plant garden. As for the high-level rune gems, Sunan's increased energy control as a level 3 wizard apprentice allowed him to synthesize 23 gems, up from 18. These gems' power had significantly increased. Testing with the extreme protection ring, a single thunder high-level rune gem could deplete over 700 defense points, equivalent to being hit by 8 second circle spells simultaneously. Such power was unmatched by any second circle defensive spell or alchemical grade protective item, except the micro-glow level. Importantly, as his mental power grew, the gems' might would continue to increase, making them a reliable trump card until he became a full-fledged wizard. Before advancing to a wizard, these gems will serve as a critical attack option. This trump card is indispensable. He decided to craft 5 high-level rune gems and save the remaining gems for future needs. Next, Sunan turned to the flammy heart potion, consuming it in one gulp. The scorching liquid coursed through him, causing his skin to flush red, though the pain was negligible compared to the evil illusion potion he had taken before. Once his body stabilized, he noted a 1.82 increase in constitution. Not bad at all. Considering it was only a first circle potion, its effects were quite impressive, even surpassing the dragon blood potion. Unfortunately, the main ingredient, flammy heart bamboo, was rare and difficult to find compared to black-scaled lizardman blood. Sunan decided that synthesizing dragon blood fruit was a simpler way to enhance his constitution. Each harvest would have a portion set aside for personal use. With these 3 rare metals and 2 recently developed substitutes, I've gathered 65 of the 89 metals needed for the magic rune core. Still 24 to go. The mandrake seeds will be planted in the new magical plant garden once it's established. I'll hatch the red-eyed crow eggs myself since they'll be crucial for base security. As for the spiked wingless dragon skeleton and blood, they were destined to enhance the hidden dragon's bloodline. Overall, Sunan was very pleased with his venture to Forest Cabin and was already looking forward to the next gathering, confident that Night Owl and the others would bring more valuable items. In the following days, Sunan focused on extracting the essence from the spiked wingless dragon skeleton and blood to enhance the hidden dragon. After much effort, he successfully integrated the essence into the dragon. The results did not disappoint. After a 3-day slumber, the hidden dragon's bloodline advanced to that of a draconic subspecies. Boom! In the spell training ground, the hidden dragon charged around, demolishing stone pillars that Sunan had set up, gleefully testing its newfound physical strength. Standing at the edge of the field, Sunan watched with a broad smile as the hidden dragon reveled in its power. The most noticeable change was the significant increase in physical strength, now comparable to a first circle legendary knight. This surpassed many draconic subspecies. Additionally, the hidden dragon had awakened a flame breath ability, akin to dragon breath, with power nearing that of a second circle spell. With its robust physique, invisibility, phase shift, and flame breath, the hidden dragon's combat prowess now matched a second circle legendary knight. Against Heb's bear familiar, the dragon could likely crush it in a single encounter. As Sunan pondered these developments, the hidden dragon finished its romp and rushed over, affectionately nudging him. The bloodline evolution had added more draconic traits, 2 curved horns on its head and a row of razor-sharp spines along its back. The only downside was the absence of wings. If it had wings, its combined abilities would make even a level 3 wizard apprentice wary. Hiss! The hidden dragon hissed in a friendly manner, its fierce appearance contrasting with its affectionate behavior. Suddenly, Sunan experienced a momentary daze as his vision split in two. One view was his normal sight. The other showed a familiar figure. Himself, albeit much smaller. He looked down to see black-red scales and sharp claws. Vision sharing. This was a new ability awakened by the hidden dragon's bloodline evolution. Unlike a spell, this was a natural ability that magical pets developed over time, varying by aptitude and species. With this ability, Sunan could connect with the hidden dragon's vision, even across vast distances. Another potential ability was spell sharing, allowing spells cast on Sunan to also affect his pet within a certain range, until the spell's duration ended or they moved too far apart. For instance, casting Lightfoot on himself could also affect his pet. At this rate, spell sharing might awaken with the next bloodline evolution. Sunan patted the hidden dragon's head. The black-scaled lizardman blood was no longer effective for further enhancement. There were 2 options to continue enhancing the hidden dragon's bloodline. One was blood replacement, synthesizing dragon blood from his own and integrating it into the dragon. The other was obtaining real dragon blood and integrating it. The former was simpler but slower. The latter was faster, but finding true dragon blood was difficult. Never mind, I'll take it slow. Draconic subspecies live long, in its lifetime, the hidden dragon will surely evolve into a true dragon. Sunan mused silently. Meow. Amy suddenly appeared on the hidden dragon's back, sniffing curiously. Draconic subspecies scent. The big guy's bloodline evolved. Thanks to her master's teachings, Amy's understanding of the wizard world rivaled many level 3 apprentices. She immediately noticed the hidden dragon's changes. Seeing Amy, Sunan's interest peaked. Amy, do you know where dragons are? The Starlight continent was vastly different from 1,000 years ago, but it was still the same land. Knowing where dragons used to roam could be useful. Dragons. Amy tilted her head, unsure. Those big guys fly around the continent, no one knows where they nest. She paused, then added, but there are definitely dragons in the Rainbow Sea and Underground world. Rainbow Sea and Underground world? Sunan's interest was piqued. He knew of these places. After the last elemental resurgence, the Rainbow Sea and Underground world became prime exploration sites for wizards due to their rich resources. The Rainbow Sea was a famous oceanic region, known for its vibrant corals and colorful flora and fauna. However, it was also dangerous, home to many venomous sea creatures and sea monster tribes. Only wizards could venture beyond the shallow waters. Sunan recalled that the Rainbow Sea was on the continent's far side, an arduous journey from Shimmering City without a flying beast. The Starlight continent was vast. The underground world was, as the name suggested, a vast subterranean realm. It was filled with darkness and countless fierce monsters, including wild beasts, demons, insect tribes, mind flayers, mutated spiders, undead, myconids, worms, minotaurs, and oozes. And, according to Amy, dragons. Many dragons liked nesting in the underground world due to its rich mineral deposits. Finding a silver or gold mine and using slaves to extract the ore allowed them to amass wealth effortlessly. This was the dream life for many dragons. However, after 1,000 years of elemental drought, Sunan suspected the Rainbow Sea and Underground world's resources were not as abundant as before. Thus, the presence of dragons there was uncertain. Further complicating matters, the Starlight continent was no longer conducive to dragon life. The existence of dragons on the continent was questionable. Never mind, if I can't find dragon blood, draconic subspecies blood will do. I can always synthesize dragon blood with the cube. The Rainbow Sea is out of reach for now, but the underground world is an option. However, the entrances to the underground world are mostly hidden, making them difficult to locate. I'll ask the others at the next forest cabin gathering. With this plan in mind, Sunan set the matter aside, letting Amy and the hidden dragon play while he returned to the spell training ground. Focusing on a distant target, Sunan spoke a quick syllable, launching 6 spell missiles that pierced the air and obliterated the target. My casting speed is about 3 times faster now. Sunan nodded in satisfaction. 2 days ago, he had mastered segmented casting. Now, casting required only a brief syllable, greatly enhancing his combat prowess. Next, I'll train for silent casting. With a thought, words appeared in the air before him. Silent casting training progress, 0.16%. In 2 days, I've only gained 0.16% progress. At this rate, it might take 2 to 3 years to master. Sunan had anticipated this. True metamagic techniques were far more challenging than segmented casting. Even mastering silent casting in 2 to 3 years was fast. Many apprentices never mastered it in their lifetimes. Most only learned metamagic techniques after becoming wizards, when their mental control greatly improved. Those who mastered it as apprentices were considered geniuses. If other apprentices knew Sunan could master silent casting in just 2 or 3 years, they'd be astounded. As my mental power increases, the training speed should improve. Maybe I'll master it in less than 2 years. Sunan remained calm. Unlike skills like potion making or magic item manufacturing, which could be quickly advanced with resources, metamagic required steady practice. With 7 metamagic techniques to master, it would take decades. It was a long journey. With the player panel, I can grind through it. Sunan took a deep breath, cleared his mind, and continued practicing silent casting. Chapter 96, The Grand Wedding. As time flew by, the month of flowing fire, July, arrived. This was the time when the sun graced the earth with its presence. In the celestial gold empire, it also marked the annual flame festival. Meanwhile, in the starry principality, although the harvest festival was still 2 months away, a festive mood was already spreading among the people. The Golden Rock province was no exception. In fact, it was even more lively and joyful than other provinces. This was because the Marquis of Golden Rock was about to be wed. The joyous news spread like wildfire from the Lord's manor, quickly reaching every corner of the province. Sunan, who was deeply engrossed in his studies and training, was among the last to hear about it. So, the wedding is set for the day of the harvest festival, Sunan remarked in surprise upon hearing the news in the council hall. That's right, Ki replied, beaming with happiness. It's a celebration with the people. What do you think? It's great, Sunan said, though the idea of a noble saying celebration with the people sounded odd to him. Who's the bride? He asked. The youngest daughter of the Marquis of White Tower. A political alliance, it seemed. Ki was gradually expanding his network of connections. I'll be there for the wedding, Sunan promised. As he prepared to leave, Ki stopped him with a cheerful smile. Wait, there's something else I'd like to discuss with you. Sunan sat back down, curious. What's that? You're 20 now. Isn't it time you considered settling down? Sunan was taken aback and then chuckled, shaking his head. For a wizard apprentice aspiring to become a full-fledged wizard, marriage seemed like a distant prospect. I'm not planning on it anytime soon. Are you sure? Many nobles have approached me, hoping to marry their daughters or nieces to you. Some of them are quite beautiful. No, thank you, Sunan declined without hesitation. Compared to wizard apprentices, ordinary people's lifespans were too short. Even legendary knights lived only half as long as a level 3 wizard apprentice. Marrying a regular person would mean watching them age and pass away, which was not ideal for either party. Besides, he had no interest in starting a family now. His time was consumed by training, learning, and developing his land, leaving no room for anything else. Oh, by the way, I've chosen a location for the new magical plant garden. I'll leave the construction arrangements to you. With a wave, Sunan left the hall without looking back. Watching him leave, Ki shook his head with a sigh. It seems the responsibility of continuing the family line falls to me. Building a single magical plant garden was much simpler than constructing a base. By the book month, August, the basic construction of the magical plant garden was complete. Sunan named it Magical Plant Garden No. 2, with the base garden being No. 1. In addition to dragon blood fruit and silver moon flowers, Sunan allocated a third of the space in garden No. 2 for mandrake, gold thorn grass, calming flowers and other magical plants commonly used in potion making. Standing at the garden entrance, surrounded by blooming flower fields and breathing in the sweet floral scent, Sunan smiled with satisfaction. Once the silver moon flowers matured, he could synthesize mid-grade third circle transcendence potions, further boosting his meditation efficiency. The high-grade third circle potions, however, required a mental strength of at least 34 points and a constitution of 25 points, which he wouldn't be able to use until he had constructed the 11th star ring. Dragon blood fruits could also enhance his constitution, helping him reach the level of a junior Grand Knight sooner. Sunan. A warm, gentle female voice called from the sea of flowers. A dozen exquisite little beauties, each only a foot tall, fluttered out from the blooms on colorful wings. These tiny beings, standing about 30 centimeters tall, wore elegant dresses in various colors, with bows on their chests and long boots on their slender white legs. Their delicate, colorful wings made them look exceptionally pretty. "I want some rose dew," one of them said. "I want honey, yesterday's honey was delicious," another added. "Hurry up," they chimed in, laughing and swirling around Sunan. Leading them was one with a flower crown, her beauty standing out even among the charming little fairies. These were flower fairies, a type of fairy-like creature Sunan had recently summoned. Like flower spirits, they had little combat ability but were excellent at tending to magical plants. Something most fairy-type creatures excelled at. Some fairies even possessed abilities akin to plant light, making them highly sought after by many wizard apprentices for magical plant management. Unlike flower spirits, flower fairies were not mischievous and were quite fond of those they liked. The one with the crown was the fairy queen, named Tia. Initially, Sunan had summoned Tia, and after tasting the flower dew and honey he synthesized, she readily agreed to manage his magical plant garden. She even summoned more flower fairies to join her. As payment for guarding the garden, Sunan only needed to provide them with enough flower dew and honey each month, making them cost-effective and efficient helpers. "Tia, how's everything today?" Sunan asked, handing the flower dew and honey to the fairies before offering his palm for Tia to perch on. "Everything's great," Tia replied with a sweet smile. "The mandrakes were noisy, screaming non-stop, but I scolded them, and they're quiet now. Oh, and 2 apprentices visited this morning. I played hide and seek with them. Hehe, they couldn't find me at all." Nature had granted flower fairies a magical ability to hide. When concealed in the flower fields, even a full-fledged wizard would struggle to find them. Tia chatted away, describing her day to Sunan with a series of bell-like laughs. Sunan listened patiently, occasionally chiming in. In the future, flower fairies would be the primary managers of any new magical plant gardens he established. The fairy queen's ability to summon her kin meant Tia could call on new fairies whenever needed, solving any manpower shortages in the gardens. While the flower fairies could handle most tasks, some work still required apprentices. The third round of aptitude tests in Golden Rock Province had concluded last month. Compared to the first 2 rounds, this one was larger, resulting in 18 youths passing the tests. The base now had 33 students, nearly half of whom had begun the star ring meditation method. Shaman, Corey, and Atil, in particular, had constructed their second star ring and mastered 3 or 4 zero-circle spells. Additionally, Shaman and Atil had successfully produced zero-circle potions, reaching level 1 in potion making. Corey had mastered puppet crafting. Thanks to their progress, Sunan no longer needed to focus on making low-level potions or crafting black rock panthers, having delegated these tasks to the trio. Shaman, Corey, and Atil now primarily worked on potion making and puppet crafting, while other newcomers handled tasks like tending to magical plants, cleaning the lab, and maintaining golems. Once more people learn to make potions, I can expand the scale of potion sales. The business of making money had to continue and grow. As Sunan's power increased, so did his expenses. For instance, researching substitutes for the magic rune core materials had cost over 3,000 gold coins recently. Fortunately, the money wasn't wasted, resulting in the successful synthesis of 3 substitutes. Now, he only needed 21 more rare metals to complete the materials for the magic rune core. The mountain forest was especially quiet at night. A group of men in leather armor moved through the forest under the dim starlight, the sound of insects flapping their wings forming a nocturnal symphony. The group advanced in silence, their footsteps rustling through the underbrush, the cold night air and stillness keeping their nerves taut. After a while, someone couldn't hold back any longer and whispered to the lead navigator, "Fudley, how much farther?" "Almost there," Fudley replied without turning. "You said that half an hour ago." "How much farther?" The speaker's voice was tinged with impatience. "You're not leading us on, are you?" Fudley glanced back coldly. "If you don't trust me, you can leave now." "You." "Enough, stop arguing," an older man interrupted. "Keep your voices down, or you'll attract beasts. Black wolves often roam here at night." The older man held some authority among them, and at his words, the complainer fell silent. Fudley gave the man a nod. I've spotted the markers I left. It's only 700 or 800 meters to the cave I found. The group perked up at this, quickening their pace. Soon, they emerged into a clearing with a steep rock face at the end, where a dark cave mouth gaped like a monstrous maw, seemingly waiting to devour any intruders. Yet the men showed no fear, their eyes fixed on the cave with an eager heat, their faces alight with excitement. Fuddly, you found silver ingots in this cave? The older man asked. Fuddly nodded emphatically. Yes, I saw a silver vein deep inside the cave. Excitement rippled through the group. A silver vein, even a small, shallow one, could yield enough silver ingots to make them rich overnight. If the deposit was larger, they might never have to worry about money again. Let's go in. Suppressing his excitement, the older man led them into the cave. Some lit torches at the front and back, the bright flames illuminating the cave's interior. The older man examined the cave walls, frowning in puzzlement. The cave showed signs of recent excavation, suggesting it was a newly mined tunnel. Yet there was no sign of anyone around, and no one in town had mentioned mining in this forest. A sense of unease crept over him, making him consider withdrawing to investigate further. Then a voice called out in excitement, "There's the silver vein." The older man looked up to see a patch of dull silver grey on the cave wall, sending his heart racing with anticipation. The lure of silver quickly quelled his unease. Without hesitation, he drew the pickaxe from his belt and exclaimed, "Let's mine." The group had been waiting for this. Eagerly, they began to work. "Haha, we're going to be rich. I can take a long break after this job. This cave seems deep. There might be more veins inside. Yet, we should check it out later." The group chattered excitedly. But then, an eerie sound came from deeper within the cave. Despite their excitement, the older man's years of adventure experience made him alert to the danger. "Quiet! There's something in the cave. Stay on guard." The group dropped their pickaxes and drew their weapons, eyes fixed warily on the cave's depths. Squeak, squeak. To their horror, giant rats the size of cats surged from the darkness. "What are these? Rats? Rats don't get this big. Damn, these things are fast. I got bitten." The sudden appearance of the rats, with their red-tinged eyes, made them like frenzied beasts, attacking with sharp teeth and claws. Worse, they moved quickly and were numerous. In the confined space, the group struggled to defend themselves and soon began to fall. "Stay calm. Back to back." The older man cleaved a rat in two with his sword, shouting orders. But a heavy rush of air came from behind him. Before he could turn, a massive figure knocked him to the ground. "Captain!" someone cried out. In the flickering torchlight, they saw a hulking creature, like a toad with a toad-like head, dark red skin, eyeless, with thick limbs. Glug, glug! The toad monster opened its maw, biting off the older man's head and swallowing it whole before lunging at the others. Ah! The captain's death threw them into chaos. Panic-stricken, they fled toward the cave entrance. But they didn't get far before the toad monster and rat swarm caught up, taking them down one by one. Fuddly, running fastest, reached the cave mouth first. Seeing freedom so close, his face lit with wild joy. But then a slimy tongue lashed out from behind, wrapping around his waist and yanking him back. Ah! His scream was cut short, replaced by the sickening sound of chewing. Crunch, crunch. Before long, the sounds ceased, leaving the dark cave in an eerie silence once more. Chapter 97, Whose Influence? Shimmering City was bustling with activity today. The streets were adorned with decorations, and the crowds were thick with people moving about. Golden banners bearing the emblem of the Shimmering family lined the streets, a symbol of their influence. In a distant square, tables laden with beer barrels and food awaited the people. The entire city was enveloped in a festive atmosphere. Inside a carriage, Muzhou lifted the curtain, eagerly observing the lively streets and the throngs of people. "Shimmering City has become much more vibrant than it used to be," he remarked. Sitting across from him, Otter nodded. Indeed, Shimmering City is now the center of the Golden Rock province. After defeating the Marquis of Golden Rock, Marquis Qi had designated Shimmering City as the provincial center, maintaining the original Baron's Manor as the Lord's Mansion, albeit expanded. Now, Shimmering City was both the political and economic hub of the entire Golden Rock province, naturally becoming more prosperous. "President, I heard that the Grand Duke of Starry Principality and 5 other marquises have sent envoys to congratulate. Is that true?" Otter asked curiously. Mu Zhou chuckled. Of course it is. Marquis Shimmering certainly holds enough sway for that. Quite the spectacle indeed. As they spoke, the carriage arrived at the Lord's manor. The space in front of the estate was filled with luxurious carriages, each adorned with a variety of noble crests. At least 200 or 300 different ones by estimate. Otter even spotted a few very familiar crests, belonging to nobles from the Thorn Blossom Principality. Even our principality's nobles came here. Marquis Shimmering's influence is immense. Mu Zhou's response was cryptic. Influence, yes, but it might not entirely be Marquis Shimmering's. Otter paused, his expression turning thoughtful. After handing over their gifts to the servants by the entrance, the two presented their invitations, underwent a simple check, and entered the manor, where they were guided to the hall by a servant. From afar, they could hear the sounds of laughter and joy emanating from the hall. The bright, spacious hall was filled with white-clothed tables laden with a variety of food and drink. Elegantly dressed men and women, exuding an air of nobility, gathered in small groups, holding wine glasses and engaging in lively conversations. Mu Zhou scanned the room, recognizing many familiar faces. People who were rarely seen by the common folk, including several viscounts and even counts. These figures, often considered high and mighty, were now gathered in the hall, eagerly awaiting the host's arrival. Mu Zhou chuckled inwardly, his gaze falling on two small groups that were drawing significant attention. The first group consisted of a number of middle-aged men in the center right of the hall. Unlike other nobles present, these men exhibited less refined behavior, displaying a more rugged, military-like demeanor. These were likely the newly promoted military nobles under Marquis Qi. Their rise was recent, making it difficult for them to integrate with the established noble families, so they formed their own group to chat. Mu Zhou scanned the group and, as expected, spotted a few familiar faces. Viscount Braid, Baron Yotan, and Baron Stolly. Having frequently led trade caravans to Shimmering City, he was well acquainted with them. The other group was composed of teenagers. Their youthful, fresh faces stood out among the adults, drawing significant attention. Yet, no one dared underestimate these young individuals, many kept a watchful eye on them. After all, these youths were students of that one. Some nobles, with smiles on their faces, approached, attempting to join their conversation, only to retreat shortly after with a look of frustration, suggesting their attempts were not successful. Mu Zhou glanced around again but didn't spot Sunan. He quickly realized that Sunan wouldn't make an appearance at this moment and dismissed the thought. He gestured for a passing servant to stop, took a glass of wine from the tray, and forced a smile as he approached a nearby group of nobles. Meanwhile, Otter was directed to another hall where the guards accompanying the nobles were gathered. What a dull party, Corey grumbled, watching the noble guests with a hint of impatience. And a bunch of dull people. Atil laughed. Don't say that, it's the Lord's wedding. If the teacher hears you, he'll definitely reprimand you. Corey huffed, though he concealed his impatience. He held deep respect for his teacher. In truth, if not for the teacher's presence at the wedding, he wouldn't have bothered attending at all. He would have preferred to spend the time learning spells or crafting another Black Rock Panther. Nearby, Shaman chuckled quietly, feeling a mixture of nostalgia and irony as he looked at the opulent hall and the well-dressed nobles. In the past, his only opportunity to attend such high society events was to clean up the mess afterward with old Roger. But now, he was a guest at the banquet, someone many nobles sought to curry favor with. It was a stark reminder of how much things had changed. Senior Shaman. A voice called out, and Shaman turned to see Ethan, an apprentice from the second batch, to enter the base. I heard there will soon be a batch of red-eyed crows at the base. Is that true? Ethan asked curiously, drawing the attention of the newcomers behind him, who were also intrigued. Shaman smiled and nodded. It's true. From what Lady Amy said, the teacher brought them from elsewhere. They've already hatched, and after some training, they'll be ready for use. Really? Red-eyed crows. I've never seen such magical creatures. The books say red-eyed crows can spot prey hundreds of kilometers away. That's amazing. I have to get one as a pet. The newcomers buzzed with excitement, eager to learn more about the red-eyed crows. As novices just beginning their magical studies, everything was new and fascinating to them. Shaman chuckled. You'll need to work hard. Only a level 2 wizard apprentice can contract a magical pet. You've got a long way to go. Yes, Senior Shaman, the newcomers responded with determination, confidence shining in their eyes. Shaman and Atil exchanged a glance, both feeling a twinge of nostalgia. These newcomers hadn't yet faced the harsh challenges of training, which was why they were so confident. Once they spent more time meditating, they'd realize how difficult it was to construct star rings and increase mental strength. Despite being level 1 wizard apprentices for over 2 years, neither Shaman nor Atil had managed to construct their 3rd star ring. Their mental strength was still far from reaching the level 2 standard. Advancement seemed a distant goal. The more they trained, the more they appreciated the difficulty of gaining power. Consequently, their admiration and respect for their teacher grew. Lady Amy had mentioned that the teacher became a level 2 wizard apprentice in about a year. The speed of his advancement was something they could only dream of achieving. "The Lord has arrived," a voice suddenly announced, interrupting Shaman's thoughts. He looked up to see Marquis Key entering the hall, arm in arm with his bride, both beaming with happiness. They wore exquisite formal attire adorned with jewels and fine embroidery, and the bride's crown enhanced her beauty, making her the center of attention. "The bride is stunning," Atil couldn't help but remark, her eyes sparkling. Shaman smiled, about to tease her when he noticed a figure out of the corner of his eye. Turning, his expression immediately became respectful. "Teacher." Corey, Atil, and the newcomers also noticed Sunan, quickly bowing in greeting. Their actions immediately drew the attention of many nobles. Seeing Sunan, their eyes lit up with anticipation, eager to approach him. However, with the main event now underway, they reluctantly held back. The hall quickly quieted down. Sunan stood with a smile, watching the newlyweds in the center of the hall. In this world, devoid of churches, wedding ceremonies weren't held in chapels, nor did they involve exchanging vows or rings. The ceremony was more akin to a celebratory banquet, solemn yet lively. Sunan appreciated this approach, free from excessive formalities. After a series of speeches and blessings, the banquet officially began. Guests began mingling, toasting, and chatting cheerfully. Many nobles, wine glasses in hand, turned to engage Sunan in conversation, only to find him already gone, along with the young apprentices. Their disappointment was palpable. In a reception room behind the hall, Sunan reclined on a sofa, sipping wine leisurely. Before long, Key entered and, seeing Sunan's relaxed demeanor, chuckled. "I knew you'd be here. Why not stay longer? Many guests are here because of you." Sunan shrugged wordlessly. He was well aware of this fact. Yet, despite knowing, he had no interest in socializing with them and had the privilege to choose otherwise. "And what about the bride? You left her alone?" Key, catching Sunan's attempt to change the subject, didn't mind and sat down, pouring himself a drink. "She's resting. An 18-year-old girl, after a long day, she's quite exhausted." Sunan raised an eyebrow. "Poor health isn't good for the next generation's genes. Give her more dragon blood fruit." Genetic inheritance was more pronounced in this world. The offspring of knights typically had better potential to become knights themselves. If both parents were grand knights, their children were almost guaranteed to become knights, and legendary knights' offspring even more so. This was why noble families, with lineages spanning centuries, often produced many strong individuals, with knights emerging continuously. A testament to improved genetics. If both parents were knights, the probability of their children becoming knights was nearly 70–80%. Unfortunately, female knights were rare in this era. Noble women focused more on etiquette and social arts, learning singing, playing instruments, and table manners, possibly including court dancing and horseback riding, but not martial training. However, none of that mattered if physical fitness was improved. With dragon blood fruit, enhancing physique significantly in a short time wasn't an issue. The two chatted idly for a while before the conversation shifted to the current state of the Spark Church. Currently, the Spark Church's faith spreads most smoothly in the Red Leaf Province and the Frost Province. The former has the Grand Duke's endorsement, facing little resistance from the top down. The latter is under reconstruction, the people are in dire straits. The Spark Church can easily gain followers by providing some food. As for the Lake Blue Province, Salmon Province, and Purple Bamboo Province, while they haven't openly supported the spread of the Spark Church's faith, they haven't actively obstructed it either. They're probably still observing. Key made no mention of the White Tower Province. However, given the Marquis of White Tower's choice to ally with him through marriage, his stance was clear. "We need time to build strength, but we can't just let the Spark Church expand unchecked. Do you have any ideas?" Key asked seriously. Sunan pondered. They couldn't intervene directly in other provinces, so disrupting the Spark Church's activities there was out of the question. The only feasible action was to unite with the White Tower province to prohibit the Spark Church's entry. Of course, there was another potential avenue. The Golden Rock province might not be an option, but they still had the forest cabin. Perhaps they could leverage that. I'll think of something, Sunan said. Hearing this, Key visibly relaxed. He had great confidence in Sunan, and since Sunan said he would handle it, he must have a plan. Knock, knock. A knock at the door interrupted them. Come in. Braid entered quickly, his expression serious. Lord Sunan. After greeting them, Braid continued gravely, the patrol reported that a village about 10 kilometers north of the city has vanished. Key's expression hardened. Do we know what happened? The patrol reported signs of beast claw and fang marks, along with a large amount of blood. It's suspected that a beast horde attacked the village, killed everyone, and dragged the bodies away. A beast horde? Key frowned, puzzled and uneasy. Beast attacks on villages weren't uncommon, but for an entire village to vanish without a single survivor to report it was odd. How large must the horde have been to accomplish such a feat? On this day of celebration, such news was deeply unsettling for Key. He ordered, investigate this personally. Find out who attacked the village. Yes, my lord. Braid acknowledged solemnly and left promptly to gather a team. Such an incident on a day like this. Key sighed. Sunan rose, patting Key's shoulder in reassurance. Focus on the wedding. We'll deal with this tomorrow. Key nodded, returning to the hall. After all, he was the star of today's event and couldn't be absent for long. Sunan moved to the window, gazing northward thoughtfully. A beast horde, hey. Chapter 98, The 100-Armed Monster. Braid was incredibly efficient in his duties. By the next day, the investigation results were already on Key's desk. According to the investigation, a beast horde was likely responsible for the village attack, as evidenced by the animal fur, and remnants of claws and fangs found at the scene. After confirming this, Braid immediately set out to search the surrounding areas for the horde's trail, beginning from the village. He quickly found a path of chaotic footprints and traces of blood. Following these signs, he eventually discovered a cave deep within the forest. However, while investigating the cave's interior, they were attacked by monsters and had to retreat temporarily. Leaving some men to secure the cave, Braid hurried back to report the findings. These are the monsters Braid and his team encountered in the cave, Key said, pointing to several sketches on the table. Sunan picked up the top sketch and raised an eyebrow. It was a depiction of ferocious rats. Ferocious rats are a type of beast known for their aggression and quickness, using their sharp incisors to gnaw and crush their prey. In terms of strength, ferocious rats are comparable to ordinary humans and can be handled by a cautious adult male. A single ferocious rat isn't much of a threat, but they often appear in swarms of hundreds. Moreover, they carry various diseases, with the potential to spread illnesses like rot fever and plague. Even knights tend to avoid confronting a swarm of ferocious rats. The second sketch showed a creature with a toad-like head and stout limbs. Underground toad monster. Sunan was genuinely surprised. If it were just ferocious rats, he wouldn't be certain, as they can appear in many places. However, underground toad monsters are native only to the underground world. Could the cave be a passage to the underground world? Sunan was momentarily stunned. He had been pondering where to find an entrance to the underground world. Now, it seemed the opportunity had presented itself without any effort on his part. Was this luck good or bad? You recognize this creature? Key asked. Sunan nodded. It's an underground toad monster, a beast from the underground world. I suspect the cave might connect to the underground world. The underground world? Key was puzzled. A vast, dangerous place filled with powerful and terrifying creatures. Hearing this, Key's expression turned grave. Will it threaten Shimmering City? Sunan considered it, then shook his head. It shouldn't. Creatures from the underground world are accustomed to darkness and can't easily adapt to surface conditions. They might occasionally venture to the surface, but they won't attack towns. Key visibly relaxed, though his brow remained furrowed. Does that mean these monsters might continue attacking other villages? There's a possibility. So what should we do? Block the cave? No, leave it to me, Sunan said, waving his hand. Having found a potential entrance to the underground world, he wasn't inclined to seal it off without exploring first. Have your men secure the forest and the cave to prevent any monsters from emerging and keep unauthorized people out. I'll handle the cave. Seeing Sunan's confidence, Ki agreed. Half an hour later. Shimmering City's military deployed, sealing off the forest to the north, barring any unauthorized entry or exit. Sunan accompanied the troops into the forest. My lord, this is the cave where the monsters were found, Braid said, pointing to the dark entrance at the base of a cliff deep within the forest. Keep an eye on the entrance. If anything comes out, kill it immediately. With those instructions, Sunan ventured into the cave alone. Torches left by the previous exploration team lined the initial stretch of the cave. However, the path soon plunged into darkness as he moved further in. Sunan picked up a stone and cast a light spell, causing it to glow like a torch, illuminating the surrounding darkness. As he advanced, he examined the signs around him. It was clear the cave wasn't naturally formed but rather excavated by human hands. Most likely, this was the work of inhabitants from the underground world. Ferocious rats and underground toad monsters lacked the capability for such work, suggesting the involvement of humanoid creatures like kobolds, grey dwarves, or myconids. Moving further, Sunan soon came across a silver vein. This discovery reinforced his suspicion that the cave connected to the underground world, known for its rich mineral resources. Squeak! Suddenly, a swarm of ferocious rats surged from the darkness ahead, rushing at Sunan like a tidal wave. There were easily over 100 of them. Sunan remained calm, extending his palm towards the swarm. Burning hands! Whoosh! A torrent of flames erupted, engulfing the entire tunnel. The charging rat swarm was instantly consumed by the searing flames, turning into rolling fireballs that shrieked in agony. In mere moments, the entire swarm was annihilated. A few underground toad monsters that had been driving the rats froze, shocked by the newcomers' ferocity. As they hesitated, 6 fist-sized missiles appeared, piercing their heads and hearts, leaving gaping holes. In a single exchange, 3 underground toad monsters were reduced to corpses. Sunan calmly withdrew his hand. Underground toad monsters aren't particularly strong, with adult ones typically ranging from low to mid-level knight strength, with rare elites reaching high-level knight status. In the dark, multiple underground toad monsters attacking simultaneously could trouble even a grand knight. However, for Sunan, who relied on spiritual perception rather than sight, their threat was minimal. Ignoring the corpses, Sunan pressed forward. The cave widened as he delved deeper, with more and more dull silver patches appearing on the walls. Sunan was quietly pleased. The silver deposit seemed substantial. Fully extracting it would yield considerable wealth. Moreover, silver veins often accompany gold veins. Finding a gold deposit would be a fortune. Along the way, more underground toad monsters and ferocious rat swarms attacked, but Sunan dispatched them with ease. When he grew tired of the interruptions, he released over a dozen black rock panthers to handle the creatures. As puppet creatures, black rock panthers naturally possessed dark vision, thriving in the dim cave. Their expertise in coordinated attacks made them ideal for dealing with underground toad monsters and ferocious rats. After his infiltration of the Storm Army camp, Sunan had taken to keeping dozens of black rock panthers and stone golems in his cube for emergencies. Before long, Sunan discovered human bones with traces of blood. It was easy to identify them as human remains, likely those of the missing villagers. Sunan sighed, realizing the abducted villagers met a grim fate. After advancing another 300 meters, he heard faint sounds ahead, reminiscent of a dog's barking. Sunan's expression shifted, and he cast a comprehend languages spell on himself. As the spell took effect, the strange noises ahead transformed into a language he could understand. Don't slack off, you fools! Dig faster! The food's run out. If we don't find enough ore to trade for food today, I'll feed you to our master. It was the kobold language. Sunan looked down and indeed found many paw-shaped footprints on the ground. So that's it. Understanding dawned on Sunan. He had initially wondered why creatures like the underground toad monster and ferocious rats, which could survive in the underground world, would risk venturing to the surface. Seeing the kobolds made it clear. Kobolds are common humanoid creatures in the underground world, breeding prolifically like rats. They are natural miners, often enslaved by other races. It seemed this incident had a mastermind orchestrating it. With a plan forming, Sunan continued forward. Beyond the tunnel, he entered a suddenly expansive basin. A group of kobolds was hard at work, mining with picks. Their heads resembled dogs, with small, light-colored horns, bright eyes, and tails like rats. Nearby, a bonfire blazed beside their crude tents, with scattered mushrooms and unknown meat. The air smelled of waste, suggesting the kobolds had been living there for some time. A pile of mined ore lay in a corner, its silver sheen intermixed with flashes of gold. It seems this silver vein does indeed accompany a gold vein. Sunan was delighted and promptly gave the order. The dozen black rock panthers at his side charged into the basin, leaping at the kobolds. There's an intruder. Black panthers. Can we eat them? Kobolds, with their low intelligence, often acted on instinct. Seeing the black rock panthers, their first impulse was to attack and see if they could be eaten. It wasn't until the panthers slaughtered over a dozen of their kin that fear set in, and they scattered in terror. Don't run. Kill the intruder. A larger kobold with dark brown scales, likely their leader, emerged, whipping the fleeing kobolds to force them into battle. But it was quickly pounced upon and torn to shreds by a black rock panther. Kobolds were far weaker than underground toad monsters. Even the kobold leader only had the strength of an apprentice knight. They were no match for the black rock panthers. In no time, over half of the kobolds were dead. Then, a thunderous roar echoed through the basin. It sounded like a multitude of voices shouting in unison. A terrifying creature burst from a tunnel at the basin's far end. It resembled a tree with many branches, or perhaps a centipede with countless limbs. Towering over 10 meters tall, it was covered in countless arms and heads. Each arm wielded a sword or hammer, and its lower body, or trunk, was clad in partial armor. The armor bore enchanted runes, revealing it as a magical item. What is this monster? Hidden in the shadows of the tunnel, Sunan was taken aback. He had no recollection of such a creature. A 100-armed giant? No, 100-armed giants are humanoid. This thing has many arms but no legs, just roots. As Sunan pondered, the creature moved en route like legs, swiftly reaching a black rock panther and smashing it to pieces with simultaneous sword and hammer strikes. Boom! 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 The 100-armed monster's power far exceeded the black rock panthers, dispatching them with single blows. In mere moments, a dozen black rock panthers were reduced to rubble. Sunan couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. What terrifying strength! A true 100-armed giant possesses combat prowess akin to a second circle legendary knight. The creature before him matched that strength with even more arms, capable of wielding weapons and armor, making it potentially stronger than a 100-armed giant. Though it might not equal a third circle legendary knight, it was close. A creature comparable to a third circle legendary knight. Sunan hadn't expected to find such a formidable entity in a cave near Shimmering City. If this monster rampaged on the surface, the consequences would be unimaginable. Sunan felt relieved that he had wisely sent the Black Rock Panthers to scout first. Otherwise, he might have been forced to flee. Even with 5 high-level rune gems at his disposal, he wasn't confident in defeating this 100-armed monster. Taking a deep breath, Sunan quietly retreated along the path he had come. Fortunately, after the monster finished off the Black Rock Panthers and saw no one else around, it grabbed a few kobold corpses to munch on and returned to the tunnel, unaware of Sunan's presence. Moments later, Sunan emerged from the cave unharmed. "My lord," Braid greeted him. Sunan spoke gravely, "Seal off the cave. No one is to enter. If anything emerges, notify me immediately." "Yes, my lord." Braid didn't question the order and promptly complied. Back in Shimmering City, Sunan found Key and briefly reported the situation in the cave. Upon learning of a monster comparable to a third circle legendary knight inside, Key's expression turned grim. He immediately planned to send troops to eliminate the creature. Leaving such a powerful monster near Shimmering City was unsettling, making it difficult for him to rest easy. However, Sunan intervened. "That monster has hundreds of arms and isn't afraid of sheer numbers. Besides, the cave's confined space limits troop maneuverability. What should we do then?" Key asked, worried. "We need a long-term plan." Sunan also wanted to eliminate the 100-armed monster to access the silver and gold mines. The same applied to exploring the underground world, the monster had to be dealt with first. Hasty actions were unwise. After some discussion, they decided to station more troops near the forest to ensure the monster couldn't approach Shimmering City. As for the rest, they'd figure it out gradually. Chapter 99, A One-Sided Acquisition. While Sunan had resolved to deal with the 100-armed monster, taking down a creature comparable to a third circle legendary knight required thorough preparation. With his current capabilities, he didn't have the absolute confidence needed to defeat the monster. Fortunately, that 100-armed monster likely won't surface anytime soon. Based on the kobold's conversations, the monster seemed driven by hunger to send its minions out to raid. After Sunan's slaughter, the cave was now littered with corpses, which should suffice to feed the monster for some time. During this period, Sunan could prepare a strategy to confront the creature. He already had some ideas on how to proceed. This unexpected incident didn't disrupt Sunan's schedule. After attending Key's wedding, he continued to focus on his meditation and studies. With the use of mid-grade third circle transcendence potions, his meditation efficiency increased significantly. Now, practicing the star ring meditation method each day yielded over 1800 proficiency points. Sunan estimated that by the next winter harp month, he should be able to construct his 11th star ring. By then, his mental strength would likely reach 34, allowing him to switch to high-grade third circle transcendence potions. In terms of constitution, after consuming dragon blood fruit synthesized with his cube, Sunan's physique had soared to 30 points. In terms of physical constitution alone, he was comparable to a grand knight. With his mental strength and physique meeting the standards required to integrate a magic rune core, he only needed to advance his magic item manufacturing skill and gather the necessary materials for the rune core. The former, after months of practice and the creation of numerous alchemical-grade magic items and sub-magic stones, was just over 1000 proficiency points away from reaching level 4. For the latter, Sunan recently discovered 4 more substitute materials, leaving only 17 rare metals still needed. Additionally, the hidden dragon's draconic subspecies bloodline concentration was steadily increasing, rising from less than 8% to just over 10% in 2 months. Bloodline concentration is easier to increase at lower levels. Sunan glanced at the hidden dragon sunbathing in the open space. Whether due to its evolution into a draconic subspecies or its newly awakened flame breath ability, the hidden dragon had developed a fondness for sunbathing. A typical bad habit of dragons. Shaking his head, Sunan looked away, turning his gaze to the red-eyed crows flying overhead. Before hatching them, he had modified the eggs, infusing them with a trace of dragon blood. As a result, the red-eyed crows that hatched were larger, had scales, and showed increased intelligence. Ordinary red-eyed crows couldn't even match apprentice knights in combat, but those infused with dragon blood could suppress 2 to 3 apprentice knights in a fight. If not for the crows' inadequate foundation, limiting their ability to absorb more dragon blood, Sunan could have strengthened them to knight level. Unfortunately, living creatures can't be enhanced using the cube, or it would be much simpler. However, this modification allowed Sunan's biological modification skill to finally reach level 3. Tonight is the forest cabin gathering. Sunan headed to his workshop, staying until evening before returning to his meditation room to retrieve the trading house key. Once the key became active, Sunan immediately used it. In a blink, he found himself in the familiar wooden cabin. Soft moonlight streamed in through the window, accompanied by the gentle rustling of leaves in the breeze. Sunan glanced around, noting that Night Owl, Redheart, Rose, and Wraith were present, along with a new person. The newcomer wore a simple silver mask with no adornments, and the word scepter was engraved on the table before them. A 5th member, Sunan mused. This gathering has 6 members attending, the most in recent years, Night Owl said cheerfully from the head of the table. Rose and Redheart both glanced at Sunan. Their attendance was largely due to Sunan's presence, hoping to trade for more resources from him. By the way, Scepter, let me introduce you to the newest member of Forest Cabin, Player, Night Owl said. Scepter nodded graciously at Sunan, speaking with a voice that conveyed calm and confidence. Welcome to Forest Cabin. I heard from Night Owl that you killed Heb. Well done. I've always believed in the importance of order. Without it, everyone's interests suffer. Maintaining order is a core principle of Forest Cabin. Heb's actions recently violated our initial agreements. Even if you hadn't killed him, we planned to expel him. Sunan raised an eyebrow. It seemed Forest Cabin was more principled than he had expected. It made sense, the wizard apprentices of Forest Cabin were connected to noble powers or even royal families to varying degrees. For them, stability was paramount. If everyone acted like Heb, causing chaos for personal gain, it would lead to an uncontrollable situation. Hearing Scepter's words, Wraith snorted but said nothing. Night Owl shook his head. The man's dead. No point in dwelling on it. Scepter chuckled. Night Owl, I know you want to bring more wizard apprentices into Forest Cabin to facilitate resource exchange, but we need to choose members carefully. People like Heb only bring trouble. Redheart and Rose nodded in agreement. Scepter had a point. Heb's beastification disaster could easily be misconstrued as a scheme by Forest Cabin, dragging them into unwanted conflict. They had no desire to bear the consequences for Heb's actions. Night Owl sighed and nodded. All right, I'll be more stringent in the future. Thank you, Scepter nodded amicably at Night Owl. Sunan observed quietly, noting the familiar noble demeanor in Scepter's conduct. The kind of grace and poise instilled from childhood, ingrained in one's very being, was something outsiders couldn't mimic. Others might not see it, but Sunan recognized Scepter's noble origins at once. Rose, Scepter, and myself. There seems to be a significant proportion of wizard apprentices from noble backgrounds, Sunan thought to himself. Enough idle chatter. Let's start the gathering. Night Owl clapped his hands to draw everyone's attention. Who wants to go first? I'll start, Rose said eagerly, placing 3 boxes on the table and addressing Sunan. Here are 356 mid to low-grade gems, valued at about 6,800 gold coins, along with 4 types of rare metals you requested, and 54 wizard tomes. Altogether, how about 100 magic stones? Sunan's eyes lit up as he inspected the items. Gems were always welcome as strategic resources. Of the 4 rare metals, 3 were materials he still lacked for the magic rune core. With this, only 14 rare metals remained. After selecting from the wizard tomes, he set aside over a dozen duplicates and accepted the rest. After some negotiation, Sunan exchanged 98 magic stones for the lot. The gathering had just begun, and the first transaction was already surprisingly valuable. Night Owl, Redheart, and Wraith, having witnessed Sunan's dealings before, remained calm. Scepter, who hadn't attended previous gatherings, couldn't hide his astonishment. When did the scale of these transactions become so grand? Hundreds of gems and magic stones in a single deal. Especially the magic stones. How did player acquire so many? Scepter began to understand why this gathering had attracted so many attendees. Missing the last gathering, he realized he had overlooked much. Night Owl and Redheart also offered gems, wizard tomes, and rare metals, though in lesser quantities than Rose. Sunan accepted them all, adding 5 more rare metals to his collection. When it was Wraith's turn, he unexpectedly offered a miniature soul crystal to Sunan. I was impulsive last time. I apologize for any offense. Consider this a token of my sincerity. Redheart and Rose exchanged surprised glances. It was rare to see Wraith in such a conciliatory stance. The allure of magic stones was evidently too strong, even for Wraith. Night Owl remained unperturbed, seemingly unsurprised by Wraith's gesture. Sunan regarded Wraith momentarily before accepting the soul crystal. He was unclear of Wraith's true motives but didn't mind. His goal in joining Forest Cabin was to leverage the platform for more resources. As long as Wraith didn't cause trouble and offered benefits, Sunan was open to trading with him. Minor conflicts were insignificant in the face of substantial profits. Both he and Wraith shared this pragmatism. Seeing Sunan accept the soul crystal, Wraith relaxed, then proposed. I have 5 more miniature soul crystals. Will you trade them for 15 magic stones? 10 stones, Sunan replied without hesitation. A firm bargain was necessary. 13 stones. 11 stones, Sunan countered, adding, just 11. Wraith paused, then reluctantly agreed. Deal. Sunan calmly accepted the 5 soul crystals, inwardly delighted. He had long coveted soul crystals but maintained an indifferent facade to avoid alerting Wraith to their value. Otherwise, he wouldn't have secured so many soul crystals for just 11 stones. Soul crystals have a wide price range. Wizard apprentices not focused on high-level puppet crafting rarely need them. But for those specializing in puppet crafting, soul crystals are invaluable. Scepter watched, his mouth twitching slightly. What used to be mutual exchanges had turned into Sunan's one-sided acquisition. Still, he understood. With Sunan's wealth in magic stones, he could make everyone his supplier. Scepter, considering himself affluent, had always been the largest provider at gatherings. Compared to Sunan, however, he felt overshadowed. Where had Night Owl found such a wealthy wizard apprentice? Scepter, it's your turn, Night Owl said, interrupting Scepter's musings. Clearing his throat, Scepter swept his hand across the table, producing 3 potions, a ring, and a staff. 3 calming potions, an alchemical grade protection ring, and a staff that can cast spell missile 3 times. Is anyone interested? Scepter's gaze lingered on Sunan, hoping to trade for magic stones. To his disappointment, Sunan showed no interest, as if the offerings were beneath his notice. Indeed, these items didn't appeal to Sunan. Calming potions, a first circle potion, aid meditation and sleep but are inferior to active potions in boosting meditation efficiency. Not to mention their inferiority to super potions and transcendence potions. As for alchemical grade magic items, Sunan already wore 11 microglow grade items and had over 100 alchemical grade items in his base's warehouse. 2 alchemical grade items couldn't pique his interest. Trading magic stones for them would be profitable, but he chose not to. Taking everything for himself would seem greedy, he should leave some for others. Ultimately, the 3 calming potions were traded to Night Owl, Rose, and Wraith. The staff and protection ring went to Rose and Red Heart, respectively. Does anyone have anything else to trade? Night Owl inquired at the gathering's end. All eyes turned to Sunan. He was the only one yet to offer anything for sale. I don't have anything to sell, Sunan said, then added, but I am looking to purchase something. What is it? Rose asked curiously. Divine Blood Amber. Sunan noticed Night Owl and Red Heart's hands twitch slightly at the mention, indicating their knowledge of it. Do you know of the Spark Church? Sunan asked. Spark Church. Rose tapped the chair arm thoughtfully. The state religion of Starry Principality. Scepter mused, I've heard of it. A peculiar cult with radical practices and some connection to divinity. Night Owl cleared his throat. I'm familiar with Divine Blood Amber. It's a sacred relic of the Spark Church. Going after it is a serious matter. Those zealots would stop at nothing. Player, what do you want it for? Sunan replied coolly, that's a secret. Night Owl shrugged, wisely dropping the topic. Red Heart remarked, the Spark Church has a significant presence in Starry Principality. Opposing them is risky. In other words, the price would be high. Sunan raised a finger. 1 Divine Blood Amber for 20 magic stones. The offer stirred excitement among the apprentices. They had traded extensive resources for just a dozen or 20 magic stones. 20 stones for a single Divine Blood Amber was tempting. Agreed. Red Heart was the first to respond. The others exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Facing a cult linked to divinity posed no moral dilemma for them. Sunan smiled beneath his mask. Though there were only 5 level 3 wizard apprentices present, their combined power could likely overthrow a nation. With these 5 targeting the Spark Church, the cult would undoubtedly face turmoil. Using a few magic stones to significantly hinder the Spark Church's spread and weaken them while acquiring Divine Blood Amber was an excellent deal for Sunan. Chapter 100, Magic Rune Constructs and the Concept of a Night Guard. In the puppet factory, the low hum of the monocrystal forge resonated throughout the space. Sunan stood at a large workbench, focusing intently as he used a mage hand to engrave enchanted runes onto the surface of a golem. About 10 minutes later, with the final stroke, the entire golem body exuded a vibrant magical energy. Another one complete. Sunan smiled with satisfaction, placing a miniature soul crystal into the groove on the golem's chest. As the groove sealed, the enchantment runes flashed with light, and the steel golem on the workbench came to life. Following Sunan's command, the steel golem jumped off the workbench and took its place at the end of a line of identical steel golems. In front of it stood 6 more steel golems, identical in appearance. After the second forest cabin gathering, Sunan immediately began crafting new steel golems. Using the 6 miniature soul crystals, he created soul cores, resulting in 6 steel golems. To maximize their combat effectiveness, the steel used was pre-enhanced, improving the quality of the materials. The resulting steel golems have combat abilities that reach the upper levels of a first circle legendary knight, surpassing the first steel golem he crafted. The cost, however, increased by nearly half, soaring to over 1,500 gold coins each. Sunan now earned about 22,000 gold coins annually from potion sales alone. The cost of these 6 steel golems was roughly 40% of his yearly potion income. Of course, this was merely the nominal cost. In reality, since he acquired the miniature soul crystals at a low cost, the actual expense wasn't as steep. 6 steel golems aren't enough to deal with the 100-armed monster. The 100-armed monster was the name Sunan had given to the creature in the cave. The primary purpose of crafting the 6 steel golems was to confront this monster. The old steel golem had to remain at the base for defense. Considering the monster's combat prowess, 6 golems seemed insufficient. At least 10 are needed. With enough tanks to hold the front line, Sunan could safely unleash his attacks from the back. After some thought, he devised a plan. If the number of steel golems was insufficient, he could use stone golems to fill the gap. But ordinary stone golems wouldn't suffice. Frontline units incapable of withstanding the 100 armed monsters' attacks were meaningless. He needed to synthesize stronger stone golems. Fortunately, he had over 20 stone golems stored in his cube, which he promptly transferred into it for synthesis. Elite Stone Golem, Puppet/Advanced Grand Knight Level A granite construct with immense strength and resilience, capable of automatically regenerating damage by consuming energy. 25 stone golems were needed to synthesize an advanced Grand Knight level golem. Sunan frowned slightly but quickly relaxed. After all, the initial combat strength of stone golems was only at the novice knight level, so higher synthesis requirements were expected. Sunan promptly withdrew over a dozen stone golems from the patrol team and added them to the cube. When the synthesis number reached 42, the elite stone golem's combat power finally reached the level of a first circle legendary knight. A stone golem costs about 43 gold coins each, so 42 would amount to over 1,900 gold coins. A cost 300 more than a steel golem, yet with inferior combat strength. The elite stone golem's strength peaked at the lower level of a first circle legendary knight, falling short of the newly crafted steel golems. Nonetheless, Sunan decided to synthesize stone golems. After all, soul crystals were scarce, whereas gems were more accessible. Having a means to synthesize first circle legendary knight level combat power was already commendable. Synthesizing 4 elite stone golems requires 168 stone golems. Still short by 143. Fortunately, I've acquired a large number of gems from Forest Cabin, so materials are plentiful. Completing everything will take about 20 days. Sunan estimated the timeline, hoping to finish crafting before winter set in. Returning the patrol's stone golems, Sunan left the puppet factory and headed to the spell training area. It was time for his spell practice. He had already mastered 3 second circle spells, elemental protection, levitation, and mirror image. Considering the upcoming confrontation with the 100-armed monster, Sunan chose Crushing Wave as his 4th second circle spell. Crushing Wave is an area damage spell that emits a high-speed vibrational wave, dealing destructive damage to both living and non-living targets. This spell is somewhat akin to the Banshee's Wail, though its damage isn't comparable. The Banshee's Wail can inflict soul-level damage, whereas Crushing Wave is effective only on a physical level. However, Crushing Wave allows for precise targeting, unlike the indiscriminately destructive Banshee's Wail. With increased mental power and the switch to mid-grade 3rd circle transcendence potions, Sunan's spell learning speed had accelerated. It now took just over 40 days to master a 2nd circle spell. Crushing Wave's learning progress was already halfway complete. Sunan anticipated mastering it around the same time the stone golems were finished. After spell practice, Sunan visited his study, casually picking a book from the shelf to read. From Forest Cabin, he had acquired over 100 wizard tomes. Over the past few months, he dedicated 2 to 3 hours daily to reading. Thanks to the panel's study progress, his knowledge now far surpassed that of a typical level 3 wizard apprentice. Even compared to a full-fledged wizard, Sunan felt confident he wouldn't be outmatched. Among the acquired wizard tomes, most were basic knowledge, with only a few containing advanced insights. However, one book piqued Sunan's interest. Magic Rune Constructs. That was the title. The book detailed the integration of magical tattoos and enchanted weapons to create a unique type of enchanted rune usable by both wizards, apprentices, and knights. It's well known that magical tattoos can only be used by wizards, apprentices, since they require mental power to activate. Enchanted weapons, in contrast, can be wielded by knights. The book's author took a novel approach, combining magical tattoos and enchanted weapons to create a rune that could be activated by infusing it with either combat aura or mental power, significantly enhancing the user's combat prowess. In essence, magic rune constructs were quite similar to magic rune cores. Both were based on magical tattoos and required magic item manufacturing as a prerequisite skill. The difference was that magic rune constructs also involved biological modification, making them more complex than magic rune cores. This has little use for wizard apprentices, far less than magic rune cores, but for someone looking to build their own force, it holds significant potential. Magic rune constructs only slightly surpass magical tattoos in power, falling short of magic rune cores in enhancing a wizard apprentice's combat ability. However, their cost is much lower than that of magic rune cores. When used to arm knights, a formidable knight army could be established almost instantly. According to the book, even a set of basic level 1 magic rune constructs could elevate a novice knight's strength to the level of a peak knight, approaching that of a grand knight. The enhancement was undeniably impressive. Sunan considered dedicating time to research magic rune constructs. Speaking of which, it's about time to form my own knight guard. Until now, whenever Sunan needed knights, he would draw directly from Shimmering City's forces. Both he and Qi were accustomed to this practice, including funding allocations. Presently, Shimmering Territory was in a critical expansion phase, with external threats looming, leading to a seamless integration of territory and base resources. The base could draw funds and materials from the territory, while the territory received black rock panthers, stone golems, dragon blood fruits, and potions from the base at no cost. However, this couldn't continue indefinitely. For sustainable development, there would eventually need to be a separation between the base and the territory, with both becoming economically independent and transitioning from a vague dependency to a mutually beneficial trade relationship. Such a relationship would ensure long-term, sustainable development. When that time came, the base couldn't freely draw from Shimmering City's forces and would need its own night guard. To form a night guard, we need people first. Recruit soldiers from the army. The thought crossed Sunan's mind but was quickly dismissed. Doing so would inevitably imprint the night guard with Shimmering City's military identity, making separation a mere illusion. It's better to train them myself. Sunan decided to select children from the territory's commoners and farmers, nurturing them from a young age. There was no rush to form the night guard, it could be a gradual process. The key was establishing a comprehensive training system to supply the base with knights continuously. As for why not recruit from noble offspring? Firstly, most nobles had their own knight heritage. Noble children were often trained in martial skills by knightly elders within their families, making external involvement unnecessary. Secondly, recruiting knights from the territory often involved selecting from the descendants of vassal nobles, and Sunan didn't want to compete with Shimmering Territory for manpower. With dragon blood fruits and various enhancement potions, he wasn't concerned about the recruits' innate talents. Even if the commoners' and farmers' children had lesser aptitude, potions and magical plants could compensate. The focus was on loyalty and purity. Magic rune constructs and a night guard. 2 new goals to work towards. Sunan exhaled deeply. Neither task could be accomplished quickly, both required careful planning. First, let's deal with the 100-armed monster. Time flew by, and over 20 days passed. By the end of the autumn twilight month, Sunan finally synthesized 4 elite stone golems. He now had 10 combat units at the level of First Circle legendary knights. I also crafted 10 more high-level rune gems, bringing the total to 15. That should suffice for dealing with the 100-armed monster. With everything ready, Sunan stored the golems in his cube and, along with the hidden dragon, headed for the northern forest. Fortunately, the 100-armed monster hadn't emerged from the cave during this period. Occasionally, a few underground toad monsters and ferocious rat swarms ventured out, only to be swiftly eliminated by the stationed knights. As a result, there were no significant casualties, much to Qi's relief. Braid had been informed of Sunan's plan to enter the cave, and he waited outside. Seeing Sunan's arrival, he promptly approached. "My lord, as per your instructions, the troops around the cave and forest periphery have been withdrawn." "Good, you should leave as well." According to Sunan's plan, if he couldn't defeat the 100-armed monster, he would retreat from the cave, possibly pursued by the creature. If the troops remained, heavy casualties could result. To be safe, it was best for the troops to withdraw first. Once Braid departed, Sunan cast shield on himself, added an energy particle protection layer, and activated an extreme protection ring before entering the cave. As for the hidden dragon, it had already phased into the cave ahead of him. The cave remained much the same as before, with the torches on the walls extinguished and no other noticeable changes. The corpses of the ferocious rats and underground toad monsters he had previously killed were gone, likely consumed by the 100-armed monster. Sunan cautiously moved forward. The hidden dragon scouted 100 meters ahead. The cave's limited space couldn't accommodate the hidden dragon's massive body without phasing. Though incapable of combat, the hidden dragon was well suited for reconnaissance. Without encountering a single creature, Sunan smoothly reached the basin from last time. Unexpectedly, another group of kobolds was industriously mining in the basin. Despite the previous group being wiped out by the Black Rock Panthers. Did the 100-armed monster capture more from elsewhere? Sunan's first thought was that they were brought from the underground world. Since the 100-armed monster hadn't left the cave, it could only capture kobolds from the underground world. But that wasn't his concern now. Sunan shook his head to dispel distractions, retrieving over a dozen Black Rock Panthers from his cube and ordering them to attack the kobolds. In an instant, the dim basin was filled with agile predators. The sudden assault overwhelmed the kobolds. One by one, their companions fell to the Black Rock Panther's fangs and claws. The severely decimated kobolds soon succumbed to panic, fleeing in terror. As before, the commotion in the basin quickly drew the 100-armed monster's attention. With a roar that sounded like countless voices overlapping, the massive creature burst from the cave at the basin's far end, immediately spotting the Black Rock Panthers attacking the kobolds. Angered by the reappearance of the Black Panthers that had slaughtered its minions, the 100-armed monster charged, weapons swinging, and swiftly dispatched the Black Rock Panthers. But before it could revel in its victory, it was startled to find itself surrounded by massive constructs of steel and stone.